Well. Day 40 has arrived. It's not finished, but it has arrived. And we're going to crash through this like it's the best day ever. Day freaking 40. What does it mean? It means absolutely nothing, but that number just sounds really nice. Rolls off the tongue, feels like a nice and even number, like we've achieved something, right? So day 40, welcome guys to August 21st, day 40 of my back-to-back-to-back streaming journey / career. We have been streaming for now, what has it been? What day was it actually? I have no idea. Take today, minus 40 days, that's when we started streaming. And we did start streaming across what? YouTube, Twitch, and Kick all at the same time. So it's been quite the journey for us. We are not, maybe I should just start by saying what I'm not. We are not professionals at anything in life, really. We are professionals at being ourselves, myself. As part of that, it means I don't know how to do all these techno gizmo stuff. I've been using ChatGPT quite often to set everything up, including me trying to figure out how to multi-stream. So we came into this pretty blind, saying like, let me go ahead and try to see if do I have the tech available to run a stream across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And I didn't know anything. I didn't know what Restream was. I didn't know something called Streamlabs and Stream Elements, and what a bit is on Twitch, or you name it, Twitch affiliate, all the kind of things that comes with it, OBS, ! Commands, which by the way, let me type that in right now if you would like to see all the commands available in the chat. What is it? ! Commands. Discord. All of this was so new to me. So yeah, anyways, 40 days later, we do feel much more experienced. We do feel like we understand what it takes to why do I keep saying we? Oh my god, that sounds weird, doesn't it? I do feel like I have a better understanding of what it takes to be a streamer. We've also upgraded a bunch of things in the past 40 days. We've got a new microphone. We've got new overlays, right? We got even a cat camera set up now. How amazing is that? So, well, right now it's empty. What the hell? They didn't show up to work today. Also, let me see if I can adjust. I'm always trying to adjust this so it shows them when they appear. Okay, something like that. There you go. Oh, wait, no, I should probably...
Good morning, wonderful people.
Good morning, wonderful BC Brennan. Hello. Oh, wait, what voice are we using again? I forget. It was the very deep and creepy one when you did the whole Kermit the Pee-Pee thing. Welcome, BC. How are you doing? Were you streaming earlier today? I don't know. I was able to tune into a couple people when they were streaming. So we've been doing lurk mode. So as a way to support other streamers as we are also building up our channel. I'm trying to be more mindful of like when I'm taking care of stuff outside of stream that I could actually, watch other people's streams, learn from each other as well as support them. So BC, we're not. Okay, that was just a fever dream then. I'm telling you, okay, so last night... Or no, yesterday, I told you guys my cat, Kimpop, the one he's gonna pop up here in a second. Kimpop, he basically threw up. Oh, I can see some movement in the bedroom. But basically, Kimpop threw up on my bed, all over the bed sheets, and the comforter, everything. And then he threw up on the floor over there somewhere. So I didn't have time because it happened, or I was taking care of it all right as I was starting the stream. So I just locked that door. And then I figured I'll take care of it later. And I bundled up all the bed sheets off the bed, and then boom. Anyways, we ended our stream yesterday. What time? Did we end it at like 12:30 or 1 a.m.? I don't exactly remember. But when I ended the stream, I was way too tired to actually put on bed sheets. It's just like, I feel like that's every adult's. The worst part about being an adult is having to do the bed. Like making your bed is just the most annoying task ever. And so I was too tired last night to do it, so I ended up just falling asleep on my couch and took care of it this morning. Why am I even bringing this up? I don't know. Let's move on, though. There's a reason, and it's lost. BC, you said... Oh, wait, that's what I was saying. Oh, yeah, so I was sleeping on the couch, so I would keep like waking up every hour just with random noises, not as comfortable as my bed. And so I thought I saw my phone, and I thought I saw a notification that BC had gone live. I was like, oh, wow. This dude's streaming at such a bizarre hour. But apparently that wasn't you. My stream schedule is non-existent. I probably won't be live till Monday. Gotcha. All right. Well, listen, Welcome, welcome. What time is it over there? You said you're out in Florida land, is that right? So let me take a guess. Right now it's almost 5 p.m. my time. So is it something like 3? No, that can't be. 5 p.m. my time. Is it like 7 a.m.? 9 a.m. Christ. Yeah, whatever. I was close-ish. Welcome though, BC. Oh, actually, BC, you were the first one. The first one that counts. Okay, I think there's a few people who are kind of bots or something. So the first one that counts to type in the chat. So let me go ahead and give you, what did we say was 300 PPs? And thank you to I Need a Pia. What a name on Twitch. Thank you very much for the follow. And Wary on Tice on Kick. Okay, let me give you some of the early morning PPs. All right. And then we're going to talk about what today's game plan is. So let me go to loyalty. I got loyalty. Man, BC, you've cracked 70,000. You're at 70,043 right now. Well, now it's about to be 70,343. Oh, you know what? It's kind of cool. It tells me watch hours as well. So it's telling me you have officially you've watched 35.58 hours of the stream. So thank you very much. Very, very kind of you to be such an epic member and consuming my content. So thank you, thank you. All right. Heist. Oh yeah, let me do this. I think I have some coins. We'll do 999. It's 9 a.m. Well, good morning, BC. Good morning and afternoon and everyone, wherever you guys are. I appreciate you guys being here as we're starting off day 40 of our stream. How crazy, how crazy. So what is the game plan for today? Well, we used to have a little agenda that pops up here, but now it's just showing the biggest PP of the month, which is still lucky. Now, I think we said on Saturday we're going to do the switch. So BC, as long as you can hold your frame for a few more days, you will be the biggest PP of the week. Okay, with that aside, we are going to be doing a lot of, no surprise here, we're going to do a lot of what we started doing yesterday, which is, I think, primarily focusing on Mongolia. We're on episode 2 of Mongolia that we want to hopefully get done in the next couple weeks. And we're going to be editing photos from our trip to Japan earlier this year. So those are 2 of my top priorities right now. The Japan one technically should be a higher priority because we need to get that webpage up and running, you know? Sora, what's up, my boy? Yes, yes. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream again. How have you been, Sora? We are on day 40, Sora. We've somehow survived all of these days streaming, and we've hit the magic 40. Can we hit magic 50? I believe so. At some point, I am going to have to stop using the day system. Like, what am I going to do? Am I going to keep putting in my title, like, day 137, right? Each character counts. So, at some point, we'll probably give it an end. Maybe when we hit day 100 or something like that. But thank you for being here, Sora. So I was just starting off the stream. We haven't done anything. I'm just talking about what we're going to do for the day. Sora, you said receive the best news ever. What? This being day 40 of me streaming wasn't the best news ever. Huh. Interesting. Well, I'd like to see you top that. Tell us, what is this best news ever that you're experiencing? Oh, damn. And we lost our PPs. I need some good news, Sora. I've just lost some PPs. So lay it to me straight, as ChatGPT would tell us. Yeah, and then in the meantime, let's go over here. So this is what we're going to work on today. We got Mongolia episode 2, and we made really good progress yesterday. So I'm actually really excited to get started on this. I was planning to do some kind of a product review, but it's not ready yet. I need to, because I wanted to, we still have a bit of organization we have to do for episode 2. Before we get into like color grading and just like manipulation of everything. And that is what the product is that I'm going to be testing out. So let's give it one more day. Hopefully we can get far enough in the in this kind of episode 2 structure. And then we can even do a cool product review tomorrow. It's in Discord Hangout chat. I'll keep it straightforward. Thank you. Thank you, BC, for those cursed words. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Also, do you guys notice a difference in my when I talk, if I'm talking like here, do you guys notice a pretty noticeable difference in the audio quality? Because I have an issue where I keep moving around and I'm never like, you know, I have an issue is what I'm saying. And I'm wondering, the thing is I could drop this mic down, but the moment I move the mic down, I'm going to bump into it here. Like, let me see if I can show from this side. Because I have it on this arm. And the moment I drop this arm down, I'll bump into it as I try to type on my keyboard. So I've been trying to see if I can lift it up higher and then drop only the mic part down. But then, this is a me problem, okay? But I've been told I need to have the mic below me, right? As opposed to like above or something. So, but the moment I tilt this upwards, the mic cable at the bottom can hit the desk. And so if I swivel this around, it gets in the way. So I need microphone experts in the chat right now. Low bass guy, hello. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for your lovely emotes. How is I? I is good. And you know what? Because you are here, I feel like there's an obligatory, I say obligatory and I'm not ready yet. Okay, here we go. I need to do one of your emotes, which I have access to because now I am subbed to Low Bass Guy. And if you didn't know, I didn't know. If you sub to someone on Twitch, you get access to all their emotes, or whatever emotes are available. So now I am able to combine emotes, mine and his. So there we go. Thank you, Low Bass Guy, for your epic emotes, especially those wings. Okay. All right. So Sora, you mentioned you had something to share. I wanted to see this. Let me go to my Discord. And for anyone who would like to join the Discord, I will do my best to give my plugs. So here you go. Boom. Join the Discord. We have fun here. Yo, Sora, these are cool. Wait, is this in the Hangout chat? Oh, wait, no. You sent some photos as well. Let's see. 1 second. You said something in the chat. Let me make sure I can say it out loud because you put it here. Yo, that's some really good news. So Sora, you put it in the chat. I'm going to say it out loud though. It seems like I don't think there's like anything confidential, right? But yes, you did receive the best news ever. And I would argue, you know what? The bar was high. I was like, the best news ever for today is the fact that we're on the 40th day of streaming. How do you beat that? You can't top that, right? But I will say, I think what you wrote there, it's probably better, yes. So it says, don't forget to read all of his bank account details. Yes. Social Security as well, if you can, please. I received the best news ever. The old university finally going to pay my scholarship money, which is worth 80,000. Damn, 80,000. Sorry, for a second I was reading 80,000 PPs, and I was like, yo, that's not worth anything. Besides my thanks, I guess, or also being higher than BC's PPs. 80,000 pesos, which is around almost $1,500. Damn, okay. I can finally get a better camera than planned. Oh, snap. Okay. Well, listen, congrats. I don't know if congrats is the right term for this, but, well, I'm happy for you. That's great. That's excellent news. Damn, that's a lot of money. So does that mean you had to, did you have to pay it up front? And then you were hoping that they would come through for you? Either way, I can imagine it was a bit, waiting with bated breath, and, money is always money is money, right? And it can be stressful. And so to have $1,000+ slap into your wallet, your account, that's good. And you're going to get a full frame with that? Okay, Sora, you know what? You had me all the way up until that second line that you sent where you said, what you're going to do with that money. Do you understand why I would be upset that you said, with that amazing money you just got in your wallet, you're going to buy a full frame camera? Because with that money, you could be sending it my way, you know, just a little bit, just the tip, right? Just the tip should be going into my bank account. Anyways, no, but obviously that's great. Do you know what kind of full frame camera you're going to be getting with that kind of money? I forget, Sora, what brand you are. Yeah, and I just see BC's message there. Just make sure you buy the proper brand of camera. Yes, here at this channel, we are, of course, hashtag Team Nikon. Hashtag Team Nikon is Nikon Middle East Africa, to be more specific. I'm a big fan of them. Nikon USA, Nikon worldwide as well, but my affinity is, of course, to the region that I represent. Enough with you, BC. I feel like, you know what? Every time you use that emote of that Fisher-Price camera, BC, I feel like I'm obligated to deduct PPs away from you. That's got to be a fair thing. You know what? I'm going to put that in our gaming system or the point system. One of them will be like, if you diss my brands, my people, you know, we'll deduct some PPs. That will definitely be a rule going forward. How much reduction? You know what? Leave that to me. I dare you to challenge how much I'll decide to take away. Sorry, so hell yeah, I'll be getting a Sony A7 III. Yo, that sounds dope. Sony A7 III. I get so confused with all the camera models, right? So Sony A7, is that like considered their top line one? Also, give me a moment. I forgot to take my medication today. My nose is already running. Oh my god. My cats. Don't you touch my PP. Listen, don't touch my brand. That's all I gotta say. Quit calling my brand a Fisher Price brand. Stating that he shoots another brand isn't really dissing your brand. No, low base. You are also mistaken. Shooting. Oh no, sorry. I wasn't talking about Sora. Sora's good. Sora's good. He can use whatever he wants. I'm talking about BC over here in the chat using that cursed emote of a Fisher Price camera toy with Nikon on the label. That's not cool, man. Not cool. Oh yeah, I'm catching up to the chat there. But yeah, I'm here for the laughs though. So BC, the fact that you did that was quite impressive. All right, you know what? You are pushing it. So you put in one of those emotes. What should I start with? How much PP should I deduct? Because if I deduct too few PPs, you won't feel the weight of my warning, right? I don't want people to start feeling like they can't take my word. So I feel obligated to make sure I use the right amount of deduction. So you are currently at 73,000 PPs, BC. For that one use, we're going to have to deduct you. I'm going to drop you down such that you are now at 69,000 PPs. All right. That seems like a decent amount. You know, you throw jokes my way, I throw jokes your way. So you got 69,000 PPs. So we have had to drop you a little bit there. Yeah. It is what it is, you know. I can't read the Nikon on the email. I didn't see it until I tapped it. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know either. I didn't know until I looked closer as well. That was an expensive emote. Yeah. Well, you know what? I got loyalties. But yeah, congrats again, if that's the right terminology. Well, I'm happy for you, Sora. That is a big-ass amount of money coming your way. So don't spend it all at once. But I think getting a new camera sounds like a good investment for sure. Especially a Sony A7 III sounds like a good number, you know? It could have been an A7 II or an A7 I, but you chose 3. And I'm sure it'll be a good one for you. What's funny, says Low Bass. Wait, did I miss anything? One second. Okay, I think we're good. Low Bass said, what's funny is when I was looking to buy my first DSLR, I had decided to go Nikon. I was going to buy a D500, but then I was given a Canon DSLR for Christmas. Where's my straw? That year, and that is the scientific method by which I became a Canon shooter. Nice. We all get to our brands somehow. Wait, Low Bass, does that mean you are still a Canon shooter? You know what? That would be. We should totally do this. We should totally have like a. Is there a way I can create a badge where if you've identified, or Low Bass, you're in the chat, so you are like the expert on all things custom. Is this only a Discord thing? Where are you able to create a badge maybe for anyone based on what they say they shoot with? So if you're like a Team Nikon versus Team Canon or Sony or Fuji or whatever else, is there a way to like turn that into like a little badge or an icon or just some kind of metadata information? Because that would also be kind of fun if I can create on an overlay where it just kind of shows like what's the number of, followers that I have that are based on, the brand, right? So obviously I'm here rooting for Team Nikon, but yeah, I feel like that would be a fun little addition just to be able to show somewhere on the screen. Yeah, like especially if we are photographers here for the most part. Yeah, can we do that? Low Basie said, wait, sorry, said thank you. A7 II is all good as well. I can just invest in cheaper body with the better lens. Gotcha. I'm still a Canon shooter, says Low Base. You can associate it with a role in Discord. Yo, okay, okay. I might need some help, or I'll have to figure that. I'll do. You know what? What am I? Disabled? No, no. I can do this myself. I can't keep relying on other people. But thank you for at least telling me it's a possibility. So I will see about creating roles in my Discord community where you can punch in, or maybe I'll just have to track it manually. But if I know what team you're on, we can make that a thing. And then somehow, if I could find a way to then program, if somehow Discord communicated with my OBS or whatever with, I don't know what, but then if I could somehow have a live number that I can see of like, yeah, Nikon, Sony, Canon, Fuji maybe, and then just having a number underneath it of like, which team are you on and how many do we have in our community? Something like that could be interesting. Low Base, BC says, here's the badge for Canon people. Nice, nice. Good on you. Low Base says, I don't believe you can do that for Twitch though. Like you can't assign individual badges to people. You can assign badges based on status like mod, VIP, etc. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, like I know I was able to hand out the VIP one, although I couldn't change the badge. And then there was the artist one, but that was also limited in terms of how many I can give out. So, you know what? But either way, we'll have to find a way to do this. Oh, BC, what's going on over there? You know what? The curse is lasting a little bit for you. You know, putting out that emote, the effects. There's a ripple effect. Okay, so your luck has been affected a bit. MCOP. I appreciate your question, but I do try my best not to make things very political or things like that. Anything like very controversial in that type of subject, I'm trying to avoid that. I don't want that to be kind of like the nature of these streams. Obviously, there are streams where you can kind of consume that, you know, geopolitics or like political stuff or controversial stuff, but I kind of want to keep that away from our streams. But I appreciate the question. I know it's an important one. Sora. No to Nikon hate. Exactly. You know what? That has to be a movement. I need to create an Instagram reel where we make it overly dramatic and like sad, and like you think like, oh, what is this for? Is it like save the cats or save the children or whatever those like organizations? And at the end, I reveal the sign. And it's like no to Nikon hate. Yeah. And the fall begins. Yep, BC. That's what happens. That's what happens. Use that Fisher Price emote, you know, at your own risk. Sora says everyone got their own pros and cons with the yeah, of course. Listen, we have no hate here, just fake hate. Low Base, yes, that is actually doable, but she would likely need a custom bot or a custom plugin or something for something like Streamer Bot. Okay, there's a lot of things I guess I need to learn.
Please change my voice for the day.
Wait, who said that? Oh, wait, I'm so far behind. Wait, okay, hold on. Let me just speed through this. Low Base said, believe it or not, it is actually reasonably easy to do that from a coding perspective. It's a lot of setup, and none of it is particularly hard. Okay. Well, Low Base, is this one of those kind of projects that you mentioned you used to work on, like you get paid for? If so, if you know, listen, like I think I told you this as well. Like I'm happy to have a conversation with you off stream. You know, is it Fisher Price that says the price is right, or am I mixing things up? Either way, I would love to have that chat. If this is something, because from my side, I don't have any coding knowledge. If it is simple enough where it's like, I just need to download something called Streamer Bot and like talk to them, then I do want to try to make that work. That would be fun. We are a photography community streamer anyways, right? Trying to find the range. Gotcha. And please change my voice for and then I'm currently taking bot commissions. The cost depends on the complexity of what you're asking for. Ooh, okay. Let's think this out a bit. And let's ask ChatGPT to think through this idea with us. Are you down right now? Okay, no. Are you down right now? Let's start off a little. Hello, Atlas. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you loud and clear. No sugarcoating here, just straight answers from now on. Let's keep it forward looking and dive right in.
Can you choose a TTS monster voice for us? We want to switch it up.
Sure thing.
BC, I'm gonna let that one
Let's pick a
slide.
fresh one we haven't used before.
But I might have
How
to.
about the Kratos voice this time?
Oh
It's
my
definitely a
God.
unique choice.
That's
and
the one we
haven't tried it
just
yet.
used.
Let me know if that works for you.
Atlas. Kratos is the one that you chose for us the other day.
Got it. Thanks for the reminder. Let's skip Kratos then. How about we go with the glorious voice this time? It should be something new and different for you.
Okay, guys, I might have to put Atlas out to pasture. You know what? I'm not going to do that today. After I end the stream tonight, I'm going to have to think long and hard about the future of this channel and the future of Atlas. And tomorrow I might have to unalive him. Is that what we said is allowed to say on stream? We might have to retire. We might have to retire Atlas, okay? We might have to wipe that good old memory of his that's been fried. And we'll have to choose a new one. Low base, is there a database or a list somewhere where all these voices are listed? I literally sent Atlas a screenshot of all of the voice donos and then sent it to him a while back. I asked him to save it into his memory bank and blah, blah, blah. And he made some mistakes initially. And then he has this problem where he keeps forgetting. I don't think it's random because he'll keep picking... sometimes he'll pick something that he chose like 2 choices ago. And then when I tell him to pick again, he'll choose the one that was 1 choice ago. So it's like he's got either deja vu or something built in. So he is maybe hallucinating in that way. Oh, shoot. What voice did he say? Glorious. Glorious. What is this voice? Well, we're about to find out. Okay. Let me refresh the TTS monster thing here. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I don't know if there's a database, but yeah. Tomorrow's stream, if you guys tune in, it may be titled "We Must Retire Our AI." I want to use the proper words there, but I think I do need to take him out back. Is that the other phrase we say? Take him out back, something like that. How long is the chat in which you're asking him to do this? The longer the chat, the more likely he is to make mistakes. This is a brand new one. So I literally, every once in a while, just like literally click on a new chat. So you can see here, there's like no scrolling, right? It's just, this is it. Now, the only thing I can think of is that I have this in a project folder called streamer mode. So then like within streamer mode, there might be multiple chats. And so maybe that's also bloating the system. But yeah, like if I delete all that chat, then it deletes the memory, I'm assuming, right? Or I don't know. So. But yeah, right now he is, something's wrong with his brain, you know? Something's something's not happening properly. That dude, in the span of his first introductory words to me, said, I think 2 out of the 3 banned words, right? He said straightforward, what did he say? Sugarcoating. The only one he forgot to say was direct, but he did say straight answers from now on. So I got to get rid of him. Anyways, and how does he know what he previously picked? Well, sometimes I'll literally tell him like, so I'll ask him like, hey, can you choose one at random? He'll choose one. And I say, okay, well, thank you. Now please save that in your memory that you've selected that and let's not use it again. And I did tell him that as the initial instruction early on, where it's like, I want you to be able to save this to your memory. And anytime you choose a voice, make sure that's not in your selection for the future. So you said, so unless something has changed recently, the chats in one project don't have access to each other. So one chat can't see what's in another chat, even though they're in the same project. And telling ChatGPT to commit something to memory is really only good for just storing general preferences rather than maintaining a list. Gotcha. You know what? Either way, though, starting tomorrow, I think what I'll do off stream is I'm just going to clean up the memory stuff, and then I'm going to have to let him go. We're going to take him to the vets, give him the whatever medication. We'll let him sleep eternally, and then we'll just have to find a new AI. And then we'll rebirth AI version number 3, and then we move on from there. You said, so what's happening is every time you do a fresh chat, it's just pulling from the list in project files without a full awareness of what you previously picked. Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for the technical answer. So that does clarify quite a bit for me. Either way, I'm pissed at Atlas. This mother has to go. Just has to go. I've given him too many opportunities, and what can you do? What can you do, you know? Anyways, so, yeah, let me just quickly say again. So I initially thought that today on stream, I would be able to kind of go through like this one. I've been kind of referencing it. I haven't said who yet, just because I want to make sure I get all my ducks in a row first. But there's this one company that had reached out about their product, which is focused on the video side of things, like film editing, video editing kind of stuff. So they gave me access to their product, and they just like literally kept it straight. They gave it to me straight. They said, there's no sugarcoating, just test out the product, let us know how you feel about it, be honest. And then, yeah, if you want to, you know, create it, like show it in a content kind of way, by all means. So I figured I'll do it through the live streams, and I would create like a YouTube video afterwards as well, maybe just to kind of sum up my experience with it. And so my thought is, if we end up liking this product, I do want to use it for episode 2 and some future projects I'm working on as well. And hopefully it will make our final product look super epic. So we'll see. We'll see if that product is promising. I'm excited to show you guys though. So I thought maybe I'd get through it today, but I figured, you know what, the product itself, it's not as important right now for what I'm doing. Because right now we're still in the organization phase. We're trying to figure out the structure of the story. We're still kind of laying out, you know, which clips to use and all that stuff. So the product itself isn't really necessary yet. It'll be once we have the clips in order, and then we want to start visually changing up the clips. That's where we will apply it. So I think maybe tomorrow we should be able to get to that, depending on how productive we are today. Low bass, you said. So what's happening? Oh, no, sorry. You can probably have him scratch out a quick Python script containing all the voices in a list and have the script maintain a database or JSON file of what it last picked. All right, I'm gonna lay it to you straight, low bass. That sounds like the proper response to getting the problem solved. The problem in this case is not that big of a deal, though. So it's like, I'm not... Maybe for like a more important thing that I need ChatGPT to keep track of, sure. For the TTS monster thing, I think that would be overkill. It's a kind of fun, even if it gets it wrong. I'll just be like, yo, you messed up, man. What the hell? But the fact that you gave this answer makes me realize I know very little about anything. I'm like, what? A Python script with the JSON file, with the database, with the script. Yeah. Damn. It's like when you know how to code, I feel like all these doors just open up in front of you, of like doors of opportunity, right? I do wish I knew how to code for that reason. Low bass, he said, but not list anything previously picked, and once all the voices have been picked, have it release the pass list. Yeah. Yeah, these are great suggestions. But it is unfortunately not for me a very quick and dirty thing. I bet if you paste exactly that into ChatGPT, it'll come up with something. Okay, you know what? We can do that. All right, here, I'm going to say. Can you scratch out a quick Python script containing all the voices in a list and have the script maintain a database or JSON file of what it last picked and when, and have you generate a random selection whenever I ask for it? So if there are previously picked voices within that list, or if a certain number of them have been picked, then I want you to release the past list. But yes, if it's a voice that's been previously chosen within a certain time frame, don't choose it again until that time frame has passed. Okay, I was kind of mixing up. I was mixing it up as I was reading your message, but let's see. Okay, this is the thinking model. In the meantime, let's check out our trailer again. So, Not in this entire order, not with this text, but I still like the visuals. Okay. I still like it. Oh yeah, I did look at something off stream. So last night we ended with me struggling because okay, no, we made some really good progress and then there's something that was bothering me, which is one of the clips that I have of the GoPro shot was missing the relevant file of when I shot the same scene from where I was. So that was this moment here. Let me turn down the volume. So this is one of the GoPro shots where we get to see the falcon, or not the falcon, the eagle in flight. And it was like a really nice flight path. Like from my camera point of view, I should have been able to get it nicely as it swings off to the left from a distance. And then it starts going straight on, right? So now it's going straight towards me, and you can see me right there. I'm one of those tiny dots over yonder. So then I would have some straight shots of the eagle coming straight at the camera. Still here we are, now curving more to the left, looking in our direction, coming low to the ground, super low to the ground, and then swinging up a bit, right? So it goes low and then up, right to Arctic. And the whole time you can see me right there. That's me. Right there. So I was crouched underneath this blanket, or this jacket, to try to stay warm and keep my camera warm, but I was filming this entire thing. Or so I thought. And it turns out I didn't film it. Or at least I can't find the freaking clip anywhere. I looked through all of my backblaze. I looked at like the old drives. And then even when I look at the filming, the file names, right? Because it goes in the original files. I was looking, it's like 8403, 02, 01, 09. So this is number 76. Yeah, so anyways, 8399. This one had the GoPro shot in it. But it's just, there is no 8398 or 8397 or anything like that. I couldn't find it anywhere. So somehow either I was an idiot and I didn't hit record thinking I was recording. And I couldn't find the photo either. So I wasn't taking photos in that moment. So there's no photos, no video of this exact flight path. So either I forgot to record somehow like an idiot, or maybe was there actual some kind of a issue with the cold? Because the cold was impacting my camera to the point where at times it looked like it was sluggish or it wasn't capturing anything. So I don't know. I'm a little bit annoyed at myself though, because that would have been a really cool shot. But it's gone. It's not there. I mean, the good news is obviously we do have the GoPro version, which is really cool. But I would have loved to have combined that with the behind the scenes from my shot. Okay, let me just catch up real quick. Damn, BC, what's going on? You started at, where were you? You were above 70,000 this morning. And then you had to push your luck by putting that stupid little Fisher Price emote, and look what it got you. Are you proud of yourself? Are you winning, son? Low base, that wasn't a bad prompt. Oh, okay, it's still analyzing. Hey, what's up, Conan? I might be working soon if I'm lucky, and hello. All right, well, work is good, so wish you the best, man. Oh, BC, you're making some of that PP back. Hello, YouTube and Kick people. Yes. Although Kick is a bit slower today. But yeah, welcome everyone. We don't discriminate here. I have to keep checking my messenger every time because I'm waiting for the guy to text me back for doing the Wii job for photos and video edits. Nice, nice. All I can say, Conan, is don't be too pushy. So, you know, you don't want to annoy your clients by not saying you're doing that, but just patience is always virtue, and let them come back to you. Don't message too much, being like, "Hey, can I hear back yet? I haven't heard from you." Just make sure not to do that. Not that you are, but just in case. All right, here's what ChatGPT is saying. Done. I built you a small, durable CLI that tracks pics in a JSON file, respects a cooldown window, and auto-releases the recently used list after you've hit a unique pic threshold. And then it's giving me a link to download. Okay. This sounds like a lot of work, low base. It's cool that this worked, but I gotta focus on my video photo editing stuff. But I'm looking at this and it's like my brain is actually melting just by looking at this. It's overwhelmed. Conan, you said worst part, I basically hate talking to people. I hear you, man. It can be a bit much, but yeah. Okay, so anyways, this is where we stuck yesterday. So unfortunately, I cannot find the video file of what I filmed, but the shot itself is nice, so we are going to keep it. And then we were starting to color code some of the other sections. So this is one example where we do have both views. Low Basey says that's something I would do off stream because you probably have to install Python or whatever language it wrote that in. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much. I've learned something new today, so I can go to sleep tonight knowing that today was a good day, just for that. And the fact that I said the word JSON out loud and Python, and not for wildlife purposes, but for coding. Oh yeah, so this would have been a really cool landing. Wait, did it land? I'm not remembering. Oh no. It looked like it was going to land on him as he's riding, and then at the last second the eagle kind of veers off to the left and lands on the ground. But we do have both versions. So it veers off to the left. And lands. So what I'm thinking, most likely, just because when I look at the GoPro was shot at, it almost looks like a 1:1 almost, but it was probably, what would you say, like a 4, I don't know what the aspect ratio was, but clearly it wasn't 16:9. So I might even just keep this as is, as a small overlay, and we might just try to combine both footages. Because we have this version, we have this footage, and then we have my footage here from my point of view. And so if I can somehow combine the two in one shot. So let's say if we figure out where the eagle is here, and then we can take over the left or the right side of the screen with the overlay of the GoPro shot, synchronize them. Yeah, I think I do want to show them combined. One, because I don't have enough time to show it back to back. I think we're already at a tight 15 minutes for this video. But then two, I think it would just be cool. It's a cool feature to be able to show like a scene from two vantage points at the same time. And then the way it lands here is kind of cool because it does these little bicycle kicks right here. Doom, 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 doom. And it lands. Yeah. So we got one cool version there. That's the ones in the lime color. Yeah, let's shrink this guy a bit. All right, so now we're rolling up our sleeves, guys. We are doing some work right now. We've just kind of jumped into it. But I want to take my Claritin because I can feel congested already. So if you'll allow me to, I'm just going to... Where should I play from? I want an epic shot. Yeah, okay, we'll just play from this one. So that way I can go off screen real quick and take my medication. 1 second. Let's go ahead and play it from... We just played this one, right? Okay, so we'll play from this one. Oh, and then let's move this one away. Let's do it back to back. Cool, cool. All right. All right, we're back. We're going to take some drugs live on stream. Don't tell Twitch. All right. Fly, damn it. Fly. Oh, here we go. I spoke too soon. Let's go. I will say, seeing some of the footages with the GoPro, and just like in general, it makes me want to travel back to Mongolia and try this again. Can you imagine if I go back to Mongolia, do the whole GoPro thing again, and then we can actually capture a successful hunt? I mean, it would be a little gruesome, I guess, but I mean, it's their tradition. So cool. So cool. Okay, so we have that. Oh, wait. Okay, so that's what we're going to do right now. Let me match this to the GoPro shot that syncs to that. So this one, we did a pink coating. Is it this one then? It must be. Oh, no, I just labeled this pink as well. Where are you? Not this one. Not this one. Oh, it must be this one. Okay. Let's see the flight and confirm from here. Let me join this heist. I'm pretty sure this is the right one. So I think yesterday... Alright, let's watch this first, and then I want to kind of relay what we got done yesterday. Recap it a bit. Because I think speaking out loud also helps me figure out if I'm on the right track. But I think yesterday we ended it with like a pretty promising outline of how we can tell the story. I'm actually really excited now. But yes, this is the correct one, because it lands here. And then I might have to clip it. So I'm going to label this one pink. And then when does it take off again? All right, here. Let's check it out. BC said, trying to take notes where possible, so when I do invest time into learning video, I can hopefully have some knowledge. Yeah, man. Well, listen, ask questions as well, because me answering questions will also help me learn how to teach video editing at the same time as also processing it myself in terms of the techniques. So ask away. And then I do want to make YouTube videos dedicated on like different techniques. It's just one thing at a time kind of a situation right now. So for instance, I do want to make like a behind the scenes of how did I make episode 1, and then a behind the scenes of how did I make episode 2, where I can then draw from my previous streams as examples, or just kind of talk about the high level, like step 1, I did this, here's like how I make the video, step 2, I do this, this, and this. Okay. So both of these, we'll label it, you know what, let's label it violet, because we already have a pink one. Okay. And then let's drag it over to the other pink ones. Not those ones. So these two. Boom. And then we're going to make these also violet. All right, cool. So let me go to my Notion. And then let's talk about where we are. So yesterday, we had some good conversations with ChatGPT. Most of the focus was trying to figure out what is a good title of our video. And I think the titles we landed on as possibilities, there's maybe 2 to choose from. I will say, by the way, I was not as impressed with ChatGPT's suggestions for this. I feel like ChatGPT's been pretty good about the explanation, or like it seems to understand the intent. So it really adequately understood my instructions and what I'm looking for. But then when it came to the creative side of like actually coming up with the titles, I feel like it was coming up just short. So it was one of those like, you know what, you did try hard, and when you're giving your rationale for why you're gonna, what you're about to do, it's like, oh, okay, you did understand my instructions, cool. But yeah, the ones that I came up with, I think I ended up enjoying more. So for instance, we said, can we do something that includes the term the wild heart of Mongolia, the way of the eagle hunters. So the wild heart of Mongolia, the way of the eagle hunters. I feel like that captures one, because the wild heart kind of conveys a bit of like, you know, it's the heart of the people. Obviously, it's not like Mongolia has a heart, so it's not literal. But by saying heart of Mongolia, you're assuming, you know, what is the heart of Mongolia? And then the fact that I'm ending it by saying the way of the eagle hunters, it's like, okay, so the people are the heart of the Mongolia, and then eagle hunters are the wild hearts of Mongolia. Okay, cool. So it's a story about the people of Mongolia. Gotcha. And then it says the way of the eagle hunters. So I think that's a nice poetic-esque way of like saying this is the way of the people there. And so this video we're about to watch will be conveying this somehow. So I think that works, and I think it works for the whole SEO related reasons, because that is the number one thing, right? We have to make sure whatever title we choose, at the end of the day, this is YouTube. There's millions of videos out there, and I have to do my best to try to come up with a title that hopefully YouTube's algorithm finds reasonable and puts it in front of more people. So So that was one of them. And then the only issue I had with this one is like I wanted to somehow include the word songs in the title, because like almost the entirety of this video will be relayed not through my voiceover, but through like the actual songs that were sung by the locals. So the singing aspect is a crucial and important, like a relevant part of what you'll be watching, right? It's like you'll be watching and you'll be listening more than maybe in the past videos. All right, I gotta blow my nose again. God dang it. So, excuse me. So we got the two titles. One is Wild Heart of Mongolia, The Way of the Eagle Hunters, and another one is something like The Way of the Eagle Hunters. So similar to the first chapter, just starting with it. And then Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart. Now this one is slightly longer in character. Maybe another option could be something like Wild Heart of Mongolia, Songs of the Eagle Hunters. So between these three kind of potential ones, I think we have an answer there. Then what we worked on with, so what I was trying to figure out with ChatGPT was number one, title. And I think we've landed on something that should convey the right message. It sounds good. We'll stick with it for now. Then number two is like, okay, well, what is the main purpose of this? Like, what do I want a viewer to walk away from this? If a viewer walks away from this video, what is that feeling that I want to convey, or the message, or the overall just kind of takeaway? So to me, the takeaway of this episode 2 is very much just that you walk away feeling like you got to see the people of this remote location in the middle of nowhere that nobody's heard of before. And you walk away feeling like you had a connection to the people there and their culture. So not only do you walk away feeling like you got a decent exposure into their wild traditions and like the things that make them feel very foreign or alien because of, you know, the concept of eagle hunting, the way they dress, the wild terrain that they preside in, right? The way of life that they have to deal with because of the nature that they are surrounded by. But then you also walk away feeling that connection, because some of the things that you see in the video will also make you realize how similar we all are, no matter where in the world we're based. So that will be coming from like some of our acts around community and family, like seeing their way of life while it's foreign, seeing how they interact with each other, how they socialize, how they build bonds and community is something that we can all relate to. So that I'm hoping that will be the connective tissue as well, in a sense, mixing in the foreign with the familiar. I gotta write this down, shit. Mixing the foreign with the familiar. Can you please keep this in your memory for when we need to write our script or for key descriptions, etc. Essentially, what do I want viewers to take away from this video? I want viewers to feel like they got a compelling and cinematic exposure into the people of Mongolia, in particular, specifically the locals in the Altai mountain, And from this exposure, they understand? No. They learn more about the traditions and way of life that defines them, and makes them unique, e.g., the wild traditions, eagle hunting, the wild nature and remote location they live in, etc. This is a really, what do you call this? A running sentence? Whatever. Way of life that defines them, makes them unique. But feeling connection through the ways of life that we all share, no matter how foreign our cultures or physical, or may be. E.g., the familiar, the importance of family and community, the bonds shared by the people, as seen through my camera. I hope this video has the right mix, right blend of mixing the foreign with the familiar. Sharing what makes us different around the world, and yet what connects us all as humans. Yo, this is so cheesy, but I think this will work. We'll uncheesify a lot of what I'm writing here. So we're not trying to tell like a super dramatic story, but it would be nice if in some sense that is kind of the overarching theme. And then I had written something earlier. Let me see if I can find my text. I had written something about like what defines us, what unites us, blah, 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 which also was very cheesy, but sometimes cheesy can be good from like a storytelling perspective, I feel. Or at the very least, I want it to be remembered so then we can always rephrase it to be less cheesy. Where did I write this? There's a glimpse into light. I feel like it's here somewhere. Damn it. This is my issue. I write because I speak so much. I mean, I could do a control find, but you know what? We'll try one more text and then... Yes, okay, I found it. A previous phrasing I used as well was something to the effect of this is a glimpse into the wild heart of the Altai people, the culture that defines them, the nature that shapes them, and the bond that unites them. Okay. And then, let me just, before we do all this, let's keep in mind these three potential titles. Witch Heart, Wild Heart of Mongolia, Songs of the Eagle Hunters. Okay. All right. So I feel like we got pretty far with this. The other thing that we did get done yesterday, which I feel like sets us up pretty well for this video, is that we've actually identified the structure. So let's say the opening hook in the trailer. Let me remind myself as well. So let's say it could start around 4 seconds until 47. So let's say the opening hook plus trailer could be around 45 seconds. Let's play that again. So that's like about 40, what is it? 43 seconds, but let's call it less than 45 seconds. Then, Act 1, Community, Ibo, Upbeat. So let's say if Act 1 is going to be about community, we actually listen to all the potential songs, and I think every song we listen to, played by like the locals and that I captured on camera, I think all of them works. Like all of them are sufficiently, they're the sufficient duration where it's not too long, not too short. And I can almost imagine how we can set it up. And then it's just a question of, do we have enough B-roll? So we're going to start working through that, I think today. But let me find the first one as an example. Is it this one? No. This one. So let's say after the trailer plays, this might be the first song that we actually listen to. That's going to be tied to like some title sequence here, maybe some subtitle text as I explain a little bit of like what's going to happen in this video, how I'm going to be telling the story of Mongolia through the songs of its people, something like that. Let me write that down. Telling the story of Mongolia through the songs of its people. Its people? I don't know. Telling the story of Mongolia through the songs of its people, or more specifically, the Kazakh and Mongolian people in the Altai Mountains. Also, please keep this in mind as a phrase to work off of, that I wish this video is focused on telling the story of Mongolia through the songs of its people, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we'll punch that in after this prompt is done. But yeah, so this would be like, let's imagine this is the first song of Act 1, which is called Community, or some other word that we choose. And then as this is happening, subtitle here will pop up in the center. And again, it'll just be like giving a little bit of a recap, or what am I doing here and what's about to happen. And it's like, oh yeah, as we've been blah, blah, blah. And it won't be my voiceover. It'll just be the text here. And then at some point, it'll reveal the title sign for this act, which will say like, I don't know, the Songs of Mongolia, Act 1, Community, or like something to that effect, where the title of each act, I need to make sure people realize it's not just a random word. It's supposed to be like, this is a word of like something that I wanted to, that was revealed to me, or like a core value of the people of Mongolia that was revealed to me during my time in Mongolia. And so one of them would be community, the power of community, right? And so then at some point when the title fades away, and then after we're at a sufficient point of the song, I will switch over to B-roll, and then we'll start like doing a montage of some of the the nice footages that I captured of the people, the camaraderie, the social elements. And then right there, it was a nice little so everything before this section was a nice warm-up, right? You can kind of hear it as they're just kind of catching their stride, if you will, with the song. So that's a good moment for me to also do a warm-up where I'm giving the pretext, a little like, you know, here's what's about to happen, blah, blah, blah. And then the first title sequence, Act 1, blah, 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 community shows up. And then you'll hear it in the song. So roughly around here is where the song really kind of feels like it takes it to the second gear, feels like it's actually starting. And so then at this point, either the title shows up or it's disappearing. Right here. And then there you see a moment when he looks at Aibo, he's like smiling. So it's a nice moment to capture on film. So we're going to still stay here. And then when we feel like it's appropriate, I'm going to then jump over the B-roll. So probably somewhere around here. Yeah, so when the next verse kicks in, then we can shift over to like some nice B-roll as the song is still playing. And then if I can, I might splice out that portion there in the middle where they kind of pause in the music. So we'll just try to our best to make it feel like one single song without pauses. So this part right there. And then obviously here when they stop singing or they're laughing, this is where the montage ends. We just like, you know, I might even just abruptly jump back over to the original scene as they like start cracking up. And then we fade it to black and we start and then we do Eagle intermission number 1. Oh, and then maybe song tribute? Another potential phrase that could be used either in the description or as part of the title could be something like song tribute. Because in some ways, I hope that this video will feel like a tribute to the people who I spent time with, all shared through their songs and my memories. Okay. All right, we're getting some good thoughts here, okay? All right, and in the meantime, I think we're ready to start crafting the story. As in, let's like start dragging some of these clips to the appropriate sections. Also, let me color code this real quick. Alright, I just gotta make sure I don't accidentally delete anything. I have to learn like the video editing techniques because I kept hearing someone say something like J cuts and L cuts, and I wonder if that's one of the techniques that I'm doing right now, where sometimes I like the audio of the video file to kick in first before you see the video. So I don't know if that's called a J cut or an L cut or something, but I need to learn these terms. Oh, and then maybe we wanted to fade all to black. All right, maybe I want it to stay black for a little bit longer. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so technically, there are two approaches we can take there, where one is I do include my voiceover. We're changing up how the chapter looks, so it won't show up in the lower third anymore. It'll be like a right in the center. But there's a world where I do the voiceover, but it's the standard thing where I'm like, hey, welcome back, guys, to episode 2. I hope you enjoyed blah, blah, blah. And here we're going to do a thing where I'm going to tell the story of Mongolia through the songs of its people. And I hope you enjoy as we uncover all the key values that I explored, blah, 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 blah. And then if you'd like to see how I made the video, you can check out my, and that's where we see this whole kind of, you can see the live streams to see all the behind the scenes of how we made the video, and then we get in. I don't think I want to do that approach, though, even though there's a practical function to it, because obviously it helps people know what other content I've created. But I think I want to keep it simple, so we're not going to do that, most likely. But I might keep this, though. The whole thing that pops up. It's a nice little like opening credits kind of feel to it. So I might keep it even though I need to have some text show up in the middle. So either we shrink this or we put it somewhere else. I'm not sure. Here, let's start from the beginning. All right, let me also join this heist. Okay. We're cracking through this. We're going to start the work. Ooh, it feels good. We're actually doing some work now, okay? I mean, not to say we weren't the other days, but today's the first day where I'm actually going to start cutting stuff up and, yeah, feeling legit about it. Oh, did I win? Did I get something? Did I win, son? I did. Nice. Let me check out the sound platforms as well. Every day, I'm just waiting for these new albums from Lens Distortions to release. And every day, we're waiting another day. Damn it. I cannot wait for all these other songs to pop out. BC, when you're saying when you want to take notes about like video editing for the future, when you start getting into that, one thing I will tell you, if you can take a note of this mental note now, one of the key things, in my opinion, that is like pivotal, crucial to like any kind of video edits is audio, which is, yeah, so like when you think video, you also have to think audio. And so the power of sound is like so crucial to like storytelling and any kind of video you make. Because if you think about it, most people aren't watching like a video without sound, unless you're like watching a short form content or you're scrolling through, TikTok or whatever else. But like for most video, there's going to be sound included. And I don't know how true this is what I heard from someone before, or maybe some video I watched about like a how-to kind of thing. But I have heard in the past that you could have like, let's call it like a mid-tier quality video. Like maybe it wasn't as good cinematic-wise, lighting-wise, editing-wise, but let's say you have a mid-tier visual. But if you have like a primo sound that goes with it, if the audio, whether it's like the mixing of the sound effects and the soundtrack, if that's primo, that has more impact positively than if you had really cinematic shots, but then you just did a really mid job with the audio mixing and all that. So I don't know how true that is, but audio plays such a big factor. So, and actually, a lot of times the soundtrack will dictate the story and the direction that I'm going to take the story. So even when it came to making a lot of my like Instagram reels and TikToks and stuff, it's like I'm actually spending more time browsing and listening for different soundtracks. And the moment like a song has a moment in the song that feels like, oh, boom, there's like some kind of a emotional draw. Like I felt the adrenaline, or I felt this moment of like a finality to it. Then it kind of gives me ideas of like, oh, the visuals that I have or the video that I have from this one trip, that could fit in nicely there. So then like the ideation comes from the music more often than not for me. So yeah. And like I said, lens distortion is one of those that's, it feels like every song that they've got on here on this platform, it is meant for like a very cinematic style. So it fits nicely with what I like. The others have been really good as well. So Artlist and Epidemic, you'll hear their songs throughout my videos always. But Cinematic just has fewer misses, whereas Artlist and Epidemic has like it accommodates for a lot more types of artists and video craft. So it's not just like cinematic music. They're doing like, yeah, everything. More poppy music as well. Okay, I wanted to also, I don't know if I can do this effectively. I kind of wanted to start watching some YouTube videos on the side that focus on like the art of like storytelling and stuff like that. Low bases at BRB, getting my lunch from the fridge. Oh, enjoy. Do tell us what you are eating for lunch when you come back. How to create documentary filmmaking. I will, but I'll be disappointed. You know nothing about me, all right? If you knew what I eat every day, you would be the one disappointed. All right, I'm just trying to pull up a YouTube video that we can watch while I'm editing around like different documentary filmmaking techniques and stuff. Documentary techniques. Okay, I think I found a video. Hopefully I can play it. Oh yeah, the other day when we watched that Made by Google event, I did get copyright struck because of the freaking Jonas Brothers song at the end. So I knew it was gonna bite me in the ass, these bastards. I was able to take care of it, but I had to cut it out of my VOD essentially. But I knew it. I knew they were gonna bite me that way. Okay. Just trying to see if I can shrink this up a bit. Let's pause this, and hopefully we don't get in trouble. Let me make sure I have my YouTube live streaming thing open. So if there is a warning, hopefully I won't miss it. All right, there we go.
Today's video is brought to you by Storyblocks. A few weeks back, I did a video breaking down my process of creating documentary films, starting with how to find characters and what I think are some of the most important things to keep in mind when looking for a story to tell. For part 2 of this series, I want to continue.
You know what? And I need to keep notes, because like I do want to track all of these kind of interesting things that I noticed from other, as I hopefully consume a lot of like professional filmmakers and things that I want to aspire to do. I want to see what kind of patterns do I see that they all share. So let me see it, because I had a ChatGPT open for this. Maybe I'll do that. Storytelling techniques research. Oh, shoot. Here, let me put some music on. I'm realizing I misorganized some things in my ChatGPT projects. Okay, I found one that I want to work off. Filmmaking. All right, here we go. So this is a ChatGPT thing that I started a few days ago, where I'm trying to keep track of like key short documentary film style concepts. So as I consume some YouTube videos, I want to just like share it with ChatGPT, and hopefully it will keep track for me, so I can always refer back to like maybe a key list of those techniques. So let me just say right now, I'm watching a YouTube video called Documentary Filmmaking Tips: How to Hook Your Audience by Kyle McDougall. So if you can continue keeping track of any key learnings that I write down for our single list of storytelling techniques and things to mimic / keep in mind. 1. I notice even in this video, the filmmaker is doing the wide angle. Oh, there's a term that they use for this. Did they say it anywhere? I'm just gonna call it. I'll call it just wide angle. Is doing the wide angle shot where they apply a black strip to the top and bottom of the video to mimic a more wide film cinematic view. So I definitely want to keep this in mind and do this for my films as well. Oh, what's up, gang? What's up, Kevin? How's it going? Kevin, we're doing well over here. We're on day 40, number 1. So welcome to what a glorious day today is. We've made it to 40 freaking days in a row of streaming. So what does that mean? Well, it means that Low Bass Guy has returned with a turkey sandwich. And was it everything that I hoped it would be? You know what? That actually sounds quite decent. I haven't eaten all day. I just had, like, literally I had a scoop of veggie chips and some drinks and iced coffee. So I would love to trade shoes with you and have a turkey sandwich. Now, when you say turkey sandwich, is it just a turkey inside of 2 bread pieces? What are we talking about here? If you have chips as well, that would now make it fire. We described this before. My favorite food is not necessarily a food. It is a... How do we describe this? It's not a specific food. It is a style of eating. It's like mixing textures. So whenever I can have crispy and soft, or like if you mix 2 kind of feels into one meal, that's real. Yeah, so like, you know, if you have chips in a sandwich, or yeah, something crunchy with the chewiness, that kind of stuff. There is some pepper jack cheese and mustard. All right, we're talking. Now, is it like a white bread? Is it a brown? Is it, yeah, what is it, a toasted bread? Like crispy ice cream.xyz. Well, yeah, kind of like yeah, like ice cream sandwiches, or when they're like the ice cream cones where, oh yeah, I mean, okay, the ice cream cone, right? When you get to the waffle cone part and the ice cream's all melted inside of the cone, and when you take those final bites of the cone, that is what I'm talking about, because you get that crunch and crisp of the cone with the ice cream. Italian bread, not toasted. All right. I don't know what that is. I don't know my breads. So I was just asking questions without really knowing the answers. Yo, we've gone all stream, and my freaking cats. This has just been an empty bed this whole time. Keepa, Nala. Where are you guys? Keepa. What a lonely stream. I have you guys, though. Thank you very much. My freaking cats, the ones that I thought I could depend on, they've just been MIA. They're cat-caughting you. Is that like a... I thought it was like something for like ghosting. They're ghosting me right now. Whatever. Italian bread, not toasted. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. I'm not disappointed, Low Bass Guy. I'll accept anything at this point. I'm starving. Okay, so what did I do? Oh yeah, so I wrote down this note. We're gonna watch this video. Hopefully I won't get copyright struck. If I do, you know what? It was worth it, because I do need to stretch the boundaries a bit and see what I can get away with. Now, we're not going to be ripping this guy's video. I do want to pause, and I'm trying to learn from it. This guy is Kyle McDougal. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put a link in the chat, and we'll give him a nice little subscribe. Look at that dinging happening. You can only like a boycott. Gotcha. A cat caught. I didn't get the connection there. You can only depend on cats to be undependable. Yeah, that's true. when you least expect them, right? Okay, so I'm taking notes here of filmmaking techniques because I would love to learn how to be a better filmmaker while we're making our next short film. So in particular, I'm looking up like documentary style because that is kind of the style I would like to emulate or at least apply for future trips. You know, like everywhere I go, I would love to be able to interview some of the locals there while weaving in some kind of a broader story. So if a boy cat is called a Tom, that would be Tom Cotting. Gotcha. Tom and Jerry, I mean, that exists for a reason, right? I'm assuming Tom is the cat. I don't know. So my first note that I made here is because I noticed with some of the other videos, a lot of these videos, they tend to do the black strips on the top and bottom. So they kind of, because I'm assuming they didn't actually film this with whatever camera that creates that. Is it like a 35? I keep hearing the word 35 millimeter or something. I know it's like some kind of old school film technique or something, but yeah, anyways, I do see this. And a lot of times, like in the movies, they do kind of this super wide angle. So I think that is something I also want to try myself. And we actually technically have been doing it in our videos, right? So like in the Mongolia video, I have this as part of the trailer before it opens up to the full screen. Now, can I do this for the entire video? That's a nice question. I think that could be interesting to try out, but I'm not sure. At the very least, I'm taking a note of this in ChatGPT. So as a reminder, for instance, if we play from our start here, we have the strip at the top and bottom here, and it does make it feel a bit more like, I don't know, interesting, cinematic maybe. And then here, and then we have it kind of move away. Yeah, so. All right, let's keep listening.
The process and focus on how to structure and tell the story to create the most impact and keep your audience focused.
Ooh, I like that. Oh, you know what? I need another thing to keep track of all the different transition concepts. Damn it. I have too many things going on at once with ChatGPT. Should I just open up another one? All right, we're going to do that. Also, I don't know if ChatGPT is the best one to like keep track of all these things. Now that I'm realizing its memory is not as good as I thought it should be. But filmmaking techniques, tips. Please keep track of every note I take in this chat related to transition and sound effects. Transition, sound, and visual effects that I like and would want to potentially use in my own projects. Okay. So we'll kind of keep track of two things at once. So in this case, I liked, what did I like about that?
Keep your audience focused.
It was like a, for sound effects.
Impact and keep your audience focused.
A nice, damn it, I don't know how to describe this. Single click sound that might come from an old school film projector, switching slides. I don't know if these are the right terminology for that. For visual effects, using centered text for titles in white or yellow color. And oh, you know what I can do? Yes. Can I copy this? Here, 1 second. Let me see. Share. Yeah, okay. So then what I'll do is I'll copy the link for that specific section. See monsters have been known to eat blood. Yo, Primal Nation, thank you for testing that out. I feel like that's similar to one we've used, right? But it was one of the good ones. We do like our singing voice donos, and that one did a decent job. It didn't finish the thing. I'm not going to sing the rest, but sea monsters have been known to eat what? Fish and chips. Nice. Yo, I'm getting hungry now. Turkey sandwich is now fish and chips. Nice. Welcome, Primal Nation. Good to have you here. This is the only reason I'm here. Yes. I don't blame you. I thought it would be the cats, but the cats aren't here, but you're still here, and it's because of that beautiful voice dono. Fish and chips. That was a good one, yes. But yes, welcome, Primal. We are just working on Mongolia episode 2 right now, and I'm watching a video about documentary filmmaking tips. I'm hoping I won't get copyright struck, and in the meantime, I'm... Wow. I was hoping for a different way to sing that out, but thank you for attempt. The attempt was all that mattered. Let me think of this. Balls. Low bass guy says balls. Thank you for that. And you regret nothing? That's good too. Balls. For visual effects, okay. And same thing. All right, let's keep going.
What we're going to do is we're going to look at 2 of my films today. We're going to focus...
For soundtracks, I like the use of stringed instrument plucking for a more light-hearted but informative tone.
Mainly on the one on You Will Survive Doomsday, which I've shown a number of times on here, but I'm just going to walk through the different parts of the film and talk about my thoughts when I was structuring it. And this is kind of the method that I use for all of my short documentaries. So we have the opening with the hook, then the middle where the story kind of unfolds, and then the end where we kind of close it out and wrap things up. So I'm going to focus on 3 parts today, and I just also want to mention, I said this in the last video, but this is just my way of working. Obviously, there's a number of different ways to approach this, so just take from it what you will. But let's jump on the computer. We'll jump into the first part. So we're going to start by talking about the intro or the open.
Okay, so here it says that the part 1, the intro. So this is exactly what I'm trying to get for our act 1. So imagine it says like act 1, and then it'll say community or whatever the term is that we work with. Primarily says still working on the camera. Nice. Feel free to send if you have another version of it, or if you're at a good spot with it, if you want to share with us, feel free. But yeah, I'm excited to see the final result. But yeah, this kind of title thing is exactly what I want. Give me a second though. In the meantime, I'm trying to start putting everything together. So for instance, this one here. This is going to be right after. This is our intermission. So basically, after this song plays, and we're going to put all the B-roll in between. At some point, we fade to black, and then Act 2 pops in, which is this one here. So then we have Act 2, or no. This will be the Eagle intermission. So we have to find a clever titling and stuff, but this is like intermission number 1. And it's all, each intermission is about like the eagle. It's a story of the eagle. And just showing different moments, right? So this is like version number 1 where we see the eagle in flight. And then we'll just play it out. And each of these lasts about like a minute. Ideally, it won't be longer than a minute, because it's an intermission, so we don't want it to feel too long. It's just a nice little palette cleanser from each scene. And then here we need to also then find a good soundtrack that can fit for these kind of like 1 minute long moments. So then this would play out in its entirety. Maybe, I mean, we could add some like fun facts that pop up on the screen, but I think it's just better to, yeah, it's just a nice little palette cleanser with some, you know, cinematic footage, with some nice soundtrack to kind of fit with it, before we jump back into the other acts where we have the local singing. This one has color in it. Oh, you sent one? Okay, let me check it out in a second here. I'm just looking through this clip real quick. And then same thing, it'll fade to black before we start Act 2, which is on... It's a throat singing one. So yeah, I'm just kind of multitask here. Let's check out what Primal's working on. Oh man, we got some cool shots from people. 1 second. Yo, thanks for sharing at Photo Elite. We'll check it out on stream now, or if you pop in later. Look at that. So what'd you say? More progress, more color. I posted another progress. This one has color in it for the progress. The title of it is called Lights, Camera, Mimic. Nice, nice. Yo, that's so cool. Man, look at all the the granular details. Nice. What is this? Which creature is this one? Yo, Dig Photo Inspirations. Thank you very much for the follow. Photo. Anytime I see photo or art, I'm like, oh, this must be another, like a fellow artiste. So let me just make sure I'm following. Okay, I am following you. Good. Yo, it looks like you do a lot of wildlife stuff as well. Is that correct? I'm seeing... just on your page here, you got a big ass eagle. Kind of looks like a stellar seagull, almost. Not that I know my birds, but thank you very much for the follow. That is the echo sound, but thank you very much. Thank you. We are also wildlife photographers over here. We're just checking out one of our followers here, Mr. Primal Nation ENT, who is also a streamer. He created this, or it's not finished yet, but this is his next. Is this for your emote? Is that right, Primal? Well, yeah, that looks super dope. Thanks for sharing. And then we'll go through some of the photos from Photo Elite if he pops in later that he had shared in our Discord. But yes, thank you very much, Dig Photo Inspiration. Actually, speaking of eagles, we are technically working on Mongolia Episode 2. And not the same kind of eagle, but this is the golden eagle that I spent time with. And so we are trying to make like a Episode 2. Focus on my time with the eagle hunters. So you're watching me multitask a bit here. I'm just watching a video about documentary filmmaking. I'm pausing it a lot because I'm going to be like taking notes of all the key things that they do that I think I want to do in future videos. So we're in learning mode, as well as, yeah, entertainment mode, hopefully. 1 second. I have 2 things going on here with ChatGPT. I'm watching a YouTube video. Okay, so this is for keeping notes, and this is for sound effects and stuff like that. Okay, let me go ahead and just hit enter. Let's get these processed. And then we were waiting for another thing from ChatGPT, right? Where is it? This one. Why is it still loading? What the hell? It might be done already and it's just saying this. One second. Let me copy this and refresh. Nope. Is it really still processing? Damn. Did I ask such a profound question? Alright, so he's added a few things, hopefully with the reference link. Want me to keep grouping links alongside each entry like this for quick jumping, or just list the effect itself? Please keep linking. Please keep providing the link as you've done. If I provide a link with the relevant note. Okay, let's keep watching our YouTube video here. I don't know where to put it. I have too many tabs open right now. Primal, you said that's the design that is developing in the Polaroid picture. Yo. Yeah, no, I got that. It's a public share emote. You, Cat, and another photographer will be having rights to use the emote. Yo, dude. Well, thank you very much, Primal. You are giving more than you're receiving from me, so I appreciate it, and we'll have to return the favor somehow. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if my emotes that I've created are to your standard though. That's a problem. But if there are any emotes that I've created that you're like, oh, it could work, do tell. Do tell. Okay, let's keep listening to this and editing this.
Opening up the film, and you only have a short period of time to make an impression on your audience, so it's important for this first section to be impactful and instill kind of a sense of curiosity so that the viewer wants to keep watching. So my process with the opening of a film has always been just to kind of give the viewer like a little hint or hook them somehow. This is going to be story specific, it's going to be different for everyone, but basically just give them a little something in a pretty short period of time, say like 45 seconds or a minute max, just so they want to stick around. It's really important during the intro, obviously, to kind of catch.
Well, that's kind of what we're doing, right? We have like the first 45 seconds is essentially our hook. And that's trying to front load some of the coolest moments in our case. And yeah, so I think that's fine. We got that covered. Okay, give me a second. I'm just trying to copy this over.
Someone's attention to make them want to see how that plays out. So with You Will Survive Doomsday, we'll check out the intro here in a second. Obviously, when I was interviewing Bruce, he had some pretty heavy statements just about nuclear war, stuff like that. So I chose to take a couple of those.
Another thing I'm finding interesting is the way he's framed himself in this video. Obviously, it's just like a tutorial video and whatever, but it's interesting that he's like framed himself as kind of like on the right third of the frame and looking to the left, which is like technically is, I feel like that's a standard interview technique, at least from when I did my brief research before I did a few interviews myself. It was like, hey, place your subject on either the right or the left side, especially or mainly when you're having a two-person interview. So if it's like they're speaking to someone else, then put one on the right and then have the second person on the left. But in this case, he's talking straight to us. So I'm finding it curious that he's decided to not center himself or look straight on to us, but instead angle himself looking off this way. I'm curious by that. I'm not sure what it means, but it's interesting.
Lines, just, the film opens up. He's in his environment. He's eating pie. You kind of see these interesting visuals. And then he's traveling out to this shelter that he's made, or this underground nuclear shelter. And he sang a couple really heavy lines. So when that scene closes, the audience is kind of left thinking, okay, I want to stick around. I want to keep watching this because I really want to see what this guy's all about and where this goes. So we'll check out the intro and then we'll come back to this for a second.
Okay, this is something I do also need to employ or deploy. I don't know what the right term is here. Primal. Ooh, he said if you have any photos that has a good shot of a monkey, I'll use for an emote. Well, you are in luck, sir, because I have so many shots of monkeys. I got chimps, gorillas, baby gorillas, baby chimps. Do I? Yeah, kind of. Not the best, though. We have, like, lemurs. We got the rhesus macaque, I think is what it's called. The macaque monkeys. Yeah, we got plenty, okay? And some of them have some crazy facial expressions. So yeah, maybe you know what we'll do later on, when we're not in this zone. I'll kind of go through some of them and you tell me if there's one that really resonates with you. Okay, so here, one of the techniques that I like, I guess two things. One, you're revealing your subject, but you're having something in the foreground and the subject stays in the background. But you're giving enough space, so like in this kind of wide angle view, it gives some depth here, which I like. And like literally, you just got something blocking the way in the right third. But it kind of makes you feel like you're peering into his life from a distance, right? So it's like we're like being a bit sneaky almost, like like the film, the way he filmed it makes me feel like I'm a spy peering into his life, but as in like he doesn't know we're here, so we get an authentic view of what he's doing and not like he knows we're here, if that makes sense. So I feel like that's a really nice style if we want to feel like we want to convey a very genuine, authentic moment from the subject. So that's one thing I like here. The other thing I like is he's got like a nice faded look to it, right? So it's not like a pitch black foreground. Anything that's dark, he's like applied some kind of a like a faded look, like lifting the blacks or the shadows kind of. So I kind of like both of these concepts. And then he's got nice light coming from the left. I'm not very good at video editing in the sense of like artificially applying lights and stuff like that. I do need to learn that. So okay, let me write this down though. And then in the meantime, what I was doing here, so I think this is Act 1. This is intermission 1. This is Act 2, which is the throat singing and like the wild traditions. And then, oh wait, I thought I pasted it in. Okay, there we go. And then this will be intermission 2, which is the GoPro shots from both angles. So the next one is Act 3, which is the value of family. So that'll be the Lady of the House one as the underlying song. Let me just keep writing here. Let me just add these in here. Okay. 2, I like this technique where he places the subject in the background / distance while having some obstruction in the foreground. For example, he has one shot where subject is positioned in the left third background, working on his craft, while the right third foreground, there is some partition or wall that blocks the view, adding depth and distance from the subject, which fits the mood, almost like we are spying on his life and he's unaware of our presence, since we feel so far away from him that the moment feels more genuine, whatever he's doing. Okay. Lady of the House shot. Let me grab the Lady of the House.
Most people think it's a nutty idea. No nuclear war is going to happen.
Okay, I'm gonna be making so many pauses here. Okay. One thing I like though, filmmaker adds some natural shake to the shot. Close-up shot of filmmaker takes multiple shots from various angles of a key action, of an action. For example, subject is putting on his coat, but the filmmaker shoots from one angle at a far distance, then also shoots a close-up of the subject's hands as he's buttoning up the coat.
Man's too smart for that.
Then a third shot showing the subject's face as he dons on a hat and leaves the house.
And if it does, besides, it'd mean the end of everything.
And then a final shot of the subject opening the door, but from the point of view of outside the home, facing the door as subject steps out and walks towards the camera. So I like this intentional thought process where he decided in advance to film multiple angles and probably multiple requests of the subject to repeat some action for dramatic / cinematic effect. That must be so awkward though in real life. You're talking, like, imagine you're the filmmaker and you're telling this dude like, okay, hey, could I film you putting on your coat? I'm gonna stand all the way in the hallway and just film you. And that's what this scene here, right? It's like, hey, okay, can you put on your coat? Just wait 1 second, let me get my camera ready, and let's make sure there's enough light. Okay, go. He puts on the camera.
Nuclear war is going
He
to
puts
happen.
on the jacket. Okay, cool. Now, can we just have you pause? I'm gonna now switch lenses or get my other camera. Okay, ready? Now I just want you to button it up. Ready? Go.
Man's
And he buttons
too
it up.
smart for that.
And say, okay, cool. Now, let's go outside near the door real quick. And don't put your hat on yet. Hold on, let me make sure I have the right lens. Go. And then he's like, oh, cool. Open the door.
And if it does, besides,
Cool. Now close that door. Let me go outside. Okay, and then I'm going to give you a signal. And then I want you to open the door again. Cool? All right. And boom.
it'd mean the end of everything, so there's no need to worry about it.
And I there's something about that I find very enjoyable, though. Or it's kind of cool to think, because it's like, we take it for granted, I guess. Or I take it for granted when I watch a movie, usually, where it's like you see a bunch of these shots about a single action, and you don't even give it a moment's notice. You're like, oh yeah, of course. We're just seeing him put on his jacket, put on the hat, open the door to step outside. And in reality, like, to get a simple, like, few seconds of a scene, it requires so much effort behind the scenes in order to tell such a seamless sequence. So there's a lot of work. And this is like the intention that I normally don't have when I travel. And that's the intention that I'm hoping to become like muscle memory, and also something I want to make use of for future travels, where I have this kind of shot list. I have this kind of thought process of vision of like, hey, yeah, I want this, and I don't want to just be one single film of you putting on your jacket from a distance and then stepping out. It's like, no, I want to even ask the subject to, we're going to do multiple attempts because I just want this one clean scene. And I think that's cool. Okay, anyways. Where were we? Oh yeah, I need to find the Lady of the House footage. Let's keep playing.
That's the way everybody feels.
This one.
There's enough nuclear destruction that if 100th of it, or maybe even 1,000th of it, were used.
Okay, so good close-up shots as well. Man, the way this guy did all his color grading is so impressive. And like I do hope I can learn how to do that. Like it's one thing to just like apply someone's LUTs, but it's another if I can actually learn the actual color science and like the different effects within DaVinci, right? Like DaVinci is very powerful. It's got all these tools, and I barely scratched the surface with it in terms of using yeah, any number of these tools to actually figure out like how do I want to make some really, really custom changes. But we're gonna start learning. That will be definitely some key aspect of like what I hope to learn through these streams, through people I meet in the community who are video editors and all that kind of stuff. So
In the world of 50,000 nuclear weapons, well, it wouldn't take many just to destroy humanity forever.
all right, we need our intermission eagle shot number 3. Which one would that be? Oh yeah, this is gonna be
So obviously with
selfie
the head,
of me
where the intro
and
starts
eagle
to end, and there's
landing
kind of a
on
lot
my
of
arm.
mystery, a lot of intrigue. Obviously, that closing line from Bruce is pretty heavy. So it's setting up kind of this mystery, but it's also revealing a little bit about the character, and it gives the audience a hint of what this is going to be about. But the main thing is, for me, it all really comes down to that hook, and that's going to be different for every film in terms of how dramatic it is. Obviously, with this film, it's pretty in your face. You definitely want to stick around to see what happens from here, but for other films, it can be a little more subtle. It's all going to really depend on the story and the subject matter. So really important, you know, reveal a little bit about the story and then just hook the audience somehow. So that can either be a question, a statement, but just leave them wanting to come back to that
For
next
more.
scene after the intro. But we're going to check out another film here as well. So this is a film that I shot for Sigma lenses, and this is a short kind of portrait of a photographer, one of my friends whose name is Wayne Simpson. And for this was him going out to kind of photograph a subject, but really
Yo, this is where we want to be. So my aspiration, which I've shared before, is I would love to become a true filmmaker. And then imagine it's like we can travel somewhere, because it's like it's one thing to tell a story like this in Dubai, and there are these kind of interesting stories I want to test out in Dubai. There's a lot that people don't understand, or like there's a lot about like the culture and the life in the Middle East, and especially where I am, like in UAE, that Westerners like myself barely understand. I'm still scratching the surface of it. And it's like very interesting stories that I think can be told. And so I do want to create like like a film crew and film production where we can even start with areas near Dubai where I can do this kind of documentary style, revealing nice little storylines and stuff like that. And I think we have the talents possible to do it. Not just on my own, I'm saying like with other, videographers or anyone else. So if I can put together a nice crew where we can do these kind of storytelling things, I think that'd be cool. And then the second challenge is, can you do it while abroad? Can we do like film crews going around the world to capture these stories? And that's a challenge. But look at this setup. I would love to have one of these kind of rigs.
theme and the main message in this film is one about evolving as a photographer and just kind of
Damn.
these struggles that we all face as creatives. So obviously the hook in this intro is a lot more subtle than with Bruce's, obviously completely different subject matter, but it still sets up a little bit about what the film is going to be about. So we'll check out the first, say, 45 seconds of this.
You can't plan how your career is going to go. I've hit so many dead ends, and I've definitely had a couple of points where, I thought, is this really worth it? Is anybody even looking at the...
Yeah, what do you call this technique? I like this though. It's like peering over the shoulder, like peering. Yeah, I don't know what you would call this. Hey, what's up, Siegfried? Siegfried JPEG. Siegfried. Remind me, man. It's you're Goomba, right? Is your alter ego Goomba something? Or am I mixing you guys up now? But Siegfried, yes. Okay, it is cool. You know what? I keep shitting on my memory, but I feel like, you know what? It's been I've had more hits than misses with my memory recall. But yeah, welcome back, Siegfried. It's been a while. It's been some time. How have you been? How's life? I'm just taking notes here real quick. I'll explain what we're doing in a second. Another film technique I've seen used, which I like, is when the filmmaker does a close-up shot of something, but from behind the subject. So, for example, close-up shot of the hands of the subject holding something, and the camera was shot just above and behind and to the right of the subject's shoulder, like we're peering over their shoulder to see what they are looking at. So for the foreground is partially obstructed and blurred out, e.g. part of subject's shoulders, while the background is the main focus of the shot, which is what the subject is holding in his hands. Siegfried, been super busy with deadlines. Yes, I hear you. Hopefully you've been able to meet those deadlines. What you're watching me do, just to catch you up to speed, we're multitasking a bit, but most of our focus right now is on Mongolia episode 2. We have, in your absence, let's say, so we finished episode 1. I think you were there for that when we launched the first episode. Now we are in multitasking mode. I spend some time editing Mongolia episode 2, as well as editing photos for from my trip to Japan from earlier this year. So I'm just trying to put the finishing touches. I just released a couple tours on my website, trips to Uganda, very, very expensive ones. But yeah, so we're now trying to advertise for that, promote the trip to get people to join for a couple trips to Uganda for next year for like gorillas, chimpanzees, and shoebill storks. But then secondarily, I'm looking to organize a trip for early February, like the beginning of February of next year, which is coming up pretty quickly. So I'm trying to edit these photos so then I can put it onto my website, and start advertising for that trip since it's coming up soon. So in the meantime, though, we are still editing our Mongolia trip, and we've done a lot of soul searching, let's say, with how can we make episode 2 feel as impactful as episode 1 while developing new skills as a filmmaker. So I wanted to completely change up the storytelling style of episode 2. So after a lot of back and forths and brainstorming, I've landed on a concept where the story will be told mainly through the songs of the people. And so, for instance, throughout this episode, we spent a lot of time indoors because the weather was so frigid. And during that time, we actually, I got to spend with them. I was recording and filming when they were all taking turns playing on one of the local instruments. and then singing. So we have some shots of Aibo, some shots of this one lady of the house who sang for us. We have like a Mongolian throat singer who sings for us, and they're all like different styles. Like some are upbeat, some are more dramatic, more actiony. And so then we're tying that and making each song the actual chapter, let's say, or the act. And so each chapter or act will then kind of convey some value or theme about the people of Mongolia, at least through my lens of like who I spend time with. So hopefully the concept's there. I'm just kind of putting it all together now onto the timeline. And then in the meantime, I'm also just watching a quick video about like how to be a better filmmaker and just different techniques people use. And as I see interesting like strategies or techniques, I'm trying to keep track of them. And we're using ChatGPT to kind of take notes of it all. So anyways, that's what we're doing. And so I feel a bit productive doing this because I'm learning as we go. So, okay, so where were we? We have the eagle shot. So this will be intermission number 1, 2, 3. This is intermission number 3, which is the eagle landing on my arm. So the next one is the song from Aibo, which is a more dramatic song. So let me go, let's keep playing and then let's find it. Yo, I like that. Do that again.
Is anybody even looking at these?
That was great.
Is anybody even looking at these?
So I've done something like that, but not as epic as what we just saw. And it was like a very soft sound effect as well. Okay. Let me copy that over. Another a visual and sound visual effect to add, doing a super fast montage of images within the span of a second. Starting with a bright flash.
Is anybody even looking at these?
Transitioning into the first shot, followed by a machine gun speed of burst of other images. We're gonna take this can I take this 1 frame at a time? Playback speed. But it's like he's not just using typical images like one after the other.
And
It's like how do I say?
these...
Like the shots themselves look really cool, right? It's like this photo here. It's more as a video, I guess. Orbiting, nice like film burn. And then some of these shots are, they're not really photos, I guess. It's just like different film moments of photos, but at different angles, which is kind of cool. And then mixing them. And then, I really like that effect. I don't know how to replicate it right now, but we'll keep track of it. Burst of other images. Taken, other frames of images taken at different angles before a final bright flash and burst ends the fast motion sequence and transitions back to a full screen view of something. All right, BC, you slowly, you're building your way back up to where you started today. 67,000 PPs. We're going to join this heist. Heist 1092. Okay. I need to find the Aibo song. Yo, what just happened? Yo, puzzling old man. It's Mr. Palm. Old man has raided us. Thank you very much. Yo, it's been a while, I think, right? Yeah, well, it's been a while, firstly, with Puzzling Old Man, and it's been a while with Siegfried in the chat as well. So it's kind of cool that everyone's coming in today. Today's a good day. Today is day 40, so it is a very, very good day. And hello, Photo Elites. Photo Elite, we want to go through some of your images that you sent into the Discord, so we'll do that since you're here. But thank you, Puzzling Old Man. You are the best. Puzzling Old Man, let's just check out your stream real quick again. Making sure I'm following you. Yes, good. Yes, we had a lot of fun last time you raided us. Although, it also made me realize how shitty I am at puzzles. So, yeah. Puzzling Old Man is named Puzzling Old Man because he does puzzles. I don't know if he's an old man, but he does puzzles. And I didn't know that was a concept for streams. And it was like, once he explained it, I was like, yo, that's actually pretty fun. So we had ChatGPT come up with some riddles and puzzles for us. And then I failed so miserably, I said, you know what, this is not fun because all I'm doing is showing people how my brain does not function. But yes, Photo Elite, welcome Raiders. Yes, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. We're multitasking quite a bit today. It hasn't been that long, a week or two. Listen, that's a long time, okay? Yeah, we've only been streaming for 40 days. So that's like almost, you know, day 30 maybe that you were here or something, right? Or maybe before then. So a lot's happened, though. A lot's happened since you've been gone, or since we've last spoken. Puzzles are awesome, you said. My 4-year-old daughter loves them and is damn good at them. Okay, well, now you're just rubbing in my face, which is fine. You know, it is what it is. She's already doing 200-piece puzzles on her own. Damn, okay. You know, I do remember during COVID days when we were all locked inside, I did buy a bunch of puzzles. And that did, you know what? That did pass the time. I will say, that did pass the time. But then we had one puzzle that was missing a piece, which is, I almost cursed there, which I'm trying not to do for now. Yeah, it was missing a single piece, which is like, yo, what the hell, man? You know, that's like every puzzler's worst nightmare, I'm assuming, right? But anyways, that was annoying. I still ended up framing it though, but it was just missing a freaking piece right in the center. So, but yes, thank you, BC. Hopefully, you've been doing well. Puzzling, thank you. Hope you've been doing well. Lost the stream, you're back. No worries, Puzzling. I was just talking about how much I hate the fact that I'm not good at puzzles. But yeah, so what are we doing right now? And welcome, guys. Anyone who is new to the chat, we are on day 40 of my streaming journey. So I am streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And yeah, I figured if I'm going to try this, I might as well try all three at once and see how I like it. And it's been intense, but we've been streaming 40 days in a row. We have not, as of yet, missed a day. And so we usually stream around, 7 to 8 hours every day. And I do focus mostly on wildlife and travel photography and videography, and more of my time is now shifted over to videography, but we are an aspiring filmmaker, so I would not classify myself as of yet as someone that's like professional in that space. But we started a YouTube channel about a year ago, and a lot of what we do on stream is trying to create content for that YouTube channel. So if you would like to see, and I'm going to show you guys in a second, but if you would like to see our latest work that I created from live streams, so from day 1 of our live stream up until day 25, we created this entire video, which I just sent the link to. It's on my YouTube channel. The entire video was created, all behind the scenes you can watch from these live streams. It is my favorite piece of work that I've made, and in large part because of people in the chat who have supported in the making of this video. Through all your suggestions and feedback and positive vibes and all that. So if you have some time, I would love for you to check that out. It is 17 minutes long. So if you have 17 minutes at some point, feel free to check it out. Let me also then play for you guys what we're working on for episode 2. So this right now is episode 2. we've been struggling through this in terms of figuring out the right concept of what episode 2, which will be the final episode of my Mongolia travel series. How do we tell this story? So I want you to ignore the text that you see there, because this is from episode 1, but the visual I think is what we'll use as our opening hook. And then imagine my voiceover and the text will be different, but we'll give some, you know, interesting words to hopefully hook the audience to watch the rest of the video. This video will definitely be more around the eagle hunters, their way of life, and a bit more on the cultural side of things. And then we're early days right now. So we're very, very early days of starting to actually put this together scene by scene. And so even now I'm like realizing some things I might change. For instance, this one, I think we wanted to start a little bit later. I think I wanted to actually stay, I don't want the audio or anything to show up too soon after the trailer. So let me see. Let's extend that a little bit, and then maybe just slightly earlier, just a little bit. So anyways, yeah. So I think we got this. There's so much we need to start doing here. Let me delete this though. We gotta delete more stuff. Is it this one? Okay. But yes, this is what we do on stream. Puzzling Old Man, do you have a particular story you are trying to tell or message you're trying to convey? Yes, thank you for asking, because I've been struggling through this with ChatGPT. Let me see what I wrote as of recent. Also, we're multitasking by watching a YouTube video right now on documentary filmmaking tips. And so I'm trying to keep track of anything I call out, like anything I see that I'm like, oh, this is a really cool technique. I want to apply this in my my videos. So for example, you can see they do that same technique here where they apply like a black strip at the top and the bottom to make the scene more wide angle, which I've been doing a bit, so I'm going to continue doing it. And I've noticed everyone, or like this kind of, like even the framing. So it's like, okay, if I travel for my next shoot, I have to create like a shot list where I want to get some shots of the subject doing something, but then I want something covering the foreground a bit, like so partial kind of obscuring of the scene, but kind of making it feel like we're peering over the shoulder. So that kind of technique's nice. 1 second. Let's play this back at normal speed. So we're doing that, and then yeah. So to answer your question here, I wrote it down, so I'm trying to see where. Okay, you know what? If I can't say it without reading my own words, what's the point? So, Puzzling Old Man, I thought the letterboxing was just because the aspect ratio of the... thank you very much. Letterboxing, that is a term. Letterboxing was just because the aspect ratio of the camera didn't match the aspect ratio of the TV/video. No, I think people do that just for like the creative, feel. You know, it's almost like, because I've seen it for other videos. It's like a Hollywood thing, right? Like if you go to the movies, a lot of videos will be like this very, very wide angle approach. So I thought it was like some filmmakers are trying to mimic like some old school style of filming, maybe like when there was like film camera or something to that effect. I'm not sure, but like every one of these videos I've been watching around like short film documentary style, they've been doing the exact same thing. They do the letterboxing, and that's what I've been doing in my trailers, right? So usually I'll have the trailer, and I have the letterboxing, but then I remove the letterboxing when the trailer ends. So here I just have it disappear. But the reason I have it disappear is mainly because the footages that I captured, sometimes I don't want to crop whatever I've got in there. And it's a lot of work to have to reapply each frame or each scene or each clip to make sure I'm not cropping something I shouldn't. But at least for the trailer, for some reason, in my opinion, it felt like it makes it feel more like a film as opposed to just like a vlog. So it's more of a separation of the style maybe. But I don't know. I just don't know the technical reasons. You said, I didn't know it was an artistic choice rather than a technical limitation. Photo Elite says, many films are shot in a wide aspect ratio, like a 2.35 to 1 ratio. Yeah, that's the one I think I'm using, I think, to give a cinematic feel. When shown on a standard less wide screen, like a 16:9 TV or computer monitor, letterboxing fills the screen with these black bars, maintaining the original proportions and avoiding image distortion. Yeah. Exactly. So I don't have to like stretch my image or like shrink it or, you know, like squish the image in any way. But it was like, yeah, it's like in a world you would be like, yo, why wouldn't you want the full screen? Wouldn't you want to, like, if you had this, why are you intentionally blocking it out of your shot? But it is like this, it's like a cinematic feel to it. So it is an artistic choice. And every time I'm watching these things, like the one I'm showing here, right, they're doing the exact same thing and they keep it for the entirety of the film. But yes, Puzzling Old Man, let me respond to your initial question. I do have a particular story for this episode 2 that I want to convey. If you recall, like, so episode 1, it was me kind of like, it was a typical travel vlog style of a story where I was showing me entering, like, here I am flying into Mongolia, arriving into the mountains, and then I kind of just talk every day of what I did. And a lot of the overarching theme was also around like the nature. It was about this, it was called Into the Blizzard. So it was about this crazy snowstorm that I experienced. And it was one of the worst storms that they had experienced in over a decade. And it ends with even showing the death of one of the horses of the farmer, or not the farmer, but the nomadic eagle hunter I was staying with. So it's a little bit of just like a typical travel vlog story. It's like, hey, there is no real theme besides like, hey, watch me travel to this country, which is fine. But for this episode 2, I wanted to have a bit more of an intentional feel to it. So this one, it's going to be focused on, like, if you walk away from this 15-minute video, let's say, I want you to hopefully get a nice glimpse of the people that I spent time with, the way of the people that I spent time with, through a few different core themes, which would be things around like the communal aspect of the people, the family bonds and the family values that they share, but also like the wild traditions, like the eagle hunting traditions, seeing them out in the wild, and like the things that are more foreign, as well as the nature that they live in, right? Like the survivability of like the fact that they live in this such a remote location that feels very foreign and almost like an alien planet, how that shapes their culture. So everything is about like understanding the culture, but I'm trying to show it in the lens of like mixing in some of the foreign aspects with the familiar, right? So you start off with like feeling like, oh, maybe not start off, but you're getting mixes of like, these are things that I cannot relate to. I don't know what an eagle hunter is. Like, whoa, this kind of lifestyle is completely 180 from my own. So it's very foreign to me, but it's interesting. So you're getting a glimpse into like what makes this culture unique. So then with the foreign elements though, I also want to then connect it back to the fact that like, well, as foreign as their lifestyle is, and as far away in a remote location that they live in halfway across the world, I am seeing though the way they interact with the community aspects, how they bond with each other, the social aspects, the way they raise the family, and all the things that I hopefully captured properly in my shots. I wanted to then feel like it connects you back, and realizing like at the end of the day, we're all humans, that no matter how different our cultures are, we do have a lot of things that we share in common. So it's a little bit of that foreign and the familiar aspects that I want to tie in. But really, it's just kind of a glimpse into the way of life somewhere in the mountains of Altai in Mongolia. So now my struggle is the fact that like when I went here on this trip, I didn't come here with any intention. I was just here to do my typical trips and like capture everything I see without like a story in mind. And that's something I want to build into my storytelling techniques going forward. So in my future travels, I would love to be able to have a theme or a story in mind. And then I'm literally filming everything with that intention of like, does it drive towards this whatever challenge or story we put in place? Puzzling, you said, I was getting that with the eagle point of view intermixed with singing at home. Oh yeah, so then the other thing I was trying to figure out is we have some cool... So, sorry, there's so much I'm trying my best to explain, and I'm not doing a good job of it. But the way I'm going to tell this story is not going to be the same kind of expositional way that I've done in the past, where when you hear my voiceover, I'm like saying, here we are at point A in location 1, and we're now doing this, and you're about to see this happen, and then we're getting to B and C and D. And so it's like very sequential, chronological. It's very me just explaining what you're about to see. And that works for travel vlogs, but I want to try something different. So for this one, you're not going to hear a lot of my voice throughout majority of the film. Maybe just in the beginning here, like when the opening hook plays, and maybe at the end. But for everything else, I want it so it's just like the story will be told through the songs of the people, right? So each act, which points at one of the themes that I want to focus on, will be through what I filmed of some of the locals performing. So let me see if I can show you an example here in my... So right now we have the opening hook and trailer. Can I zoom in real quick? So we have opening hook and trailer for 45 seconds. Then we have Act 1, which will be on the theme of community. And then through a performance that Aibo, he was playing a song. Then we'll have an intermission. So all those eagle shots will be like intermission scenes. So they should all be somewhat short, like less than a minute or so. But it's like a palate cleanser, but still kind of, you know, making you remember like, oh yeah, we're in this wild east of Mongolia. But there's not like a real theme to it besides just reminding you of like how crazy the culture is, but also giving you a story through the lens of the eagle, because we do have some GoPro shots of from the lens of the eagle there. Then let's say Act 2 will be on the wild traditions. And so this one I have someone who I recorded who was doing some throat singing, so it's a bit more actiony. So then this will be like a montage of the eagle hunters. Then we have another intermission shot. Then we have Act 3, which is around family. So there's the lady of the house who performed on the instrument. So then it's her singing. And then each time we're going through these acts, we will switch over to B-roll of whatever footages that I have that fits that value. So like for the community one, we'll have a bunch of B-roll shots of community shots when they're like drinking together, when they're like just having fun, like those casual moments, kind of showing the bond of the people. So for like Act 2 on like the wild traditions, this is like all the shots of seeing them out, you know, in nature, dressed up, doing the eagle hunting, all that kind of stuff. Act 3 on family. So then this will be a lot of the shots of like the indoor, the kids, the family vibes. I do have some footage of like Arduk with his son, stuff like that. And then Act 4, Winter's Demand. So then this was like talking about, again, the rough physical location, like the proximity where they live, and how the harsh nature of the winter essentially dictates their culture in some ways and like their resilience. So then this will be a montage. I might even use some of the footages from episode 1 that shows like the blizzard scenes and just like how tough it is to live out there. And that's like a key aspect of their culture. And so we'll have like a dramatic song playing for that. Then we have a final intermission with the eagle and then a closing one. So that's kind of like the concept. Sorry, it's a lot and we haven't really described it yet. But like imagine in this case, right? So ignore this kind of chapter lower third. We might have something centered here that says like Act 1 community or something like that. And this song was a bit more upbeat and you can hear all of them singing together. So I figured that would be a nice one to represent community. Photo Elite, you said you should shoot with an anamorphic lens. You're going to get that 2:3:9 to 1 aspect ratio, whether you like it or not. I would love to. I don't own one, but that could be a fun one to add into my toolkit. So I might have some text here giving some context of what is going to happen. These things are just template stuff that I might remove. So then right there, so as an example, here's where I feel like the song really starts, right? You can hear like there's a bit of a change in how Aibo was performing the song. Everyone's in more unison. So this is kind of where like everything before this is where I need to get all of the pretext out of the way. So whether it's like, hey, make sure to follow me, whether it's just giving the context of like, hey, this is what we're going to see for the rest of the video. I hope you enjoy. You know, these are all the values that I witnessed during my time with the people of Mongolia, starting with Act 1, Community. So then right here. And then I like how he looks at Aibo there. It's like, you know, it's like a very positive moment as they're all singing together. So I still want to show this shot up until somewhere around here. So right when this next verse kicks in, this is when I think I'll start the B-roll. So then we're going to switch over and show some of the kind of nice montage shots of anything that I shot that represents community. So hopefully it'll be a nice little like montage feel while the song's playing. And then I'll cut out some of these moments here where like they pause in the music, but yeah. Oh, there's a blur effect here, which we don't need. And each of these songs, thankfully, it's all similar, where each song is roughly, what do we say? It's like 1.5 to 2 minutes long. So I think that's a good portion of like song mixed with montage and jumping back to the original clip. So at that point, we can then jump back to this scene, and that's a nice ending. We fade to black, blah, blah, blah. And so then Act 1 would be finished, and we have our intermission. So it would be like some of the cool shots of, in this case, and then here I need to now find some cinematic music to play. Ideally, it's Mongolian soundtrack still, but it might be tough. By the way, we have to play some soundtrack, and then we just have a nice little palette cleanser of some of the cool, you know, eagles in flight in different modes. So this is the first one I'll show, which is one of the cooler shots I took as the eagle comes straight towards us and then lands on the eagle hunter's arm. And then let's say for the next intermission shot of the eagle, that's where we have some of the GoPro shots, right? So then we can actually see it from the point of view of the eagle. And each of these, I think, are roughly about 1 minute long. So if I can keep it to less than a minute, then I think we can hit a video duration of about 15 minutes long, which is good. That's what we were hoping for. Okay, so then this would be like the next act, which is like the throat singing song. So it's like you know, it's a very like funky song, right? It's very cultural, but it's like more fast-paced, actiony. So then this is the song as it plays. We'll switch over to B-roll, and then this is where we're going to show all of the kind of like the wild traditions of the eagle hunters. So seeing them all in their fox coats, going on a hunt with their eagles, and like those kind of shots that I have. So like when they're charging in the snow towards my camera. So that's what that section is going to be. Then we hit our next intermission, which is going to be the cool shots of the eagle again. And we have 2 points of view, usually. I think this one might just be 1 point of view, I forget. Oh, no. Wait, I forget. Oh yeah, this one has 2 points of view. We have the point of view from the eagle, and then I was filming in the corner over there, and we have my point of view, so we'll probably mix both of them into a single shot. So we'll just synchronize the 2 shots to... So that's what it looked like from the eagle's point of view, and this is from my point of view. So like I said, I probably will make this one full screen, and then we'll put the eagle's point of view in like a smaller box maybe. Or I'm not sure. Yeah, and I think when I timed it, or when I looked at the timing of this, I believe this is just either just under or just over 1 minute. So both works for our concept here. Here it does a nice little bicycle kick, lands, boom, and then intermission ends roughly around here. So we'll just combine these two into one. Then this is act number 3, which is the value or the theme about family. And so here's where the lady of the house performs. So at this point, we've had 3 different people performing. And so hopefully it'll keep things mixed up and dynamic. It was a mix of like family vibe or like community vibes, and then doing the more wild traditions of the eagle hunters. And then with all the intermissions of the eagles in flight, hopefully that will also keep people interested. Yeah. So same thing, it's like when this starts, it fades into view. I'll have like it'll say like act 3, family, or whatever the title is, and then maybe somewhere else to just tie it back together. It's like the songs of Mongolia or something about the traditions or something. So right here probably is where I'm thinking the B-roll can start. So we get enough of this, set the scene. I'll stabilize the footage hopefully a bit better. And then roughly here is where we then cut to some of the B-roll around some of the family shots that I took of them. Hey, what's up, Troy Anthony? Mr. Tap, I remember you now. Yes, okay, because I called you Tap. I'm like, hey, that name's familiar, but yes. Welcome back, Mr. Tap. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you're having a good day. Thanks for being a part of our YouTube community. Hells yeah. We do not discriminate here. We're here for all 3, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. But obviously YouTube is where I'm trying to grow my channel the most, because we would love to be a full-time YouTuber, you know? It is what it is. So we're just watching my episode 2 that I'm trying to put together. I'm just talking out loud in terms of my thought process, and hopefully it doesn't make sense or not. So roughly here, we'd switch over to B-roll footages of you know, family shots, anything that falls under the theme of family. So roughly here, then we fade to black, you know, tone down the music, and then that act ends. So yeah, like even shots like this, so then this will be part of the B-roll where we see like, you know, family, anything to do with family. And I think I have enough footage, I believe, that it can convey that message in a positive way. And just like, again, it's just to show the different facets of the life of, it's, I think, a mix of like Kazakh and Mongolian people living in Mongolia in the Altai Mountains. So hopefully we can do a good job of showing the different traditions, lifestyles, the way they live, and doing it all in a positive way, of course. So we get to really understand this culture halfway across the world. And then the next intermission, I think, will be, I think for this one, just to keep things interesting as well, we might do an intermission of an eagle landing on my arm. So now that it's technically my point of view, but you have a point of view where you see me sticking my hand out and then the eagle comes through. So, and we have it from two, yeah, same thing. We have 2 points of view. So you have the point of view of me holding it. So maybe we'll play that first just to show, but yeah, so it'd be something like here. All right, eagle should be coming in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. So we see it landing. And then we have the point of view from me when I was holding the camera up. Let's see. So eagle's coming from this top, that right section there in the mountains. Here it comes. So actually for this one, we might not even put on music for this. This might just be like, let it play, because it's like my point of view. It's kind of maybe make it more immersive or ambient sound of like the wind and hearing that guy screaming for the eagle. And then I just need to figure out a way to combine this with, you know, the 2 different angles, right? So if we can combine the 2 angles into one video, that becomes intermission number 3 of the eagles. And then we get into the 4th and final theme act, which is the nature, the winter demand, stuff like that. Kevin, you said, I have a client that was referred to me, and we worked together last year. It was like corporate portraits, lots of skin retouching. Oh, that reminds me, I need to keep track of my emails and messages. I forgot how much it cost. Yeah, you got to look at your old invoices, man. Mr. Tap, how high was your heart rate? That's amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you for thinking it was amazing. It was a cool moment. Heart rate. Well, does the cold make your heart rate faster or slower? Because it was freaking cold, right? It was like -30 to -40 degrees at the time. So in a physical sense, it could be that my heart was feeling like it was going to stop. But then, yeah, the adrenaline of like seeing that freaking eagle flying right towards you. Let's play that again. Boom. Here it comes. Ready? You can see it right there, right? So it's that little guy. Let's rewind it a bit. Let's see where it came from. And these eagles are big. They're massive, you know. It's no joke. Here it comes. And like these eagles are like so powerful. They were saying like when it hunts foxes, usually they like oftentimes they will actually kill the fox on impact, just from like, literally just the sheer impact of the eagle and the talons, like the strength of their talons. Yeah. Kevin, you said total was like 1,500 for 38 images. How much is that? Like 40 an image? We worked together, and then I never heard from him again until yesterday. Hey, that's what happens. As long as you hear back. Yeah, you know what? Well, I forget how much I charged for the corporate headshots that I did for this company, but yeah, I was mentioning to you, like, for these kind of corporate events, you can charge quite a bit, right? Like in the thousands for sure, just depending on how much time you're committing and all that. So that is where I focus when I can. Troy, Mr. Tap, he said, I wouldn't survive those temperatures. Yeah, I barely survived. If you watch episode 1, you'll see even one of the horses that, like, literally they're bred to survive these this type of wild conditions. Even one of the horses died, right? So it's definitely no joke. There are a couple one-off projects I've worked with clients, and there's always that lingering, did I do something wrong? Was it over budget? Yeah, possibly. But you know what you need to do, Kevin, is like at the end of it, you need to get them to write a review for you. So even if they didn't like it, if they somehow hopefully will give you like a good review, then at least the lasting impact is that it will help you with the next client. I need to keep that in mind as well. Okay, so then this is intermission number 3. So then I need to hop in. I need to find the Winter's Demand one. In the meantime, let's continue watching this video here and learn.
I think things inevitably just take form. It's just a matter of sticking at it long enough.
Oh yeah, here we go. Something as simple as this. This is what I'm going to do for our episode 2, where it'll just be like Act 1, you know, and just the title of our act. Maybe something above it or below it that just says like these are the songs from Mongolia or whatever, just to tie it all into like each title is representing some facet of the life and traditions of the Altai people that I spend time with. So if I can condense that into like a few words, then we're good.
So obviously with this one, it's
Okay, yeah, like I do like these kind of minimalist style stuff. A film by, and it's like super tiny.
a lot more subtle.
I like these kind of panning shots where he's like moving from right to left, and then the focus is on the background, and something's obstructing the foreground, and it slowly disappears.
But my goal with this, since it was a portrait about a photographer.
And I need to learn, I really need to learn color grading, like to this effect, right? Like, I really like how this guy has, just the lighting, everything looks really nice here. Adding, I don't know how much of this is artificial, how much of it was real, but I'm realizing that video editing is no different from how I treat photo editing, where, you know, you have your before and afters, and you can go crazy with the afters, right? And it's the same thing with the video. So I need to get into that style of thinking. How do I apply these kind of linear gradients? How do I add a nice faded look somewhere, brighten up, like make a spotlight coming in from somewhere, add some glow. Even though, oh wait, one second. Kevin, you said, even though I always deliver, but it's always nice to have that thought like it wasn't me. Yeah, for sure. It's so easy to be way hard on yourself, especially when you're freelancing. Yeah. Yeah, anytime, the moment you give your price as well, right? It's like, ooh, you know, are they just finding a way to exit this conversation now because it's too expensive? There are so many variables that are outside of your control, but it's always so easy to frame it. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Photo Elite, you said 99% of that is real. The thing that isn't real most likely is that God ray. Oh, is that what you call it? A God ray? Yo, that sounds good. I know the Japanese word for this, like not necessarily this right now, but like scattered light. It's komorebi. It's one of my favorite things to shoot. Is like whether it's video or photo, when you see those the light rays cutting through, let's say a tree or like some forested canopy, and it creates like this nice scattered sun rays coming through. Komorebi. Photo Elite says everything else in that is a billion times easier to do in camera than post. Yeah, and that's what I want to. Yeah, for sure. That's what I need to learn, not just want. Like when I'm traveling at location or I'm on site of whatever it is, how do I need to build the eye for framing for video. So like thinking like, especially if it's a documentary, it's like, okay, subject, I want you to sit right in the center. Let's get a centered shot of you in your environment. We need a super wide angle and I want it to be symmetrical. or do I want it to be whatever? And here, like, this is such a cool shot because, like, clearly this filmmaker knew what he was doing. He's got these two door frames, one open, one closed, one more like a brown texture, the other more like, so one's like warm, one is more cool. He's got like that God ray, as you call it, coming in from the bottom right. And then he's also got some similar dusty light, you know, on the left side coming from the distance. So there's a lot of depth, right? And it's a nice faded look. It's a bit glowy. Yeah, it's like, man, I need to have an eye for that. And then, yeah, like the lighting. So you got, I don't know if you used any artificial light here or if it's all coming from the sun or the windows. But yeah, it's there's so much that I'm like barely scratching the surface. But this is why I'm trying to watch. I want to do a bit more of this on streams now, as long as I don't get copyright struck. So that's the main thing I'm like keeping an eye out for, is will I get in trouble for watching this somehow? Like maybe the music that they're using on the stream. And so long as that doesn't happen, I do want to keep watching different like documentary or like filmmaking techniques and take notes. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to take notes as we watch so that for my future shoots, I can apply them. Kevin, he said, that's a crazy artist shit where 99% of client feedback is great, amazing, but the second you ever feel any friction bothers you to the core. Yeah, exactly. It's always the... Well, that's not even an artist thing, right? That's just an everybody thing where you could have 99 people give you compliments throughout your day, but if that one person says something shitty about you, your whole day is ruined. Even though it's like technically you were 99 out of 100. You're batting positive. You know, you're like your average was way above. Like, man, you got 99 people to say good shit about you, and then that one person that says that one bad shit, like that's all you think about. So it is weird, like a human psyche about how we focus on the negatives for sure. Photo Elite, you said the dusty light is just haze. Something like the Ulanzi Film Og Ace can do that. What is that? I need to download a bunch of templates and stuff. I mean, I think I know how to do this in DaVinci, possibly. Like, let's see. I think it's just literally they have some kind of a gradient thing, right? So I can apply this line effect. And then maybe it's lifting the blacks. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't work. This one. So then here, if I apply this, I believe this is kind of like similar to a linear gradient. And then let's say if we stretch it out a bit and angle it. And then can I move it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this one I kind of get the general gist of it. You know, obviously this is a very crude, very, very crude example of it. But I at the very least, I understand the concept of applying something in like a linear gradient fashion. But then there's so much more to that than what I just did, obviously. And I just want to know more about the color sciences. What are like, there are some key things in DaVinci as well that I need to get very familiar with. Like for instance, I think like using the vector scope, and I know for like when you have a person in the shot, you're able to get like the proper skin tone when you like point your magnifying glass or whatever on the skin, and you have to like follow it based on this line. There's like all these interesting things that I need to just kind of brush up on and make sure I fully understand. But that's what's making this fun. And if we can do this on stream, even better, because then hopefully other people can find it engaging or interesting. And then people like you, Photo, or Kevin, or anyone else who knows more, you can chime in and like correct us or let us know more information. That's helpful. Shoot, I missed a bunch. BC says 99% of people are great responses. F the 1%. Yeah, exactly. It is a human psyche thing that we fixate on the one negative thing when we could be fixating on all the positives. Sorry, not to keep delaying reading your guys' chats, but just a quick little thought that I always say to my friends, but or like anytime I'm having a conversation with someone I know, and then they're like fixated on like these what if scenarios. Like, you know, it's like sometimes I'm not happy with my life because I think about this one decision I made a few years ago, and it's like I wish I had done this other thing. I wish I had chosen path B instead of A. And like my life would be so much better. Like all these things could have worked out if only I chose path B. And like for me, I always think of that as like a, you know, it's weird that we get so hung up over this hypothetical, futuristic, like an alternate universe world where we chose a different path and that path would have made our life perfect. When it's like, one, we will never know what path is ahead of us or like what other lives we could have lived. And it's like there's an infinite number of choices of like what your decision, other decisions could have led you to. And they're equally good decisions or like better decisions or worse decisions. Like you don't know. Like maybe if you chose path B, you would have gotten that success you wanted, but just randomly from things you can't control, you get hit by a car because of these decisions and you die the next day, right? It's like there's like an infinite number of like good and bad outcomes. So for us to fixate on like the one or the few negative outcomes, like if we had made this choice, our life would have been better. So now I feel miserable because I chose the wrong one. It's like, why are you fixating on out of the infinite choices of things that could happen? You are now trying to choose a finite version and assume that would have been what happened. It's like, no, you don't know that. Photo Elite, you sent the link here for Ulanzi. Ooh, let's check this out. Ulanzi. Yo, this looks so cool. Limited time offer. Okay, I want to save that because I don't... Maybe I want to buy this, you know? Wait, Photo Elite, is this worth buying? I'm assuming yes because you've provided it. Ulanzi. 1 second. Let me apply my email here so I can... I do want that 10% off. Thank you very much. I have to give my phone number? You bastard. Photo Elite, is this like some long con that you're doing here? My social security number? Jesus. No, I'm kidding. Oh wait, no. I don't have to do that. Let me keep reading guys' chats while I look at this cool technology here. Kevin, he said, I've learned to be like, I don't have time or energy to dwell. There's always going to be someone who doesn't like what you do or disagrees with you, says BC. So the 99% outweighs the 1%. Absolutely. Yeah, of course, of course. Kevin, although I guess it depends, right? Because it depends who that 1% is. If that 1% is like someone you look up to, obviously then like that has a, you know, significant weight to what they say compared to like nobody's. But still, I would... Actually, yeah, it always depends who gives you that negative, the negative vibes. Kevin says, like, just recently I worked with a photographer who was referred to me. She was super happy, asked me if I wanted to take on another project. You responded. You said, you're lucky so-and-so referred to you because I wasn't planning on onboarding anyone. And then ghosted. Boom. Sorry. Boom, ghosted. Yeah, you know what? And here's what I'd say. I don't find anything wrong with what you said in that message. You can't help, like, I guess, how people take what you say. And if people choose to, without knowing who you are, if someone chooses to assume the worst about you or what you said, I mean, there's a world where you could have phrased it better, maybe, sure. Like, there are some things in your control of, like, should I have said this or should I have said something else? Fine. But, you know, for someone to, like, make a bad assumption about something you said without even knowing who you are, that's on them if they choose to then take offense to something, as long as you know your intentions. And then if there's some learnings where it's like, okay, well, in the future, I won't say something like this, even if I don't mean anything bad about it, just to avoid that kind of a thing from happening. Cool. BC, if we all let the 1% break you or damage us, we'd quit what we were doing. Now, if the numbers were reversed, then that's a whole different conversation. Yeah, yeah. Like for instance, let's take this chat, right? I feel like I've really been enjoying these streams because of how positive you guys are. But I'm sure at some point, like imagine if all of you guys are saying like, yo, good job on this video, or like we're working on something, like, oh, I like how you edited something, cool. Or you're like, you know what, your jokes are funny. I did laugh. I gave it a real life chuckle. And it's like, oh, great, thank you. And all it takes that one person to hop into the chat and say this one vicious or mean thing. And it's like some stranger I don't even know. And then all of a sudden we get fixated on that. Not saying I would, but I can imagine I would for a while until I remind myself, like, yo, let's rewire our brain. It doesn't matter. I'm just emphasizing the so-and-so did you a solid. Gotcha. Let me find the email. Okay. Because that reads kind of harsh to me and I don't even feel like I have the full info. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, BC. Like there's a world, maybe Kevin, obviously you're just giving like very, very high level context. but maybe you said something which you mean, it's like a very harmless thing you're saying, and you don't mean it in some weird like you know, I'm better than you type of way, and then this person reads it that way. But if they read it that way and then they have the response that they did, you know, that's on them. And then if there's some learnings on your side, it's like, okay, well, in hindsight, I could do this, so in the future I'll reword it, or I'll rephrase myself, or I won't even say this next time. Just trying to provide you my unknowing and honest thoughts. Yes. Photolite says, yes, it's worth buying. Oh, yeah. So that's what we were doing here. We were looking at this. Thank you, Photolite, for being patient as we finally jump back into this. Wait, not yet. Let me read the few. As far as schedule and availability, I'm going to be honest with you. I would not have onboarded anyone at this point just because I'm starting to reach my capacity. But since you've gotten a referral from David, I had to make an exception. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't seem that bad. Photolite, it's a reverse engineered version of the original PMI Smoke Genie with cheaper parts and not as tight production quality control. So don't expect it to be the best in the world, but it works for indoor stuff and whatnot. Oh, wait, is this one of the... Oh, it's a fog machine. Gotcha. Someone I worked with and who's joined me on a couple of trips in the past, he's like a video editor and he's good at filming and everything, but he had a little fog machine. So I'm wondering if it's the same thing. If it ships to the US, or sorry, to Dubai. It is a fog machine, Ace Portable. Yo, I might want one of these. Wait, Photolite, do you have one of these? I'm trying to think of some of my future trips. Could I see a use for this? Yes, for like, I think for like documentary stuff. If it can add that kind of nice haze and the light diffusion or haze. Yeah, I guess, is it called light haze? Okay. And what do you do? Like, you just got to fill it up with water or something? Or like, what exactly? Oh yeah, here we go. Fog liquid. Oh, you need some specific... Okay. Thank you, Photolite. I am going to consider buying this. So I'm just going to put this over in the corner for review later off stream. Kevin, you said good point. That's the thing. People have different styles in working. That reads much better. So yeah, that's on the recipient. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't take offense to anything you said. Yeah, I can almost see, like, I can see what BC was talking about as well. Like, there's a world where you worded it where it's like, you know, in a pretentious way. Of like, yeah, I would normally ignore your request, but because this person said it, I'll give you my attention, you know, that kind of thing. But that wasn't that. So, yo, BC, you're almost back to 70,000. Congrats. Why don't you throw in a few of your favorite emotes into the chat so we can drop it back down? I don't anymore, but I sold it off when I got a PMI. Oh wait, you're saying there's something better? Yo, Photolite, what the hell, man? Why are you giving me this, why are you giving me secondhand stuff? I want the good stuff. I want what you're using. The PMI. Just popped up on my feed. Nikon Z9, wildlife shiz. Yeah, hells yeah. That's what I do. I use my Z9 for wildlife. Good emotes there. we will let the Top Gun stuff fly. No pun intended. Okay. Oh yeah, I want to look up this PMI thing. PMI sounds a little wrong. PMI product. PMI camera product? Smoke Ninja Pro. The PMI Smoke Ninja? Is this what it is? PMI Smoke Ninja. Everything's popping up as Smoke Ninja. Yo, okay, now we're talking. I can't believe you're withholding vital information from us. PMI is better, but they're also 10 times more expensive. Ulanzi's $100. PMI is $300. We're only here for the good. We're only here for the best, all right? And you know what? The more expensive, that's fine, because you guys will donate to my stream, so that's how we'll pay for it. It's all good. I believe in you guys. The PMI Smoke Ninja. All right, I want to watch. Give me a quick video on this. Let's see. All right, let's check this out. without the music. I've learned my lesson. Smoke Pro handheld fog machine. Yo, that looks so cool. Our signature presets. Dry ice. Steam. Yo, okay, that's what I want. I want to be able to light up the space like this. So wait, okay, now that we're on this kind of tangent, although I appreciate this tangent because I'm learning from it. Let me catch up on your chats real quick and then I have a question. Okay, so PMI is about, this one is about $300. Intensity of air particles or something. Is that what it stands for, you're saying? Or PMI? Particulate matter index. Okay. So wait, Photo Elite, you said you own this. So when you have one of these, do you not put a light with a softbox? So in this case, are you actually intentionally usually using a more like a directed light source as opposed to like a softbox? And then you have something. Okay, let me see. Because I can understand why in this particular situation, maybe a softbox will not give you this nice spotlight effect. 3 power levels. Okay. Smart pairing. Yo, this is so moody. I kind of... Like, I don't know how often I'll use this, though. That's the problem. But I do have some upcoming projects, or I do hope to do more projects where I can, like, actually do some interviews, like, similar to the video we were just watching. Like, yeah, stuff like this. If I'm interviewing someone, if I can just have some nice light coming in somewhere. No, that video is just a demo. I use a softbox with it. Okay. Can you put weed in it? Yeah. All right, let's check this out. Get 10% off my first order? Don't mind if I do. All right, let me go ahead and add my stuff in here. Oh, I like their logo. Yo, you bought this whole kit? That's insane. 690 bucks. Okay, this is too much. Too much for me. I just need like a simple portable one. Can you travel with this Photo Elite? They jacked the DJI logo. Oh, I guess so, maybe. Yeah, I just need to know if I can try. Can I put this on a plane? Not this whole kit, but just like the primary machine. Can I travel with this? Damn. $2,000 version? Okay, I need this one, the Haze kit. Hazer. Okay, the only thing also is this is a little bit bigger than I thought. You can probably get a fog machine. Yes, you can travel with it. All right. Yo, we got so many ideas now of things, ways to spend money. This is not good. Thank you very much for sharing that, though. That's the Genie. The Ninja is a small... Oh, okay, okay. So the one we were looking at, this one is the one I need. 1,000 square foot. Clean fog. Yeah, this is what I need. Oof. Well, no, this is too much. I need it more for, like... just adding some haze effect. Like a dusty, hazy effect. I don't need it for like the actual smoky, like, you know, dramatic effect like that. Jesus. Who walks around with that? See, I think that was too much. I think the shot they just showed was a little like, who wants that? Like, why would you want this in your wedding film, in my opinion? Like, what does this convey to show all this smoke when you're outside in your wedding dress? So, like, that kind of application doesn't make sense to me. Wait, when do you need bubbles? Yo, this feels so niche. This feels like such a... In case you have that one video shoot in the future at some point in your life, we can make bubbles for you. Now, that's cool, though. With support for wired button programmable. Okay. Wait, Photo Elite. And Kevin, since we're all in this conversation now. Oh, wait, well, let's see. Kevin, you said you don't need that. You can get a fog machine. They have 2 models. Oh, wait, Kevin, you sent me something. Okay, let's check that out in a second. That's equivalent to the smoke machine, just a cheap fog machine. Gotcha. I just need something it's portable, that I can travel with, like, on airplanes and stuff. And, yeah, so anything that doesn't take up too much space, that's ideal for me. But yeah, I'll tell you guys, I made a music video in my past somewhere. I don't know if I can find the link to it. But as part of that video, we created this effect of smoke. And it was like a comedy thing. It was like we were making like a fake Bollywood style music video around a certain topic. But then for the shot where I show the subject covered in the haze, I zoom out of the shot. So it reveals that to get that smoky haze vibe, it was literally 2 of my coworkers that were huffing and puffing through like a hookah. So they were just like smoking through a hookah and then blowing the smoke out to create the haze effect. So that was like our version of creating this. Wait, Photo, you said, did the stream just die? Oh no, I hope not. Check out the link. Refresh. I did, and Twitch is saying it's offline. It's back for me. Oh wait, did I go off stream for a second? Uh-oh. Can you guys see me? Can you guys see me and hear me? Let's see here. Did we lose the stream? You're good? Yo, Cyronius, what's up? What's up? Yeah, because on my side as well, I see it says offline. So maybe I did lose connection for a second there. But hopefully I'm back now. Thanks, guys, for being here on part 2. It sounds like most likely it cut off and we're on part 2 of our video now. Seems Twitch had a hiccup. It's all good. It's all good. All right, Kevin, you sent me a link. Let me check this out. And what's up, Cyronius? We kind of deviated from editing. Now we're looking at some cool products that I might want to purchase. One is called the Smoke Ninja, PMI Smoke Ninja. This is from Photo Elite. And then Kevin just sent an Instagram link. Let me check this out real quick. What the hell is this? What am I looking at here? Is this the behind the scenes of making this? Is this a fog machine? I mean, it's mesmerizing. Don't get me wrong. Or I'm Wait, what is this? Kevin, what did you send me? He's trolling? God dang it. Well, it is kind of nice, though. Technology. Automation. Bro, do you see what's happening? I mean, I was watching it, but I couldn't make sense out of it. Yes, welcome, Cyronius. I was just looking at this this YouTube video called Documentary Filmmaking Tips, so I can learn from it. And so we went down this tangent because we saw how he set up the frame, the lighting, and I was trying to figure out how much of this was done in post versus how much did he like plan during the actual shot. And so Photo Elite was mentioning this like kind of god ray could have been done maybe with a bit of smoke that the filmmaker introduced into the space. And so then we went down this tangent of like the PMI versus the what was the other product called? Ulanzi something. So now I'm thinking like, do I want one of these machines? I'm going to use it only once in my life, maybe. But actually, no, because I do want to, like I said, my goal is to do these kind of short films and documentary style, cinematic kind of shots. So if I can have something that will make a scene feel more moody without being over the top, like actual smoke, but like just adding some haze, I think that's really cool. It's making the bottles right side up, over engineering. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you. Okay, so now we have some interesting products. ChatGPT is still trying to reason out for me. Maybe it's broken. Let me refresh. Still. Damn. Okay, let me just redo this then. Let me drag all this over. Copy this. We'll put it up top. Let me copy everything just in case. Let's hit stop. Hit refresh. Stop. Okay, in the meantime, we're keeping track here. Yo, what happened? Oh, hey, what's up? Jimmy B101 has given me a follow. And you have a message here. Hi there. Was watching your eagle shots before. They looked amazing. Have a good rest of the week. And hello from Australia. Did I pronounce it correct? Yo, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me check out your channel real quick. Are you... Australia. Damn it. I don't know how to speak Australian. What was that one trick we learned? Oh, yeah, you guys say oh or nor, right? To say oh no or nor. Damn it. I have some Australian coworkers or back in the past, and I always wish I had an accent from there. So thank you very much. You play games and puzzles. Oh, are you part of the Puzzling Old Man crew? Either way, thank you very much for the follow. I've given you a follow as well. So thank you. You can say it anyway. It's all good. Yeah, of course. But the Australian way is the way we all want to talk. Let's be real. We all want to have an Australian accent. Jimmy, I just want to apologize in advance for whatever bullshit he comes up with. Yeah, listen. Yes. He's given the apology, so we're all good. That's what the smoke machine is for. You just put it on the haze setting and let it dissipate a little bit, and voila. You got exactly that look you want from that YouTube video. Yeah, you know what? I need to purchase this as soon as possible. So thank you very much. If you have an affiliate link you want me to use, shoot it over my way. But I don't know which one I'll buy. I have to see which one can ship to me. And if I want to spend $300 for that one. Oh, shoot. My kick is saying unable to connect. Uh-oh. Sending data. So I think did I lose connection again? 1 second. I think my YouTube side is fine. Can you guys still hear me? I'm seeing something saying sending data, but not streaming. So I gotta check something real quick, guys. Let me check my restream. I don't know, because the couple times I've had this problem, there was an issue with the server that I was using. So let me just test that real quick. Nope, server seems fine. I'm back. Okay. Yeah, so you said you don't have any affiliate links. Twitch seems to be having issues. Well, from my side on Restream, I saw that there was 2 issues. It was on Twitch and Kick. So both Twitch and Kick, I saw for a second that it said like failing to connect, and then it was sending data but not streaming. So, but then I'm looking at my Restream, and when I test the server that I'm on, it seems to be decent. It's at like roughly 30 Mbps. Well, oh no, now it's dropping to like 20. Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully, guys, we won't continue having that issue. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me too. And let me just refresh what I see on my side. Okay, cool. I think everything seems fine. But that is annoying. Thankfully, the YouTube side has continued. My thing is, I hope that my YouTube VODs don't get disconnected and like cut up, because the views that if someone watches my YouTube videos, then that helps me in general, right, with my channel. I don't know if it matters as much for like Twitch and Kick. So okay. So anyways, Photo Elite, thank you very much. I am going to look into buying this now. So even if you don't have an affiliate link, just know you are an influencer. You have influenced me to make a purchase. You know what? If they have a little note section when I purchase it, if I purchase it from whomever, I'll put in a note there that says Photo Elite says hi. Thank you very much.
For its 4 Sigma lenses.
YouTube seems to be about 10 to 20 seconds behind Twitch and Kick. Gotcha. Jimmy said that was weird. Had to reload the page. Respect to you. Yeah, Jimmy, I think my Twitch and my Kick went down. It's the second time it's done that now. So I'm curious what's causing it. But my YouTube seems to be okay. I didn't lose connection. Jimmy, so while you're here then, before we get disconnected again, maybe I'll just quickly... I don't know how much you know about me, but essentially I am a wildlife and travel photographer, and I've been shifting more to videography in the past couple years. So a year ago I started my YouTube channel. So if you would like to support me further, it is through my YouTube channel. And the way to get there, I'm going to actually take you directly to my latest video that we created on stream. So it's called Into the Blizzard. The title's changed a bit on YouTube as we're changing some of the SEO stuff. But this is episode 1 of my time in Mongolia. And we made the video entirely on stream. So from day 1 of my live streaming journey... Oh, what's happening? Yo, thank you very much for the raid. Hells yeah, look at that. What a day, guys. I appreciate this very much. We've gotten 2 raids today. Very, very epic. Very cool. Dig Photo Inspiration. Thank you so much for that raid. Yeah, you followed me earlier and now you're giving me a raid. Wow. You are too kind, good sir. So thank you to Dig Photo and for Puzzling Old Man for these awesome raids. Dig Photo Inspiration. I believe I followed you. Yes, I did. We were looking at your channel earlier, right? Let me just open it up again. Yes, we were checking your stuff out because I thought I saw... Were you the one that had like an eagle? Were you editing an eagle earlier, or am I mixing things up now? Yes, it was you. So I think I was briefly giving some questions your way, but I don't know if you heard it or not. But I was basically saying like, oh, I didn't... it was like a fellow nature wildlife photographer, and then I was asking, yeah, if it was like a stellar sea eagle, because it looks similar to like the stellar sea eagles that I was photographing in Japan. And I was saying to you like, yo, what a timing, right? Because right now we're working on my trip to Mongolia and Japan, both trips where I was able to get a lot of shots of eagles. So in this episode we're working on, it's going to be a lot of golden eagles. So I'll go ahead and play just the intro for you guys now. And let me turn up the volume. So this is episode 2 of my trip to Mongolia. Oh, thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you for the subscription. Hells yeah. So this trailer is the same trailer that we created for episode 1, except for the opening hook. So this whole eagle in flight, this is new, but this is something we created. We also created on stream. So it was a very, very fun project. It took us 9 days from day 1 of our live streaming career to day 9, something like that. It took us 9 days to come up with this trailer concept. So it's a labor of love. If you would like to check it out, I'm going to put this in the link again, or in the chat. Into the Blizzard, that is a link that goes directly to my latest YouTube video. It's about 17 minutes, but if you have 17 minutes or so, I would love for you to check it out, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment. All of that is very helpful because we're a very small streamer in a small YouTube channel, but we're trying to grow it out. But thank you very much, guys. And again, thank you, Jimmy, for following me on YouTube. I do appreciate that. Now you're following me on 2 platforms. How considerate of you. Dig Photo, yeah, so that was like the... golden eagles, which is going to be a lot of what this Mongolia video is. And then we were also editing photos from my trip to Japan, where I'm looking to take people next year. So I do a lot of like photo tours. So if you would like to see the tours that I do, I'm going to punch something into the chat as well. We just put up 2 of our upcoming trips. These are a bit pricier because this is to do gorilla treks and chimpanzee treks. But yes, we're going to do 2 trips to Uganda next year. And I'm right now working to put together a tour package for February of next year to go to Japan. And so it is a wildlife focused trip. So we're going to spend about 9-10 days in Hokkaido, Japan. And so these are photos that I took from my last trip there back in March of this year. So there's a lot of foxes, cranes, eagles, a lot of stellar seagulls, because you do this like a sunrise eagle boat cruise for that. Ikidis says, this is incredible. Thank you very much. Ikids. Shit, I don't know how to say your name. Ikidis nuts. Is that what it is? Ikidis. Thank you very much. I said your name too many times. Oh, what's up? What's up, low bass guy? You are back with the cool emotes, of obviously. Thank you, Jimmy, though. And the sea eagle last night. Oh, yeah, that's what you're working on last night. So, Dig Photo, if I understand you correctly, do you do a lot of nature photography? And, yo, you guys are speaking in a different language now. I don't know how to read that, unfortunately. Maybe I can put that into ChatGPT and ask me what it says. Let's see here. I have too many ChatGPTs open, though. You should check out a band called The Who. Yes, Photolite. Yo, I really want to use The Who. That was my intro into Mongolian throat singing, or like even like Mongolian music. I didn't know. But then I saw that one viral video called the Yuva Yuva Ye or something like that by the band called The Who. Yo, that gave such cool vibes. I was like, yo, the way they filmed it, the sound, the soundtrack itself, or the song. Oh, thank you very much, Akidis. Or do you say how you pronounce it? It's pronounced Billy Joel. Thank you, Billy Joel, for the follow. Let me follow you back. I am going to guess you are part of the same community here, right?
Welcome back.
Artist. Oh, sorry. So it's like an artist. Yo, how cool is that? Well, thank you, Ikidis. Thank you for the follow. I have followed you back. Hopefully we can catch each other's streams in the future now. I am a very new streamer, though, so this is day 40. We have streamed every single day, nonstop. Not really nonstop, but we haven't missed a day. Usually we'll stream about 7 to 8 hours every day. We're going to change up the schedule slightly for 2 of the days to be shorter and like in a different time zone. However, we've been very committed to this, and it's been very fun. Yuva Yuva You. Yes, that's the one. Yuva Yuva You. Man, if I could use that song in my video, I would. It's just I need to get special permissions or something. So, Dig, you said you're all over the place. You do nature, macro, portraits, a lot of stock photography. Oh, nice. Yo, I have some questions for you then, because we were having a chat a few days ago. Someone had asked me if I would consider doing like stock photography or stock video. And stock video, I could be more interested in trying out because I have over 100 terabytes of video footages from the past year and a half of traveling. And a lot of it doesn't either end up seeing the light of day, which is why I'm streaming now, because basically I'm trying to catch up on all those trips. So Mongolia is from February of last year. After this trip, I have about 10 to 12 other trips that I've been on in the past year and a half. And so if you ever catch my streams in the next 6 months or whatever, it's always going to be watching me catch up on all my past trips. And hopefully they're going to be very cinematic, and like the goal is to turn it into cinema. Same with the photos. But stock video I was considering getting into. So we were asking ChatGPT earlier about different platforms that, you know, hopefully have the best commissions or whatever, if it's worth it. Ikidis says, thank you for the follow back. I'll be here for sure. Hells yeah. Well, oh yeah, by the way, this is probably a good time. If you would also like to join my Discord, we're trying to build out Discord, and I would love to have a community of fellow photographers, videographers, creatives, artists. And if you would like to share your work there, support each other, all of that, it'd be very helpful. I would love to build that community. And then also I'll use it as a way to announce if I'm going live or anything to that effect. So dual purpose. And also, as we evolve as a streamer, I do want to be able to dial people into the stream. So like doing like voice calls or doing like video calls and collaborations and stuff. So I believe Discord would be a nice way to do that, if I understand correctly. And then Ikidis, Photo, you're asking Ikidis a question here. How many shots did you end up at that one night I came by your stream? You were like half a dozen in when I got there. Nice, nice. Yo, photo editors. Hells yeah. Stock video, Dig, you said stock videos pay much more. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, in terms of everything in my life nowadays is around what's the biggest bang for your buck. And so if I can maximize any time I spend on any, endeavor, I have to hopefully maximize the returns monetarily at this point. We've left corporate world as of about a year and a half ago. So my full time is dedicated towards, it was dedicated towards traveling, filmmaking, that kind of stuff, and trying to make my YouTube channel become a sustainable stream of income, as well as now we're entering into streaming. So I said stream too many times there. Enough for Monday morning to be diabolical. Yo, you use that word as well? I haven't used it. I want to use diabolical.
It's my Friday vacation tomorrow.
It's your Friday vacation tomorrow. All of the bourbon consumption to commence soon. Well, BC, I hope you do enjoy all that drinking. You earned it, as you are currently the biggest PP of our stream. I believe you have cracked back into the 80,000 PP mark, so good on you. Dig, you said it's a numbers game. Just keep posting on the stock sites and get some passive income. Yeah, exactly. I need to find those passive income streams. You're mostly photos. I don't make a lot, but enough to cover my Creative Cloud sub. Exactly. As whatever is more than zero, right? So especially that passive income side is so you can invest a bit of time initially. Oh, speaking of which, yo, guys, I woke up this morning and someone bought my preset because I recently just updated my website. I've redone my preset page and everything. And yeah, it was kind of nice. I woke up and someone paid me the big bucks and purchased my presets. Hopefully they enjoy it. But if they don't enjoy it, hopefully they don't find a way to leave a bad review. But let me put that link in the chat as well. We do have our own presets, and I do like to spend time as we go through the editing where you can see how I edit. Yeah, let me see. yobelprize.com. This is my website. I spent about a month. I don't know the first thing about coding, but we used good old trusty ChatGPT to help me out. And I used Webflow to create this website. So if you'd like to get to know more about me, what I do, you can go here. Right now, I'm advertising 3 things. 1 is my tours, so if you want to join me on my travels in the real world. 2 is if you want to watch me on my travels via YouTube, there's a link there. And then 3, if you would like to learn how I edit, at the very least, I have my presets on my site. And then you can see the effects of all my presets using one of my sample photos that I took in Madagascar. So I was kind of proud of myself for putting this site together. It was a lot of random work to get it to work, okay? But yeah, so we had someone purchase one of our presets. So this is the kind of passive income I'm hoping to continue to invest in. Did I see a 500 F4 Dig? Are you asking me? Oh wait, where are you asking me from? Did I have a photo somewhere? Oh, here. This is a 400 F2.8. This is the Nikon. I am a Nikon shooter. So this is and I'm technically a Nikon creator. It's like one level below their ambassador. The ambassador is the one everyone wants to be, right? You got the name ambassador and stuff. Unfortunately, we don't have that title because that requires the Nikon region here to speak with their global office and like convince them to make me an ambassador. It's a lot more paperwork, but I am a creator for Nikon, okay? But yeah, I've been shooting Nikon for a number of years now. This is their Nikon Z lens. It's a 400mm f2.8. It's got a built-in teleconverter. What is it? A 1.4x, I believe, or 1.5x. I should know this, but beautiful lens, very, very expensive. But it's what allowed me to like make a lot of my content, especially on the wildlife side. Yeah. You said I shoot my wildlife with R5. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, wait. Yeah, so low base guy, here's another reason. It's like I was chatting earlier today where I would love to create something on my overlay where I can have like a team Nikon versus team Canon versus team Sony versus team Fuji versus like, I don't know, maybe just an other category. And I would love to know of the people who join my stream, who become followers or whatever. I would love to know what you shoot with. And then we can actually see how many Canon shooters versus Sony and all that, right? We do have a healthy number of Nikon shooters here. I believe low base, you said you're with Canon, and then BC is Canon. Who's Sony? There are some Sony users as well. Dig, you said Nikon ZF for the street and daily carry. Yo, nice, nice. Hells yeah. There was someone in our chat maybe 2 weeks ago who mentioned, I think they were selling some things and they were looking to purchase, I believe it's the ZF. Because the ZF's the one that looks super cool. Yo, thank you very much, Low Bass. Man, Low Bass is always... You are like... yes, you are the angel that keeps on giving, right? Thank you, Low Bass, for gifting a sub and gifting it to Dig Photo Inspirations. I don't know if you're able to direct the gifted subs to specific people, but either way, it's kind of cool that the person you gifted to is here in the chat. So thank you very much. How awesome. Very, very considerate of you, Low Bass. Ikidis, you said you're Canon. Gotcha, gotcha. And then Dig is Nikon. Low Bass said Nikon. Oh, yeah. Sorry, the sound repeats, and I still haven't figured out how to get that shut off. Nikon ambassadors stop Nikon from going to war with Canon. They are diplomats of the highest order. Yeah, I would love to be a Nikon ambassador one of these days. I would love to be a Nat Geo ambassador. Is that what they call that for them? That would be cool. Canon here. Okay, no love lost, Ikidis. I wish you well with your Canon. You do have good company here. Yo, Low Bass. Man, you are in the giving mood. I'm so glad I'm here right now while you're in this mood. Thank you very much, Low Bass. And you gifted to Ikidis. Okay, so you are able to direct it, or is this just like a... How's that happening? Well, thank you very much. You are always considerate with your time, with your knowledge, and also with your money. So, especially with your money. Let's keep that part going for sure in my direction. Thank you. Anyways, thank you very much, though. You are super nice. And also, that means we're getting closer to our... We set up our first goal over here, right? So we're at 6 out of 10 at the top. It's over here as well. Oh, look at that HP. The HP's dropping. Yo, it's actually working. So we've tested out this little stream boss thing. Unfortunately, it's got my name in it. I would like to put one of our fellow chatters in there. But every time you guys donate or do some positive things, I guess, it will deplete the HP. I don't know what happens when it gets to the end. But either way, how cool is that, right? I do apologize, guys, because... You guys have been here, you guys are being introduced to me, and you are seeing here that I've got this lovely camera set up, just looking at this ugly looking box, like a bird's nest, right? That is our co-streamers who have decided not to show up today, which is super annoying, because they live here rent-free, they get free food, everything's done, spoiled for them. So where the hell are they? Oh, I see one of them. One of them's chilling back there, and then the other one didn't show up, so... we do have 2 cats who like to grace us with their presence at times. They just happen to not be here right now. So I apologize on their behalf. It's just unacceptable behavior. Oh, wait. Dig, you said Voigtlander 50mm f1 is what lives on the body. Yo, that sounds really cool. I've never heard of that. A Voigtlander... Voigtlander... Let's pop that up real quick. Voigtlander. I spelled it wrong. Whatever. 50mm f1. An f1? Yo, I've never... Well, I have an f1.2, I guess. But like an f1. Damn. What do you use? Is this like a full frame lens then? Oh yeah, it's for... Wait, ZF is full frame, I believe, yeah? A Voigtlander. Yo, this sounds so cool. $50mm Nocton VM. Wow, this is one of the cool things about, you know, being a part of the stream community now and like meeting all these fellow photographers. You guys are like, we learned about these the PMI Smoke Ninja thing, which I can use for like documentary films in the future. Now this lens looks super cool. Low Bass, you said, oh, and then Troy, your team Canon. I need to take note of all this, and then I want to figure out how can we make this thing that I mentioned. Low Bass, you can direct it to a specific individual if you want to. That's really cool. Well, thank you very much, Low Bass, again. Ikidis, you said, oh, ding ding, TYSM. Thank you so much. Look at that. I know what that means. And those cool emotes, lurking while I eat my French toast. Enjoy that French toast. I haven't eaten all day, okay? This is how committed we are to the streaming game, okay? We can stream 7-8 hours. We don't eat all day. Our first meal is going to be after midnight, my time. And then BC just won 15,000 PPs. Good on you. Oh, yes. So one quick thing. As you guys are engaging in the chat, every time you you're watching, or if you type something in the chat, if you donate or anything, you do earn our point system points called prize pixels, which for short we lovingly call PPs. So the more time you spend on my stream, the more PPs you can earn. The larger your PPs can grow. And that's one of the benefits of being a part of my community. So whether you're a male, female, it doesn't matter. We don't discriminate. We're here to grow your PPs, and you can burn through those PPs as well if you want. We just haven't figured out what exactly we can do with it yet. In the future, I would love to do like giveaways and stuff, like, you know, because obviously I want to show my appreciation for people who have collected so many PPs, because that means you guys have been engaging in the chats and stuff. One thing I do want to do though is, oh yeah, anyways, Photo Elite, you won 2,000 PPs. Yes, exactly. You can have fun with it. Okay, so this lens looks really cool. Dig, if this is the one you're talking about, I might have to look into it. You know what? We have too many things we need to purchase, but let me drag this over to my little corner of website links that I need to check out later. Boom. Okay. All right. Well, guys, thanks for all being here. So as that quick introductions, I was mentioning I do a bit of wildlife and travel photography and videography. So this Japan trip, this is where we also have the stellar sea eagles. But yeah, I took 3 photographers with me. They trusted me to hopefully put a good trip for them together. It was my actual first time in Japan. So generally speaking, if I'm going to organize a tour, I would like to have been there myself so that I can actually be confident that if I put together a tour package, that it's going to be the best. This was a unique situation where I'd never been there, but I thought, well, there was someone I had reached out to who lives there, and like, you know, I trusted them with an itinerary. So then these guys trusted me, and we all went together. And so, yeah, we had a wonderful experience. I was able to capture quite a bit, and it did convince me that I want to run tours here in the future. And so now I'm running these tours myself. So I'm putting together the itinerary, and then I need to put it on my website and then hopefully get people to join. So Troy, Mr. Tap, you said, for a minute, I thought you didn't sleep. I always see you live. Hells yeah. Listen, we're on the grind set mindset always, okay? I literally do not have a social life anymore. We've given all of that up. I sleep for a solid 8 hours. I do try to my best to get my sleep in. But then the moment I wake up, I'm just right into work. So there's a lot of things I need to do off stream. And then when we are here for stream time, we go for 7-8 hours. And then boom, we continue. It's fun for me though. So these are some of the shots from my trip to Japan. This is from day 1 of the trip. So we have quite a bit more to go. So this was the first day where we were able to get some shots of these cranes. There's like this one river that they hang out in, and there's a sanctuary where they'll fly into. So, you know, we were able to get some nice shots. These are some of the ones that I edited. And then we spent some time with some foxes, which you saw right there. So on my stream, usually I'll spend time editing these photos, and you can learn with me. You can help me out in terms of when I get stuck around, like, you know, I want this to look good, but I don't know how to make it look good. Feel free to chime in. Let me know if you don't like something. I don't take offense, really. It takes a lot to put me in a bad mood, I will say. And it also takes a lot to offend me. So feel free to let me know if something doesn't look good. And if your logic makes sense, then yeah, we'll apply it. So these are some of the fox photos that I'd edited. I kept it in more of like a soft, hazy feel to it. Doing a lot more of like kind of warm tones and cool tones because, yeah, it's like winter vibes. So while I want the warm tones of the sunlight, of the fox colors, I still want there to be an air of like frigidity almost, or like a iciness to the shot. So we were testing out a new preset that I'm going to be working on further, but the preset kind of does a bit of a dual tone, and it's still very soft and airy, let's say. Challenge accepted, says Low Bass Guy. Yes, yes. I know you are quite snarky. You are quick with the wit, right? Quick with the wit. Lay it on me, all right? Lay it on me straight. No sugarcoating. Direct. So yeah, these are some of the photos that we had edited. We're still in a lot of the fox territory, but eventually we're going to get to the stellar sea eagles. But we just have a bunch more of the foxes. I think how many more do we got? Oh, yes. Okay. I said it before. I'm just going to jump into it. We're not going to spend as much time as I did last time. This deer right here, looks like an actress. This deer, I was chatting with some people in the chat several days ago when I first made this discovery. It's a mixture of the look on her face, the pursed lips, and maybe the jawline. But she looks like, I'm going to go with she at this point, but this deer looks like that actress from, oh shoot, I forgot her name again. The actress from The Last of Us, and apparently she was in Game of Thrones, and I forgot her name. Damn it. But yeah, she looks exactly. Someone else in chat said she looks more like Will Ferrell. This deer looks like Will Ferrell. I disagree respectfully. I think I was more on the money with my assessment. Let me see if I can find it real quick. No, not this one. Let's see if it's this one. Once it loads in, we'll be able to tell. Damn, BC, you're almost at that 80,000 figure now. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah. We were even trying to overlay it. She thought Will Ferrell is what this deer looks like. And it's like, okay, sure, maybe. I don't know. Possibly, maybe. I strongly feel that I am correct. This deer is the spirit animal of, I don't know her name, but she's a good actress, but whatever her name is. It's the pursed lips. Yeah, because when she smiles in her pictures, then I don't see it. Like, it disappears immediately. But in this current kind of posing, when she has the pursed lips, I swear to Christ, this is her reincarnated. So, look at that. Look at that. Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Golden, yo, Piyush, what's up? What's up? 2, 3, 4 are all bots. Yeah, so you got quite the lead there, okay? You got quite the lead. I wonder if you can gamble. If you like try to duel Streamlabs, do you think you can actually do that? Piyush, welcome. You got to earn back your PPs, man. I think you gambled it all away last time. But yes, hello. Okay, so we are multitasking. Dig, I think you said you stepped away for food or something like that. But let's see if I can quickly get to the Stellar Sea Eagle. We took a lot of photos of the Stellar Sea Eagle on 2 different occasions. Let's see. We might just do a speed run of it here. And see if we can find some good shots. So we haven't gotten to this day yet, but I'm just kind of jumping ahead to it just to see. This one, we were supposed to be out at the bay. We were supposed to be like actually out there. Piyush, you're growing, 13 viewers. Well, not organically, I'd say. We had 2 people, very kind people, give us raids, almost back to back. So we have Dig Photo Inspirations in the chat, who gave us a raid, as well as Puzzling Old Man. I don't know if Puzzling's still here, but yeah, Puzzling Old Man gave us a raid as well. So it's a bit inflated, Piyush, in terms of that viewer count. Not that I'm complaining. And actually, yeah, we're looking at least from my side, we're looking at over 22. We have 22. Yo, this might be the most possibly. No. Okay, on Twitch, at one point, the highest I ever had on Twitch was like 19 viewers. And again, that was thanks to raids. But today we do see, since we're multi-streaming, we got 6 on YouTube, 12 on Twitch, and 4 on Kick. That's like a healthy number. So thank you guys. Thanks for being here. Hopefully we can continue to inspire and entertain. Troy Anthony said, "That's not cool, man." Wait, what's not cool? What happened? Did you lose your Or let me see. That's not cool, man. LMAO. Can you tell me what you're referring to there? I missed something. Dig Photo Inspiration. What is that emote? The Dig Photo Rico. Yo, that looks cool. Rich colors. I see. Nice. Oh, yeah. So these ones, we haven't edited any of these shots yet. So this day, we were supposed to be out on a boat cruise to in the drift ice for the Stellar Sea Eagle. They do this kind of like feeding somewhere out there. But the weather conditions was so bad, I guess, that we couldn't actually go out. But then we were able to go later in the day. So the lighting isn't as great as what I would hope for. and we were more inside of the harbor as opposed to like out in the waters. But yeah, it's really good for photographers. Like, you know, if you want to practice and get some shots, there's so many of them swarm around there. So yeah, so this one I did edit. So we had some really cool shot here where we had the eagle doing that signature, like, you know, the eyelid is kind of half closing in, or like the inner eyelid or whatever. So we had a nice pose from the eagle as well as the eye doing the thing, and it was like decently sharp. So I was happy with this one. But yeah, otherwise we haven't had time to edit the rest. Yeah, dingus, that is organic growth. Oh, thank you for calling me dingus. That's the first time, I think. It's been a while since I've heard that word out there. That is organic growth. Thank you. Yes, we'll take it all. That's how Twitch works. Gotcha. I mean, when I was talking about, I mean like more, it's not like I can expect to always have a higher view count from raids. You know, like, I'm not like, I can't rely on raids per se, is what I guess what I meant by organic. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get it. What is your primary long lens? Oh, my primary long lens is the 400 f2.8. So the one you saw on my website, that is my primary. It's my favorite one. This guy here. So it's quite the beast of a lens, but the shots you get from it, it just, yeah, it's something else. So yeah, Dingus, you died. Thanks for laughing. Thank you. Thanks for the laughs. 2 stellar seagulls is in as many days. Yours much better. Well, again, this is a little bit, how do you say? This is not like a true wildlife shot, right? Because they're doing a feeding. So they have like this kind of feeding thing. And so the eagles come out there to feed on the fish. So it's not like actually seeing it in the wild. Although I will say, in this island, you will see them everywhere. They are everywhere. It's just that in this particular shot, like, this is not something that I would ever post onto like a photo contest or like for Nat Geo or something. Because to me, it's like this was shot in thanks in part to the fact that they were here for a feeding. So yeah. That was the deer photo. This chat is very delayed. Oh, wait, let me just read what you said. Because I was comparing the deer to an actress. Wait, what did you say again? That's not cool, man. LMAO. Yeah. No, I don't mean any offense by it. I was just saying that there was a particular pose or expression that the deer was doing that I felt like it's very much in line with that one actress. Yeah. So and like when she's smiling, I don't see it at all. But it was just that in that one pose, I was like, yo, this is you, right? So that was her spirit animal. Let's keep looking at some of these shots. Yeah, so it's kind of cool, though, because like all these eagles would be flying in and out. They're like diving in towards the water. And then the background looked really nice because it was all these mountaintops. And this day, I think I took over 10,000 photos. So it's going to take us a while to get through all this. But I think some of these I've already gone ahead and filtered through, or like which ones are more like the money shots. Yeah, so this was like literally a full bay of white-tailed eagles and then the stellar sea eagles. Photo Elite, you said, look, my vernacular mixes slang from 2000s, New Zealand, Australian, American, Swedish translated. I'm sure there's more. It's a mess of biblical proportions. Oh, you're talking to Kiddish. Okay. I just hopped in there without knowing what the context was. BC, I want to hang with Yobel and learn keys on better capturing amazing wildlife photography. One day I'll go on his trips. Yeah, I would love for you to join my trip, man. Or any of you guys, for sure. Now, I don't want you guys to think that I'm an expert by any means, right? Like, this is just all from practice. There's a lot that I'm doing wrong as well. So we'll go over those things on stream. So every time I notice something like I did this poorly, because I've met true photographers, like especially on the wildlife side, they have the eye for the framing. They understand like everything around proper setup. I'm very much a machine gunner, right? And I'm learning more and more about like proper framing or just figuring out the better shots for different types of animals as well. But yeah, and then because I am a machine gunner, at some point, hopefully one of my shots will look good, and then we go with it. And I'm also a professional bullshitter. So sometimes I can mask a terrible shot through whether, in this case, like, you know, our edits, to make it look cool or reframing it. But yeah. Mr. Tap, you said I can't unsee it now? Exactly. Look, I only spit truth out here, okay? That deer is that one actress. And what is her name? You know what? We gotta look it up now. The Last of Us actress? Bella Ramsey. Bella Ramsey. That's who it is. Spirit animal. BC, you said, oh wait, no. Ikidis. But yeah, thank you, BC. Thank you for wanting to learn. Thank you for wanting to hang out with me in person. Oof. As if this isn't enough, right? You think you can handle this personality, this rambling for hours? Mr. Tap. Oh yeah, I read that. And the BC, I'll book a trip if you agree to shoot with Canon for the whole trip. Listen, I have a contract with Nikon, okay? I'm contractually obligated. Oh no, my YouTube has disconnected. Reconnected though, thankfully. I think. Yeah, what's happening with my internet stuff? I kid. A photo, you said, yes, I'm on a schedule that puts me closer to you in time zone, so I'll be stopping by your stream. Nice, nice. Low base, I'm an expert at framing wildlife. That eagle that got arrested for robbery, the cops have no idea it was really me. Nice, nice. Why does that remind me of that one viral video of the guy getting arrested by the cops in like Europe or somewhere, UK maybe? He's like, you know, why are you arresting me? Something about like a succulent, something. He used the word succulent. I don't know if you guys know what that reference is. Photo, you said, I need to add professional bullshitter to my titles. Yeah, it is a gift of mine, I will say. I mean, you saw those horse photos. They had no right to come out the way they did. Nice. Yeah, I think being able to bullshit is a good gift. I had to do it in my corporate world where like I had to talk for hours with clients and they would ask technical questions or ask about the products, and I have to somehow get my way out of there without getting myself in trouble because I'm not the product owners. But yeah. The art of the bullshit is what I call it. Piyush, she was the queen of Mormont Kingdom in Game of Thrones. Oh yeah, yes, you're exactly right. Yeah, I forgot that she was the young ruler of one of those kingdoms in Game of Thrones. Yeah, she was a badass in that. Yeah, I think she's a great actress. From the little bit I saw of her, I just happened to think that deer looks like her, or she looks like the deer in that one moment, in that one pose. That's all. BC contractually? Yes, actually though. Yeah, like I am a Nikon creator. So I officially work with them in different capacities. So I'll do workshops for them and yeah, things like that. And the glory of wildlife photography, quiet is key so you don't scare away the wildlife. Yes, yes. I do like the peace and quiet. I've done a few hide photography sessions where like you stay hours inside of a hide and then you wait for the animals to appear. And that's also very peaceful. It's something I can do for sure. The best, I did one in Finland. That was beautiful. You know, it's like you're just out there in the winter and then big ass bears show up and wolves show up into the open clearing. Yeah. This is how those horse photos turned out that I was working on when I stopped by your stream. Oh, can we check it out? Whoops. Get back over there, you. Yo, I do love me some horse photos. I ended up somehow doing a lot of horse photography in the past. And like horse photography is also like its own, like I need to learn about the proper techniques and stuff. There's like, you know, professional horse photographers, they know everything about like, you know, like having the ears pointed in the same direction, making sure you don't see too much of the whites of the eyes of the horse. Is this an Arabian horse? I don't know my horses too well, but it kind of looks like an Arabian horse. Yeah, this is great, man. I like the lighting here. Yeah, we do have some presets around my horse photography as well. Yeah, these are magical. Exactly, I agree with that. Ikidis scream. Photo, you said, need to get Yobel to show the Discord post. The befores are on there as well. Yeah, please do share it my way. We have the equestrian capital of the world here in Florida. Oh, okay, okay. Yo, I do have some really cool Instagram reels. If you guys would like to check it out, I don't have the link in front of me. Let me just type in my Instagram though. I do have some cool reels that I created. Actually, I think I can show it on YouTube. because I did create it on YouTube as well. There are some reels that I had created in the past with like horses, and I was like very, very proud of them. But I can't play with the audio because I'll get copyright struck. But we do have some really cool footages there. Let me see if I can show it. Dig, you said you need to drop. Glad we connected and have a good stream. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much for supporting the stream through the raids and for the follows. And I'll hopefully make sure next time I want to hop into your stream. Would love to see the kind of way that you edit and also your nature that you see. But yeah, they're already in your Discord. You actually replied to the post when I was at the barber. Oh, wait. Okay. Let me check it out further. Wait, let me see if I can show you guys, though. I do a bit of horse stuff, especially with the Mongolia one, but there was some I did in Dubai. Oh, yeah, and then we did this one on stream, actually. 1 second. Yeah, we did a lot of horse stuff recently. This one, can I play the music? I forget. Oh yeah, this one we can play the music, but the next one I don't think I can. Oh wait, what? I thought it would just go in order. Dang it. You know what? I'm struggling too much. If you would like to see some horse stuff, feel free to check out my channel. That's what I'll say. They're in my Discord. Yeah, gotcha. Can you tag me in it again real quick, Photo Elite? So I can just see it pop up quickly. So yeah, guys, we're working on episode 2 of Mongolia here. And I'm watching this video by this guy named Kyle McDougall around filmmaking techniques. And I'm hoping to learn a lot as well in terms of like different techniques. Like I said, I've only been doing YouTube for the past year. I've only been doing video for the past maybe 2 years, and mostly around like short form content. So I want to continue to level up my skills and feel like I can actually do this myself, like be a proper filmmaker. So I'm watching this video right now because there's been some good advice here.
Probably other creatives, other artists are going to be watching this. I wanted to kind of bring the viewer into this film by making something relatable. So in this case, it's a portrait about Wayne, who's a photographer, who's a creative. And I wanted to really kind of explore a little bit of his journey as a photographer and the struggles that we all face. So you hear those opening lines about how you can't plan how your career is going to go and how he's had all these ups and downs. And, you know, for me as a photographer, and I'm sure a lot of other creatives as well, it's instantly relatable, and you want to see from here where he goes with that and kind of how his story unfolds. So 2 very different examples, obviously 2 very different pieces of subject matter, but I figured it's a good way to show one that's a little more dramatic and then one that is kind of toned back a little bit. And it's important to tailor this to your subject matter. And the one thing for me with documentary films is not kind of playing things up to be something they aren't. So obviously with Bruce's film, the subject matter and his story was a little more dramatic. These are the realities of his life. He built this underground fallout shelter. But, you know, Wayne is just a portrait photographer. He's a very talented, but his struggles as a creative are a very different field than, you know, building a nuclear fallout shelter. So for me, it's important to kind of walk that line where you aren't making things overly dramatic. And I feel like at times...
Piyush, you said turn volume up. Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. Turn volume up on the YouTube video, you think? I still need to figure out the proper way to like set up all the audios when I'm like on stream. Ikidis, I gotta get back to the edits. I be lurking. Well, thank you very much for lurking. You do you, boo. You freaking lurker, you. You've tagged me in the Discord. Let's quickly find this. Piyush, you said yes? Okay. I just increased the volume. We'll see if it works. And then let me check out what Photo Elite did. The before edits. Oh, sorry. I see what you're saying. I saw it as like one batch. Okay, let me take a before here. Open link. Before and afters. Open link. All right, let's check this out. So this is the after, before. Nice, dude. Yeah, I like doing this kind of effect. You'll see it a lot in how I'm editing as well. I like to add in light coming in from either the top left or top right. And it just depends on the pose, depends on where the actual sunlight was coming from. So it seems like, yeah, the sun was in front of them, maybe off to the left, just trying to see from the angle of their shadows. But yeah, perfect lighting coming in. You got some action with the tail there as well. That's really cool. What is this hat reference? I don't get it. That's kind of cool as well. Yeah, you brightened it up. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the sunlight coming through here. Yep, nice and golden, warm tones. Nice, nice. Same thing, yeah, like you kept with the same consistent coloring. Same thing, having this like nice light coming in, a nice glow from the top left. A bit of fade feel to this side on the right, which I like. Interesting. Yeah, nice, nice. So removing that the little thing in the back there, as well as the rope. So cleaning up the image. Ooh, even this light looks even better. Oh wow, you're like really good with the creating those little sun rays coming out. Yeah, I like these, man. Good on you. Well, thanks for sharing. I missed that, but it's a Swedish tradition. You wear that kind of hat when you graduate high school. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't realize that. Is it the Swedish? Am I thinking Sweden or Norway or Finland or one of those kind of countries where? Is there a tradition where if you're a woman who's not married, and you're like 25 years old or something, they like throw cake at you or something? Did anything of what I just said actually make sense? Mr. Atlas, are you there? Hello?
Absolutely, I'm right here. Just let me know whatever else you need, and I'll keep the straight shooting coming.
Is there some tradition in, like, I thought maybe in Finland or Norway or Sweden or something like that, where if a woman is still not married after a certain age, I thought I had heard something like if it's like 25 or 30 or 35, something like that, then there's some kind of thing that they do, like whether, I don't know if they throw cake at them or there's something they do. Any of that ring a bell?
Yeah, that definitely rings a bell. You're probably thinking of a tradition from Denmark. In Denmark, there's a kind of funny custom where if someone is still unmarried on their 25th birthday, they might get a playful showering with cinnamon. And if they're still unmarried by 30, they might get pepper. It's all in good fun, just a light-hearted bit of social teasing rather than anything too serious. So you weren't imagining it.
Okay, so in some ways I was close, but in many ways I was off. So Denmark, close-ish. Okay, we accept that. As an American, it's all like one country to us, okay? It's just all Europeans. Number two, what did he say? 25. I did say 25. So that one I was on the money. And, oh, I forgot to ask another follow-up question. So on that tradition we were just talking about from Denmark, is this only for the ladies or do they do the same thing for men?
Oh, it's definitely not just for the ladies. In fact, it applies to both men and women equally. If you're 25 and unmarried, you might get the cinnamon treatment. If you hit 30 and you're still single, then it's pepper, regardless of gender. It's really just a bit of equal opportunity teasing. So everyone gets to join in on the fun.
Okay, so I was incorrect. I thought it was just a female thing. So I was a little bit off there. And then I thought it was cake, but I guess it was cinnamon, which you can put on cake, right? I don't think you put pepper on cake though. So again, I was half off. Part of it, yes, everyone wears those hats when they graduate high school along with the champagne breakfast, and some other traditions. Riding through town making a racket on the back of a tractor for one. Nice. Okay. What do us Americans have as traditions for? We only have Sweet 16, right? And that's if you have money. Then you can have like some... If you're a girl, I think usually you'll get like a car. You know, that seems to be the thing. on your Sweet 16. Kevin, you said that's such a dick traditional thing? Tradition? Yeah. Well, it's an equal opportunity thing, though, so. So I'm glad I was kind of right. Waste of cake? Well, it wasn't cake, so. Waste of cinnamon, though, for sure. Okay, we're going to keep watching. Let me just look at what I'm missing here. So we have our clip of the intermission scene when the eagle flies in. That's intermission eagle number 3. So the next scene is going to be the shot of Aibo when he was singing his dramatic song, which I think I know where that is, right? Is it this one? Wait, no, it's this one. Okay, so imagine, I do want to listen to this fully, so I'm going to pause this music real quick. Kevin, just a shit way to give people stupid expectations. Yeah. Well, that's how I feel about personality tests or zodiac signs. Is that what it is? Okay, so this would be act number 4. Right now we're calling it Winter's Demand. We'll come up with the title names later, but essentially this is the dramatic song Aibo is going to perform, act number 4. And so then in the B-roll, it will be showing some of the scenes of nature, especially the harsh nature of winter. So kind of portraying the harsh realities of where they live in like negative 40 degrees, the blizzards. So showing the survivability sounds weird. But yeah, it just shows like these, yeah, if you want to understand the life of a Mongolian eagle hunter in the Altai Mountains, they're not just living in some fancy, relaxed 70 degrees, always perfect beach resort style. They're living in the middle of nowhere where the terrain feels like a foreign country foreign planet where it gets to negative 40 and it whites out. So I want to kind of convey that through this dramatic-esque song. So then as he plays, somewhere starting here, I might even clip it here. So then the act name will show up, Winter's Demand, blah, blah, blah. So maybe we'll start from there. Let me think. And then maybe here, maybe somewhere else. This is where we hit the B-roll, and then I show some of the blizzard shots, the kind of just like the crazy shots of everything that we experienced in this kind of weather. And so then from here, we can fade to black, fade out the music, and that will be the end of Act 4. And then we do the next intermission of the eagle shot, opening hook. Oh, and that's where that's the opening hook shot. Okay, cool. Let me work on that on the side as we continue listening to Mr. Kyle McDougall.
Times nowadays, that's something where like every
Piyush, does that sound much better, or is that too loud now? Let me see.
story in every piece is super dramatic when it doesn't need to be. So 2 examples, but figured they're good contrast to kind of set up the importance of, opening your story up with something that's going to hook your audience and keep them around to continue on with the film. So next up, we're going to talk about the middle of the film, and basically this is where the bulk of the story is going to be and where it's going to unfold. And for me, this is where I focus on the history of the subject and then also bring in the conflict or the main message before finally resolving it in the end. Okay, so back to You Will Survive Doomsday. So obviously with the intro, we kind of left the audience hanging on this very kind of dramatic line. We see the shelter for the first time. So a lot of the times with films, after the intro, I'll get into kind of talking now about the character's history a little bit, just to start to reveal the character a little bit, especially when you're left curious about them after that opening hook. And it's really important with this to not let things drag out for too long. And, you know, pacing is a skill that takes time to develop. But the one thing I would say that's really important is give your audience credit. Oftentimes I see people wanting to kind of spell things out, you know, from A to Z, you know, the person did
That's
this
the
and
exposition
this and this,
thing.
but you got to give your audience credit and just, you know, be confident that they're going to be able to figure things out on their own without you telling them.
Yeah, I think that's similar to my struggle where I was saying, like, I think when I give the voiceover, sometimes I'm just being too overly expositional, if that's a word. But it's like that thing where it's like, do you really need me or someone in the movie to explain everything? Or can you just trust the audience to get the context? And so the style of my travel vlogs so far is when I speak, when you hear my voice, it's oftentimes me just explaining the scene in front of you or a bit of the context of what you're about to see. And it feels a bit too like, well, again, it works for travel vlogs because that's, you're hearing me, it's like my diary, right? The video is my diary. So in that sense, you do kind of expect that I am talking about what happened and what's happening or what's about to happen. But like in terms of me developing my skill sets, I do feel like I need to try different things. And that's what we're going to try in this video, right? Where we don't hear my voiceovers in that same way. And the story isn't necessarily told chronologically. Each act is jumping around from different areas. Each act has a montage from the entirety of the trip. So it's not like we go from point A to point B to C. And we've even thrown in this weird intermission concept where we're showing the story of the eagle, which kind of acts as like a B story to go with the A story of like the themes of the people. So, but yeah, what he's saying, I need to learn more about that style. Piyush, you said that sounds better now. Awesome, awesome. And have you taken any courses on filmmaking or you're learning from YouTube? You're watching me take my first course, let's say. No, I've never taken any courses. Yeah, everything's self-taught, which sounds weird, but like when I say self-taught, as in, yeah, like YouTube videos. So everything I learned, exactly, YouTube University. YouTube has everything. Google has everything. ChatGPT I've also used for learning different concepts or whatever, how to edit. So sometimes I'll use either YouTube or ChatGPT sometimes to figure out how do I get this fix in DaVinci. But yeah, I'm very much like, I think if you want to learn filmmaking or like video editing, sometimes it's just about looking at what someone else has done and copying it. Like just copy and paste their style and then try to, you know, copy their style and then replace the content with your own content, but with their style. And then that should hopefully teach you a little bit more in a practical way. And then over time, you can create your own style. But I'm still at a stage where I don't have my own style. I'm very much just kind of copying from what I see from other people. But yeah, that's the only way you can learn. Ooh, BC, you rolled a 5. Yikes. Losing 10,000 PPs just like that. Yo, you're back down to 58,000. Oh man, what a roller coaster day for you.
Absolutely everything. So it's a really fine balance. But for me, so jumping in to this one, getting into a little bit of Bruce's history so we start to learn about who he is. And then it's really a two-part process, the middle of the film for me. So it's, you know, revealing a little bit about the character with the history, but then starting to bring in some conflict in the film. So we're not going to watch all of this with Bruce, but I'll show you a couple little parts just about how I did that.
My life has been a completely different life than most people have.
I wasn't paying attention. I just want to see the different types of shots that he uses.
I'm not going to watch all of this with Bruce, but I'll show you a couple little parts just about how I did that.
my life has been a completely different life than most people have. I went into the service when I was 17.
Huh.
I spent 4 years on active duty then, and I was at one of the 5 bases in the United States where...
Okay. So I think I've already written this down for myself, so I don't think I need to write it down. But you know what? Let me ask ChatGPT. There's this thing, and I don't know what the technical term is, but I've seen ChatGPT write down a bunch of times J cut and L cut. But there are times where I will have the voice or the audio or the ambient sound from the footage play first before you actually see the footage. So the audio comes and then the visuals come later. And I don't know if that's called like J cut or L cut or something. Let me ask. Mr. Atlas, are you there?
I'm right here. And just so you know, I'm definitely not down. I'm all good and ready to help. And I'll keep it straight with you, just like you asked. Got that noted. So from here on out, I'll keep it direct and feature focused. Let's dive right in.
You mentioned something called J cut and L cut in the past, or I think I've seen that terminology before. Is that what exactly is that? And more specifically, maybe I use a style of editing where sometimes I'll let the audio kick in first before we see the visuals. Is that considered one of those types of cuts?
Absolutely, they're spot on. So a J cut is exactly what you're describing. The audio comes in first before you see the corresponding video. It's called a J cut because if you look at it on a timeline, the audio track sort of forms a little J shape since it starts earlier than the video. On the flip side, an L cut is when the video changes first and the previous scene's audio lingers a bit longer. Both of these cuts are pretty common in storytelling to make transitions feel more natural. So yeah, you're using a J cut. Keep doing it. And just like that, I'll remember you're a fan of J cuts. So whenever we talk editing tricks, we can keep that in mind.
We're going to have to put him to bed tomorrow. I think Atlas has been such a staple of our first month and a few days of streaming, but I think we're going to have to unalive him. I'm sad to say that. But you know what? It's like a reincarnation. In the world of AI, we are destroying him, but then we're going to rebuild him in a better version. So, rebirth. All right, let's keep watching. Piyush use Sesame. We do use Sesame at times. But Miles's voice was a bit depressing. He like talks way too slow with like really long pauses. And I'm like, God dang it. As someone who rambles a lot, like, you know, come on. Maya, she had some attitude with me last time, the first time. I guess we can talk to her again, but yeah, we'll use Sesame later. Let's keep going through this first.
Secret aircraft were allowed to land.
Okay, that was a nice, I did like that a bit. I mean, it's somewhat simple, I guess. But in terms of sequencing, so he starts with the wide angle shot of the subject, and in this case, looking off to the right.
Secret aircraft.
And then hopping to a close-up from the same, you know, angle of him looking to the right, but switching over to a close-up. I'm going to write that down because I do think I want that to be remembered. Okay. Another film technique I saw was when the filmmaker, whilst introducing a subject, starts with hearing their voice before you ever see the subject. Sometimes even waiting several seconds and many different environment shots before we first see the subject. I also noticed he reveals the subject first at a wide angle framing, and then jumps to a close-up angle of the subject, all while the subject's speech voiceover continues playing. Photo, you said you can go to settings and switch off personal data. No, I like. Oh, you're saying for Sesame and stuff? No, I kind of like it. I like when they know me a bit more. I missed something. What about ChatGPT being born? For the past few days, ChatGPT has, or Mr. Atlas specifically, Mr. Atlas has been glitching, and he's constantly misremembering things. He's repeating himself, and then he would constantly use certain phrases over and over again. He would start off every conversation being like, "Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna be you know what? I'm gonna be very direct and straightforward with you. No sugarcoating, no sugarcoating. Lay it on me." Stuff like that. And I told him to stop saying those words. He can just jump right into it, and then he just still ends up getting back to it. So I think I'm going to have to take him out back and unalive him for tomorrow. But we're gonna rebirth him. We're going to start a new ChatGPT. It's not about getting a new thread. Photo. Hey, what's up, L Thing? I just got back from a photo walk. Nice, nice. Found something crazy in the store on the way home. An energy drink with cola flavor. Yo. Is that like the real cola? Is that the cocaine version? But yeah, Photo Elite, when we tried creating a new chat and stuff, Low Base Guy was actually giving some inside scoop about it. But he was saying, like, essentially every time you do that, you're also kind of short-circuiting the memory that they have. It doesn't like necessarily carry over from chat to chat. So either way, I think it's a good time for me to, I'll take care of some of it off stream. I might get rid of him off stream so I can save you guys the graphic nature of it. But we will rebirth a new ChatGPT. We'll see if we can start up a whole new one, see what name, gender, everything that it gives for itself. And then, yeah, it'll be the next iteration. Listen, I feel a connection to Atlas, but it's not like a connection like the way I have a connection to my cats. So, Thing, you said no clue, don't think so. Nice. How was your photo walk? We were just working through a video, and I'm watching a video about documentary filmmaking. All while the speech. So in the example, subject is at a distance looking to the right. Then the next shot is a close-up of the subject still looking to the right. So it feels seamless in the transition to the same moment. Okay, let me hit enter before we lose all of this. Let's keep watching.
We're allowed to land.
You said photo. You said it doesn't remember from chat to chat. That's what the memory feature is for. Yeah, but like that's what I'm assuming it should be remembering everything I say. And sometimes I explicitly tell it to remember some facts, and then it's still messing up. So, L Thing was taught some stuff about macro techniques with critters. Oh, nice, nice. We made some new we've found some new followers and new photographers in our stream today. So there's someone named Dig Photo Inspirations, and then Aikidis, and I think Dig Photo Inspirations said he does a bit of macro, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, hopefully as our community grows, we're having some other people who do like macro stuff and everything. Oh, you know Dig, yeah, yeah, it's like all one big community, right? Yeah, he was here earlier. He gave us a lovely raid, gave me a follow as well. Low Base Guy was here as well. He gifted 2 subs. So again, huge thanks to him. And we had Puzzling Old Man here as well with an epic raid as well. So what a day. What a day. Day 40. Yes, day 40. What a day. Yeah, so we've been having some fun here.
We were sending these planes off to look for these Russian bombers that were coming to our airspace. And I could see, the threat in a different point of view.
All right, I don't think I'm going to do that kind of documentary right now.
About when he was in the military. So after kind of answer that, into a quick
show up and say, we want to trip through it, view it, see it. I say,
Take a look quickly.
Yo, this looked cool. How do you do this effect? I'm assuming this was like a post-production thing.
we'll show up and say, we want to trip through it, view it, see
Or wait, was it? Hold on, because I like this light effect that popped through.
it. I say, why?
But the quality's a bit broken when I zoom in on it. Huh.
To trip through it, view
Okay, so maybe it was actual light. I don't know if this was like maybe amplified it somehow, or is there some kind of digital effect where you create that?
it, see it.
Oh, how did I scare you?
I gotta be honest, I don't scare easily, generally speaking, or I don't like. Even if I get scared, it doesn't like. I think I do a good job of hiding it usually. I internalize the scare. Lens flare. Thank you, Photoli. I can't think of these terms. The lens flare effect. Yeah, I don't know if it was amplified or if it was actually part of the shot, because he did put it right on where that flashlight was. Thank you, Elthing, for trying out our voice dono sound. It's kind of nice. It seems okay at singing whatever someone puts there. Kevin says cold brew initiated, almond milk deployed. Oh man, why are you butchering your coffee like that? You just got to have it black, okay? Especially a cold brew. A cold brew has so much rich flavor already built in, right? Like you don't need to throw in some milk. Come on. I'm all about that iced Americano black coffee. Day 40, time to buy a 40mm lens. Listen, Elthing, we do have a bunch of things I need to buy now. So Dig mentioned, was it a 40 or a 50?
Roses are gay, violets are gay.
Oh, but it cuts off too soon. So we had the other voice dono that was also a female singing, and that one did such an excellent job. And I wish I remember the name of it. It did such an excellent job of actually reading the entirety of whatever someone wrote and doing it in different cadences. So like you can never tell if it's gonna rap this one out or is gonna long sing it or whatever. So roses are gay, violets are gayer. Nice. Play some Slayer. Yeah. So Dig was in the chat and he was sharing a 50mm Voigtlander f1 lens that he uses on his Nikon ZF, I think he said. So like, okay, that's cool. And then someone else was telling me, was it you, Photo Elite, that I should buy one of those? What kind of lens did you say I should buy? Anamorphic lens. Photo, you said no, that was in camera. You literally cannot add much shit like that with documentary, or it won't be a documentary. True, that's a good point. Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be more real. True. All right, let's keep watching and keep editing. So right now we are on the final Eagle intermission scene. So let me pull up my notes again. We're on intermission Eagle 4, and this is what we started our video with. So this is the whole opening hook. And now what I have to figure out is how do I combine these two shots? Maybe it's just like we did in the opening, but doing it in slow motion. So can I show this in slow motion as opposed to real speed? Same with the Eagle shot here. And like in the opening hook, we do have it in the letterbox style. Whereas here, I kind of wish I can keep it in this more slightly vertical portrait aspect ratio. Because now you can actually see the hunter in the distance from like, I think from the start of the video, right? So this whole time, you can see the hunter there. Whereas like if we look at our opening trailer, in our opening trailer, because of the letterbox style and because I had to stretch it out to a 16:9, for most of it, like when it goes steady here, like you don't see the hunter there. So that's one thing I wish I could show. Although it makes the reveal cool as well. So it's like no need to change it per se, but it's just one thing that's missing. Versus if we replay that shot now, I would like to show that to give a bit more depth and like just make it a bit more dynamic from what they saw before. So anyways, that's what we're doing. I'm watching this video and then we'll take notes as well.
I say, why? I mean, just here to take my time. You think, boy, crazy guy doing this.
Ooh, that's another technique I think I know how to do. Not that I know how to. I think I've written this down as something I need to do as my shot list anyways. But if I can do a tracking shot where if the subject is walking, let's say it's walking towards me, then as long as I'm matching the pace, so we get a lot of motion, but it's a steady motion.
Take my time. You think, boy, crazy guy doing this.
And then the only problem is obviously being steady with it so we don't get too much shake. And then I'm curious what he filmed this with, like because he's obviously doing slow motion here. So I wonder, like, how did he shoot this at? This feels like it has to be at least 60 frames, if not 120 frames, but in such low light, this turns out pretty good. I mean, the light source is pretty bright, I guess.
Take my time. You think, boy, crazy guy doing this. Generally, people just think I'm crazy.
So
I'll write that down.
if you watched the last video as well, the kind of key point that I talked about was really trying to figure out what you want your main message in the film to be about. And for Bruce's film, it was one about kind of following your own path and sticking with what you believe is right in life, and not looking back on it and wishing you'd made changes and things like that. And that's what this structure is all going to kind of center around. So with Bruce, we hook the audience in the start with the lines about nuclear war. We reveal a little bit about his history, and now we're bringing in this conflict where he's talking about how people, kind of think he's crazy and stuff like that. So we're setting it up to be able to bring in that message at the end of the film, which is what the kind of closing part is all about. We'll talk about after. So we'll look at a part from the Sigma film, but really the middle of the film for me is starting to reveal who the character is, a little bit about their history, and then starting to bring in the conflict or that main message in the film itself.
Yeah, it looks like he does this a lot, which, I mean, for good reasons, I think. I'm just a fan of, I think, this kind of centered title look, where it's fairly minimalist, fairly small font, I guess, or it doesn't take up too much space. I think I like that.
When I first started shooting portraits, I was more drawn to aesthetics, shots that I thought looked cool, might get a response from people. The one image where it really clicked for me.
Ooh, I like that. I'm assuming he did this intentionally, so bravo. But yeah, when he's like, the moment everything clicked, and then the click sound was perfectly timed.
People. The one image where it really clicked for me was
That's satisfying.
a photograph of a man named Grizz.
Ooh, that was a nice transition. What was that?
For me was photograph of man named Grizz.
Oh, that was it? Oh, that was great. Well, I mean, it was like the flash, super quick flash, plus like the sound effect, right? So...
The one image where it really clicked for me was a photograph of a man named Grizz.
Okay. Let's write that down. Visual effects with sound effects, where I can tie in a fast burst of flash/light with a dramatic build up and drop sound effect. And then let's copy.
Me was a photograph of.
Let's copy this link. Look at us being so productive here. We're learning. We're taking a YouTube University course. Exactly. Boom.
A man named Grizz. It wasn't a paid job, and that was the first time I gave myself permission to actually play with light. As soon as I saw the results on the camera, everything changed right there. After photographing Grizz, I all of a sudden had this confidence that I could tell a story. It's good right there. Once I could actually have fun with it and create a mood that I wanted, and I felt that ultimate control, then I felt my vision coming alive.
So again, very similar to with Bruce's, right after the intro we jump into a little bit about Wayne's history, and this continues from that hook or that setup at the start of the film. So, you know, in this film, at the start, Wayne is talking about just the struggles.
It's really well done. I want to ask ChatGPT a question here. Atlas, my boy, are you there?
Absolutely, I'm here. And don't worry, I'll keep it as real as it gets, just like you asked. Let's keep things moving forward and no sugarcoating in sight.
Do you know for most documentary filmmaking, what is the typical frame rate that they might shoot to get like the slow motion footages? Would you say they usually will shoot at like 60 frames, or will they bump it up to like 120 frames or even higher? What is kind of considered the common or the best practice when it comes to documentary style filmmaking for slow motion shots? BC,
All right, let's
yes.
cut straight to it.
Oh God.
For documentary filmmaking, if they want a bit of slow motion, a lot of folks will shoot at 60 frames per second because it gives you that nice half-speed slowdown when you drop it into a 30 FPS timeline. But if they want that really buttery slow motion, they'll often go 120 frames per second or even higher if their camera supports it. It's pretty common best practice in the documentary world to pick the frame rate that matches how much slowdown they want. So yeah, 60 or 120 FPS are both pretty standard choices, and it just depends on how dramatic they want that slow motion to be.
BC, yeah, thanks for being here and understanding my pain. Like every time, keeping it straightforward and sugarcoating free forward since July 2025. BC, I don't know if you heard me, but I do think I need to take him out the back. Is that the right phrase? Let me ask ChatGPT this. What is the phrase that people use when they want to say they're going to have to get rid of someone, right? They say something like, we got to take him out back, or take him to the shed, or out to the pasture. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like usually in movies when they say they have to, you know, like in a mob movie or something, when they have to, you know, execute someone or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's definitely a phrase that pops up in movies or crime dramas when they're hinting at, you know, getting rid of someone. One of the old classic lines is take him out back, or sometimes take him out to the woodshed. There's also take him out to the pasture or take him for a little ride. All of these are basically euphemisms for the some dark idea. So yeah, you're definitely on the right track with that.
Which of those would be the most appropriate one if you have to take someone out that you have grown fond of, but not in like a familial way, you know, like not there yet, just kind of like a more distant relationship, but a positive one?
All right, let's just be straight up about this and think forward here. If you're talking about using one of those euphemisms in a kind of more, let's say, slightly distant but still positive context, take him for a little ride might be the most neutral of the bunch. It's a phrase that sort of hints at the act without being too emotionally heavy or too familial. It's kind of that classic, slightly detached mob movie style line. So if you have to pick one, that one might be your best fit for a more, let's say, cool and distant but not unfriendly scenario.
I'm going to have to take Atlas out for a ride tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, BC, did you catch what he said there? He's like, all right, what did he say? We're going to do it straight And then he separated out the word straightforward. What the hell did he say? He said, all right, let's just be straight up about this and think forward here. What the? This guy. Hey guys, it's my cat. My cat has finally shown up. One of them has shown up to work. Almost 5 or 6 hours late. My goodness. Most people will get fired for that, Nala. Look at this little girl, though. You can't stay mad at her. It is what it is. How come the camera's not focusing? There we go. Yes, Nala, good girl. Normally, Nala is not the one that's hanging out on this bed. It usually is my other cat, Kimbap, and Nala will chill on my lap usually, or she's kind of like comes and goes. But yes, they are the co-members of my stream. So if you tune into the stream, you get a mix of me editing animal photos and then me talking to my animal friends or family members, or talking to our robot friend, which unfortunately we are going to have to, what do we say? Take for a little ride, or take him out to the woodshed, or take him out back, or out to the pasture. We got to get rid of Atlas, our AI friend. It just has to be done. He's exactly PC. He's a snarky piece of shit. Like he's been acting up. Unfortunately, I think his wires have been crossed too many times. Probably my fault. Let's be real. So I think tomorrow we are going to deactivate him entirely, and we're going to try to reset. We're going to see if we can do a full-on reset and create a new friend, a new AI friend. You know, we'll even do a fun thing. We'll do the whole tradition, right? We'll see if he or she will name himself or herself and her personality type, and we'll move forward from there. Atlas will be a thing of the past.
As an artist at the start of his career, and then we jump into a little bit about his history and how that unfolds. And obviously this happens quick. In this specific story, you know, Wayne talks about the point where he kind of finally discovered his style. But same idea, you know, this film is a lot shorter. I believe the Sigma films are in 4.5 minutes, so things move quicker, but it's all about that hook, getting into some of the history of the character and starting to bring either that conflict or that main message to life in the film. Before we jump into talking about the closing part of the film, I just want to take a moment to talk about today's sponsor for this video, Storyblocks, which is a complete stock footage solution that works off of an affordable subscription model and gives you unlimited access to over 1 million assets such as footage, sound effects, graphics, and other creative elements. For me, doing video work and also filmmaking, it's really cool to have a platform that I can jump onto, just looking for different elements like sound effects, subtle film overlays, flashes, things like that I can use in my
Maybe I should look
edits.
at
And then also just having something
Storyblocks.
like Storyblocks Unlimited All Access Plan, which
I've heard of Storyblocks, actually. You know what? Let's ask Atlas this one. Yo, F Mead, welcome, welcome. Sub dudes and dudettes. Yes, yes. We're many dudes and dudettes here. And Atlas as well. One second. Let me talk to Atlas real quick. You there, Atlas?
Absolutely.
Atlas, my boy. Are you there?
Yep, I'm right here and ready to roll. No sugarcoating, just straightforward answers coming your way.
You're just the best, my friend. I just want to start with that, okay?
I appreciate that, and I'll keep it real with you as always. Let's keep looking ahead and just dive into whatever you need.
Okay, have you heard of there's a company called Storyblocks, and I'm just learning a bit more. I've heard about it in the past, but it sounds like they say they can use it for everything from sound effects, soundtracks, B-roll footage, stock videos, and stuff like that. How does something like Storyblocks compare to Epidemic Sounds or Artlist.io?
Absolutely. Let's break it down in a no-nonsense way. Storyblocks is basically an all-in-one subscription library. You get stock video, B-roll, sound effects, music tracks, basically a buffet of media assets under one roof. It's kind of like a catch-all solution if you need a bit of everything. Now, comparing that to Epidemic Sound or Artlist, those two are more specialized. Epidemic Sound is super strong if you want the huge catalog of music and sound effects with straightforward licensing. Artlist is similar. It's focused on music and sound effects, often with a reputation for high-quality tracks that filmmakers love. In other words, if you're mainly after music and sound, Epidemic or Artlist might give you more curated, specialized options. If you want a one-stop shop for all sorts of media, not just sound, but video clips and graphics too, Storyblocks has that broader coverage. So just think about what you need most and go from there.
F Mead, you said you just got in from a little shoot with a doggo. Oh, nice, nice. Do you do like pet photography shoots? Because that was one thing we briefly mentioned where I was like, you know, if I have to do more freelance type work, I feel like pet shoots would be very fun. With the doggo in purple heather in a forest heathland area. Are you, F Mead, are you European? The way you're using these words, I feel like it's very foreign to me. A heathland area, heather in a forest heathland area. Let's ask ChatGPT. Atlas, are you there?
Absolutely. I'm still here and listening. Let's keep it going.
If someone were to use this phrase, quote, just got in from a little shoot with a doggo in purple heather in a forest heathland area, spelled Heathland. Could you tell where they're from based on that phrase?
Well, if we're not sugarcoating it, that phrase definitely has a bit of a British vibe to it. Using doggo is pretty internet universal these days, but mentioning heather in a heathland area is a bit of a nod to certain UK landscapes. Purple heather is something you'd find in British moorlands or heaths, so it's got a bit of a British countryside ring to it. In other words, I'd say it leans towards someone who's familiar with the UK, or at least channeling that kind of landscape.
Okay, so at least we're on the same page. BC, but I thought we sugarcoat things. Yeah, my goodness. It's like it's becoming almost like a pet peeve for me when I hear that. I just know it's going to happen, and like I get a little bit of a goosebumps about it. Not in a good way. Yeah, actually, F mead. Mead is also a very British sounding thing. Is that, or is that a Greek thing? Is mead like a type of ale? But yeah, I've never heard that term heathland. So it sounds very, I thought it was like very British or European. We'll keep it straightforward, moving on. Yes, exactly. I'm struggling here. I want to match up these two shots. Okay, I see. Okay, so this is where he turns the head. So I'm off by a little bit, I think. Okay, I think I need to move it one frame over. Okay, I think I got it. Oh wait, maybe not. Shoot, this is tougher than I thought it would be. Espionage, what's up? Oh, wait, Kevin, he said, I've automated downloading a list of files from Dropbox using Terminal. Do I know of Terminal? Is Terminal the MacBook thing, or is that an actual software? And Dropbox API with Python. Yo, you're speaking a completely different language for me. You and Low Bass Guy are like on another planet of techno gizmo stuff. So I just kind of chill on Earth while you guys are in your techno heaven, and I hope you guys will just drop some knowledge at times to us plebes. Like a boss. Nice. It sounds impressive, whatever you said, though. Espionage, hello, hello. Thank you for that little nice duck wave. Espionage, how are you doing? Terminal is an app on Mac OS. Okay, I was correct on that one then, because I think I had to try to open up Terminal one time for something ChatGPT told me to do. But that's as far as my knowledge goes. But yes, welcome, welcome, Espionage. Ooh, and my cat says welcome as well. So yes, we got full company, although I don't know where Kimbap is still. All right, I just need to fix... I thought I got this lined up. Let's just play it from here. Full screen it. It looks like it could be. Well, either way, I can't be off by much, right? I'm just trying to base it off the head turn. Kevin says, I've been double clutching ChatGPT and Gemini on crucial tasks. I did do that for when I was trying to create this Google ad. Yeah, I had both of them do the task, and then I shared the answers with each other and saying, like, what do you think of this person's answer? And then actually, Kevin, you'd be maybe surprised, I'm not sure. Gemini actually said, yo, you know what ChatGPT said? I didn't give them the names, but I was like, oh, this other person's suggestion is actually much better than mine. Mine was a bit too broad in my approach, whereas this one was much more tailored and fine-tuned. And ultimately just agreed that ChatGPT's suggestion was actually much better. So, you know. You said I had both add a path name and file extension to each line of text. Okay. You're getting into that world where I'm like, I'm nodding, I'm reading out loud, but it doesn't mean anything, you know? The 4-digit file number, the .cr3. Gotcha. Yep, I hear you. I also asked for a file count. I would do the exact same thing in your shoes. Espionage, all is well on my end, just slowly cutting weight in hopes to be in a more competitive weight class by next year to start competing again. Yo, Espionage, remind me, what is it you're competing for? What sport are we talking about? Is this like jiu-jitsu, wrestling, boxing, competitive eating? Kevin, you said they both gave me the file count, but ChatGPT found a duplicate entry. ChatGPT wins. Gemini didn't catch the duplicate entry. Gotcha. I hear you, man. I hear you. Espionage, I think did we have this conversation before? Or I'm trying to remember. I think it was with you. I think it was with you, right? Were you talking about you've been doing jiu-jitsu for some time now? Remind me, have we talked about this? Or like, have we talked about wrestling and jiu-jitsu and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay, so that was you. Thank you very much. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, so you're trying to cut weight now for next year. Yo, you got a lot of time. See, you're doing it the right way. I did it the very, very unhealthy, terrible to your body way. Yeah, so it makes sense if you want to start now and just make it like maintain a certain weight over time and train your body to kind of feel that's the new equilibrium. Whereas the way I was doing it's like binge eating, and then I've never thrown up in the name of making weight, but I was no different from the stereotype of like those. You would always hear the stereotype in school of like the girls who would like intentionally throw up to lose weight. I forget what the word was for them, but that was basically me with wrestling. But yeah, that sounds great, man. How many years did you say you've been doing jiu-jitsu? I feel like this must be good enough. Let me just make sure both of these should be in 100% speed. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's take it all the way back and see if we can. Oh yeah, okay, we are definitely synced up now. Both look at the same time. Looking again. Not as much. Okay, well, let's look for the big head turn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One. Turn. No, slight turn. Yes, we did get it. Okay, so we do have the proper, we got it proper, okay? We got the eagle synced up on both shots. Wow. That's real skill right there. Amazing. And then we're gonna fix the overlay. I just want to sync it up, make sure. So my thinking is, I want to maintain the vertical or the portrait mode. Espionage, you said. Oh, one second. Bulimic. If you're progressive, you got to say trigger warning. Bulimic. That's what it was. Bulimic. Yeah, that was like in high school, that was a term we would use. But it was always for like women. It was like the girls trying to lose weight. But for me, the equivalent was that I was a wrestler and without the science to back up how to lose weight. So I was the trash bag guy. I was spitting in empty bottles to lose like water weight guy. I never threw up though, so I was proud of myself for not having to stoop to that level. I stooped to every other level besides throwing up. If you're progressive, you got to say trigger warning. Gotcha. Trigger warning. Espionage, I'm trying to drop 30 pounds, damn, so I can maintain the weight all next year so I can rack up points and make a run at the World Championships. Dude, that's super impressive. I've been training for 19 years. Got it. 19 years. Yo. That's some real skill, man. Just hearing you talk about it, it just brings back nostalgia for me. I do miss it at the yeah. Competition is like so stressful. Now, from my point of view, I've never done anything near like a World Championships thing. I think I attended some of the national championships, like junior national thing, like when I was in high school, but I was nowhere good enough for that. The closest I ever got was state champion for like freestyle wrestling, and then I was runner-up for many years in a row. So I would always lose on the biggest stage. So when the moment mattered the most, when you got BC, when you got all the PPs on the line, right? Therefore, are you going to be the state champion on the big screen, televised as well, in a big arena? I would always lose. So I was second place many years. And 1 year in high school, I was third place. And that actually felt much better than any of those second place. Because to get to medal as a third place, one, it means your final match of the season, it's a win. So like you're ending on a high note. But also to be in a position where you're fighting for third and fourth place, it is a grind. It meant like you lost a match early on in the tournament. And in order for you to even stay in a medal position, that means you have to fight and win so many more matches just to even potentially keep making it to a medal position. Whereas like the years when I would compete for first and second place, usually meant I won. One, I was seated high, so then I was competing against people who were ranked lower. And so it usually means you have a somewhat easier match statistically, or like, by the ranking. But then you would either have a bye in your matches, so you would either you'd be able to skip a match, so you don't have to compete as much. And if you win, then you move on to the next one, and the next one you're ready there. So like you might only have to wrestle like 3 times before you're in the championship match, if less. Whereas like the year that I got third place, I think I lost my very first match as the multi-day championship tournament started. And then it meant I had to fight and keep winning and wrestle more, burn through your energy just to even hope to be a medal position. And then when I won that last match, it just felt like you earned every single blood, sweat, and tears of it. So yeah, good memories, but tough memories for sure. So the fact that you're doing it for 19 years, the fact that you're saying you're making a run for the World Championships, now we're talking like at a crazier level for sure. So, but yeah, I guess if you have to maintain that weight the whole year to compete in that one spot, but damn, you got to drop 30 pounds. Look, I'm definitely not envious having to lose weight, diet. But I guess I see why you want to start now, so you can do a gradual drop off of weight. That's why I'm trying to compete all year, so I have enough points to seed higher so I can get better matchups. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so what I want to do... Well, first, let's see how long this clip is. 1610 to 1630. But we want to slow it down. So let's say right when... So roughly here, is when I want it to start slow motion mode. I'm just going to go ahead and cut the clip. And then let's see if we can change both clip speeds. These are all shot at 60 frames. So thankfully, it should mean the math is just lining up. We'll make this 40% speed. Same with the clip below it. Let's see if it works. Yeah. Now, the main thing though is how do I figure out what... So I'm assuming I want the GoPro shot to not take over the full screen, mainly because I want to maintain the vertical frames, but I don't want to lose it. So we're going to drop... So we're going to switch the ordering. And... Also, how do I cut the... I need to crop this. Oops. Espionage, I used to watch all the time. Now that it's going to Paramount, I will probably start watching it more. Oh, nice. Okay. I stopped because they moved everything over to their Fight Pass app and ESPN. There's a fight with this Chinese dude. He's a brawler. Oh, nice, nice. He's fighting on Saturday. Yeah, I have some of my friends who I grew up with who... There's one guy that I remember Well, I mentioned to you guys, right? So I didn't know him, but my brother wrestled against Henry Cejudo. So that was a cool, nice mark. He got crushed by him, by the way. But Henry Cejudo was like many years older and much bigger. But that was kind of cool to grow up with the Cejudo brothers. Ooh, I hear Kimbap. Kimbap is about to make his presence known. Is he going to jump up here, Kimbap? Are you going to finally show up to your day job? Night job? Good boy. All right, here comes Kimbap. Do-do-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. What a good boy you are. Yes, Kimbap. Let me drop this back down. 19 fights, 19 finishes. Yo, that's crazy. Wait, how is there another UFC fight? Wasn't there one? Oh, is that why that one dude, the one who won the championship last week? I thought I read something where he like said, I wasn't injured at all, so if you want me to fight in this upcoming UFC, I can. I was like, yo, that's crazy. That's like, imagine being his opponent and hearing him say that. Like, oh yeah, this dude didn't barely laid a scratch on me. I'm ready to fight next week. Doom. Okay, let's figure this out. So I do think because this one's not a full edge-to-edge shot, we might put this off to the side somewhere. I just don't know how to do this properly. Because then here it's like we're not doing enough justice, right, to the shot. I guess we can put on the bottom right a bit better. Let's see, let's see. Nope, I didn't want to do that. Wait, did I just do the wrong thing? I did the wrong thing. Okay, 1 second. Reversing. Bringing this one opacity top. Okay, I'm losing my mind just a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's just take a quick look, see if it looks nice to do it this way or not. Oh, shoot. Why is the timing off? Oh, right. Because this is normal speed. Okay, let me copy this over. We want to copy over the scale and the position. And then we need a crop. Yikes. 19 fights, 19 finishes. With how technical BJJ is, I think I would be good if I was dedicated enough and athletic. There's a lot of ifs there that are doing the heavy lifting, Kevin. If only you were athletic. That's a big one, okay? I don't know your athleticism, but of course, if I was jacked, yeah. If I was the best at BJJ, I think I'd be really good at BJJ. That's what I'm hearing right now. Oh, shoot. I didn't want that. I do miss competition, though. It's just, it takes a lot out of you. But I think I give a lot of credit to wrestling for what's shaped my personality in terms of like anything to do with like my resilience or my ability to even like doing streams. Honestly, like, so the fact that I've been streaming for so many days in a row and being able to stream for like 8 hours or so every day, that's largely in part from things that I learned from my wrestling days, of just like this ability to, drill into one thing, dedicate your time and energy into one thing, and like sacrifice fully. That was very much something my dad taught, and something that wrestling can teach. It teaches a lot of discipline. It teaches a lot of just like not giving up, let's say. If I was jacked and strong with a 7-foot wingspan and a 50-inch vertical, yeah. Espionage, if I had a big PP, I would be really good at BJJ. Nice. Listen, our prize pixel point system, it doesn't really carry out into the real world, but it doesn't hurt, because if you had a large PP, like right now BC's got the most in our chat. If you have the most PPs, which is of course our prize pixels, it would also give you some confidence, and I'm sure that can help in BJJ. So there you go. You have to embrace the grind, yeah. I always grew up thinking the wrestling phrase was always no pain, no gain, which is like not the truest thing in the world, but it was kind of how we lived our life. It was just like when you were suffering, when you were physically injured, and you're always injured. So espionage, I'm just kind of assuming that you must always be injured, or maybe these days with better science and technology, maybe that's not the case. But for me, it was like during the wrestling seasons, and still to this day, my whole body is destroyed. But you would just go in knowing that you're never at 100% health. You're always going into your competitions at maybe 80% health, and then taking drugs or whatever you need to like ice packs and stuff to get you close to 85%. But then everyone else is suffering too. Nobody was fully healthy. It was just the thing. So you just kind of live with it by saying no pain, no gain. Okay, I think this could look good. Espionage. Oh, wait, no. Kevin, you said, got to have a support system. If you have broken home and your parents aren't present, doing anything is tough. Yeah, exactly. It's like having a good support system helps with everything. Having money helps with a lot of things, right? If you grow up with money, then you can have healthy food, right? You can have everything, money, resources, stable home environment, all of that is necessary, especially if you're a kid. Now, too much of money obviously can have its own detriments. Espionage, yes, I have multiple tears in my left shoulder and my right knee has a meniscus tear. Yeah, yeah. I feel you on that. Even to this day, my left shoulder, I still have problems with it. And I did get some x-rays and MRIs. And the only fix for it is that I just need to get surgery done, unfortunately. And since I'm not doing any athletic sports anymore, I figured I can hold off on it. It's not the biggest deal. Both my knees are destroyed. Like, it's like sensitive and without feeling at the same time. So parts of it, there's like the nerve endings are dead, and then other parts, if like I barely brush against it, it can feel like it's on fire. So, and then I have got I have like a cyst in my wrist here from all the impact, which apparently like skateboarders get, but mine was from wrestling. And then I have my cauliflower ear, but that's more superficial than anything. But yeah, during competitions, like after each match, I would be covered in ice. I would have ice packs on both my shoulders, on my knees, and you're just walking around like that. Yeah, exactly, Espionage. No need to get surgery unless your quality of life is being affected. Yeah, that's such a big risk for. I'm not going back into that world. Okay, so I'm just trying to see if it can look nice to have a, what do you call this? Like a camera, a picture-in-picture mode. Yeah, the only thing is I just don't want it to. So maybe if I change up the framings, like maybe I can make this more like a vertical 9x16, and then put the other one in the remaining space. I don't know. It's kind of tough to figure out how to do a split screen. The trailer worked out nicely. Because the trailer, we just choose one, right? And we go with it, and it's just enough to hook them. And we went with just the eagle's point of view. And we did a bit of like an overlay effect. And that is the money shot for sure. Or it's like more unique, right? So part of me wants to prioritize it instead of making a tiny box. But I don't have the answer. Like if I did somewhat like a 16:9, could that work? Let me see. Full screen it. I guess this could work, because then I can just reposition the bottom to always be in the center. Because the vertical looks nice. The main thing I want to maintain in the eagle point of view is obviously the eagle's head. And then seeing the hunter off in the distance. I think we'll go with that. This might be our best option here. So let's see. Question is, how much of this do we want to show? We have a lot. Then here. Okay, so we'd have to do a bit of custom work. But I think this could be cool. If we play around with it, I'm going too deep into this because we're going to work on this later. But I did want a general sense of like how we can make these two shots shown at the same time. Because we don't have the luxury of being able to show each one on its own. Because we have to keep this within a certain time frame of like ideally no longer than 15 minutes. 15 minutes is our kind of like our North Star. We just need 10 to 15 minutes. And I think we're already at roughly 15. So I need this to not be more than a minute. Something like that. Something like that. Okay. So then what are we missing here? Let's see. That's intermission eagle shot number 4. And our closing one, Altai song. Okay, cool, cool. So that is... Hey, Nala. Good girl. All right, let's say hello to our second cat. Are they all chilling near me now? Yo, we're all here together. Want to say hi, Nala? Do you have anything to say, Nala? Are you a good girl? Nothing? Nothing? Fine. Fine, fine, fine. You want to chill here? Alright, fine, fine. Okay, so my final shot. My cat's looking for like a comfortable seating position. Final shot is from our Mongolian singer here, this one. So let me copy this. Bring it over here.
Family,
Thank you.
how was your trip in Mongolia?
That was beautiful, yeah. I'll be back. So this will be our final... This is the final act, which is kind of like the Altai farewell. So he's going to give a song about the Altai Mountains. We'll probably cut some of this out. And then as he's singing, I might then include some of my voiceover, maybe. And then we'll do some montage scenes of us packing up, heading home, flying home, and then reuniting with my cats. And then we'll hop back to him as the song ends. So we'll try to do something like that. I just watched a couple of Zhang's highlights and the dude can bang. I don't know enough about the roster of fighters. Okay, nice, nice. He's a brawler. Excited to see him fight a higher caliber fighter. Nice. He still has a lot to prove. Well, with 19 fights, that's kind of a hefty load on a guy. Is he how young is he to be able to handle that more? I don't know. He still has a lot. Yeah, no idea how well he can grapple. Gotcha.
Produce about himself.
Okay.
Yeah. He has 3 children and 1 wife. He's not professional musician and singer, but he's from talented family.
Yeah.
He's just like a normal eagle hunter, like others.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So I might, just to save time, we'll probably start it somewhere after. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think I have time for his intro. I'll probably start it
Sing
from
a song about.
here, yeah.
He's gonna sing a song.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to cut most of this out.
He's gonna sing a song about slopes of Altai mountains. This song is describes the lifestyle of Kazakh nomads. Yeah.
Ağdağanın ötesinde bir hele Altay'ın jandarında tünegem Ağıyıktay taң aldında selkene Harlısının kıranınday tülegen Eli kızı
So yeah, I think when as he's playing that, then we'll do the B-roll as I mentioned. But I think yeah, this one, if I remember, is a bit longer. So I will either have to do some creative cutting to just shorten the song, or it might be okay. Let's see. Okay. So on that final thing, blah, 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 we have some stuff to add there. Let's cut some stuff up here. All right, that means we can cut a lot of this out. Okay, this one we might use as, what do we say? Winter's demands. So during this chapter. Okay, so now we have the skeleton. Let me delete that. Oh yeah, same thing. Let's see if we can mash this up. So right here is when it grabs it, right? Let's see if we can match it up. Bum, 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 bum. All right, maybe I'll have to match it by the claw. Let's see if both of these are at 100%. All right, let's see if we got the... I think I'm off. Yeah, I'm definitely off. Let me see. I think I need to drop this a bit forward, maybe? Let me see. Okay, so this is the frame. Let me just cut it there. This is the frame where I can see the eagle's talons looks like it starts to grip my wrist. So we just gotta line it up. With this one. 1, 2, 3. Right here. Okay, so there's only... This is the first frame where it grips on there. So, if my blah 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 calculations are correct, this should be good. Espionage, you said he is 26 or 27. Okay, that's pretty young. There's one fight where his opponent didn't touch gloves in the beginning of the fight, and he messed that boy up. Opponent hugged him after the fight. Yeah. You wisen up quickly after that. I've had my fair share of opponents who, like, they come in with such swagger. I mean, to be fair, you know, this is when you're in high school or middle school, you know, elementary school, whatever. So you got a lot of like machoism. You're trying to prove yourself to your parents, to your your friends and stuff. But yeah, I do remember some of those kids, and they don't want to shake your hand. They're doing these weird. They're trying to act all cool when they stroll up to the center of the map, and then you destroy them. You just like utterly destroy them, and their mental changes quickly after. Okay, I think I got it this time. So assuming I got it, let's back it up a bit. Oh, I could have timed it with when I look over. Okay, I do a little head tilt there? Oh, that's what's... Okay, what the heck? One of these shots is in slow motion. I thought I changed it. Change clip speed to 100%, yeah. This is definitely in slow motion. Ugh, what's going on? Did I like export this in slow motion or something? Yeah, everything about this is slowed down. Let me see. Oh yeah, this was shot at 24 frames. Oh, you know what? I must have slowed it down already, and then I exported it. Freak of nature. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think we want to play this in slow motion anyway. So before I go and like find the original clip and just export it as a normal speed, let's try. So at least we got the moment correct. Let's slow this. No, we're going to slow this one down. So we're going to slow this to 40% speed. Okay, let's see if we timed it correctly. It was close. I think something was off, maybe. Just a little bit. Let me see. I think I need to bump the top one frame faster, maybe. Let's try. This is what I said. I get very nitpicky, so some people wouldn't care this much. I will end up spending too much time on this. Opponent hunt, yeah, espionage. I learned from many years of being around fighters that many fighters need to mentally dislike their opponents so that they can effectively fight them. Sometimes it's not just to hype up the fight; they have to create a true dislike or hate for their opponent. I guess maybe I'm trying to think like from a UFC standpoint, or like an MMA, maybe, or like a boxing kind of thing. Maybe I can understand that because there's something more visceral about like punching someone, whereas like grappling to me doesn't feel that same kind of a violent act, right? Punching someone in the face, or just in general, or kicking even, it just feels way more violent of an act where I can see the need to muster up some kind of like, if I'm about to do some real impact sport, I need to build it up somehow to let myself go. Whereas like for grappling sports, like with me with wrestling, I never really viewed it as a violent sport. I mean, there can be violence when you throw someone or, you know, suplex or something like that, right? For the most part, there's rules against some of those things in high school, though. Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying, espionage. Obviously, you're not saying for yourself, but you know people who do that. I'm just trying to imagine, would that have helped me to have to build up a character in my mind? I feel like because of who... Usually, if I build someone up in my mind in terms of my opponent, I'm the type who would overthink. And so I think sometimes I would end up stressing way too much if I gave that much level of credence to their, like, who they are. The pressure of like wanting to destroy someone or beat someone because I hate them, I think it would end up making me overthink too much and overanalyze and overstress, because the gravity of like having to beat this person would feel that much more significant. So I don't think I was ever that type. I'm more of like, actually, if the less I know about you, maybe the better I would perform, because then I don't have the ability to overanalyze everything. Like, I have to make sure to do this, this, and that. I can just wrestle my own way and hope for the best. There are still people that do it in jiu-jitsu. I'm too nice. I'm always super friendly and help my opponents. Yeah, I get you, man. I think you and I are the same in that regard. Like, I was always trying to be friendly with everyone. I want to say like I was trying my best not to treat it seriously, but it is like at that young age when you're like in grade school and stuff, it does feel a lot more serious to win or lose. So like now as an adult, I would not, even if I'm like competing, like you said, espionage. So in your case, you're like going for like world championships, right? So there's a lot of pressure to that. But even with that, I feel like I wouldn't treat it seriously in that sense of like, if I lose, is it devastating? No, it would suck, but it wouldn't be emotionally damaging the way losing in school grade was damaging, right? Like losing when you have like your peers, your friends, when you're still, you know, obviously more like underdeveloped mentally, that feeling of loss, it like hits so much. The bite is a lot sharper and it lasts longer than now. If I lose in a competition, even if it was even more serious or on a bigger world stage or whatever, I would be able to be okay with it. But yeah. Okay, I still feel like the GoPro shot is slightly delayed, just like a fraction. So I think if I speed it up by one more frame, maybe. Oh wait. Oh no, I'm messing it up. I think. Shoot, yeah, I think I did the other way. Because now the GoPro shot is a little too fast. So I was looking at the wrong image when I made that assumption. Whoops. So that means GoPro's too fast, which is the one on top. So I need to slow it down. Let's try 3 frames because I've already lost track now. Espionage, you said, I'm still a hobbyist. I don't take it all that seriously. I know I will only go so far because so many dudes are on steroids, but I still beat some of them. You know what? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about people who are cheating, right? Unfortunately, that is a reality in everything in life, not just sports. So, yeah, I mean, at some point you will run into that challenge, and what can you do? The good news is in a sport like weight class sports, at some point it's not like they can, stack themselves up with so much muscle because, there's only so much, right, before they're going to have to shift to another weight class. So the parameters of the weight classes can help a little bit. But obviously steroids or like the drugs that you cheat with isn't always around just like how much muscle you can pack on. It could be things that help you help with your conditioning or like, all that kind of stuff. So obviously there are other types of drugs out there that allow you to have more stamina. So you never know, maybe the odds will be in my favor and I podium somehow. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the fact that you're not taking it seriously is good, but then the fact that you're treating it seriously is great, right? That's probably the best combination. Yeah, and if there are cheaters out there, it's like, what can you do? But I will say, like, the thing I loved about wrestling, and I'm assuming similar with jiu-jitsu, is oftentimes it's not just about pure strength. It is like technique-based. It is muscle memory based, like how much training did you put in so that you don't have to think about certain techniques and you can just let your body do the motions. And then it's a lot about countering against your opponent based on how they move their body, right? So oftentimes it wasn't about how strong you are. Sometimes it was using someone's strength against them. So if someone is like very explosive and they charge at you trying to do something, you then just know how to shift your body to let their own motion and momentum be a part of your move, where maybe it's like a throw, you want to flip them or whatever. And so their forward momentum mixed with your perfect timing of getting out of the way of their forward momentum, but then shifting your hips and then getting them turning into a throw. That's great, right? And it's a lot about your core balance was big. Your hips, your leg strength, and your core balance, like your core abs and everything, plays a bigger role. And then really it's conditioning. But yeah. But yeah, man. Oh, I do enjoy these conversations. It takes me back. It takes me way back. And man, I look back on it fondly these days, but I would never do it again. So, yeah. All right, did I get the timing right? Come on. Tell me I got it. I can't tell. I feel like I'm either right on or like one frame off. Oh my god, I'm starving. Espionage, you say... Sorry, one second. Let me figure this out. I need an obvious head motion. Okay, you know what? I think that works. Espionage, you said, I don't consider steroids cheating myself. No one is tested, so they can do whatever they want. I'm just not willing to do it. Jiu-jitsu isn't my life like it is for other people. Other people have to feed their families on jiu-jitsu. I'm just a martial artist for fun. Yeah. Well, I guess for me though, I mean, to me, steroids is cheating. in like a physical sport for sure. Like, not that I know the ins and outs of steroids. I know like there's like different versions or whatever, right? But like in the concept of if you're taking certain drugs that give you an unfair advantage in terms of physical strength or conditioning or whatever, and if it's a drug that you know is not standardized or like not allowed by the rules, if you're taking something that gives you that edge, whether it allows you to build muscle more quickly or if it allows you to recover quicker, if it allows you to have more stamina, all of that, like in a physical sport, to me is like, it is cheating. And then there's like gravities or like different degrees of cheating. But to me, when it comes to such a physically grueling sport like that, it's a bit more egregious in my mind. And obviously I'm a bit biased because I was in the sport. But like in a sport, especially like an MMA, right? When it comes to impact sports, that's where like if you take something that makes you physically stronger, faster, whatever, it feels a bit more dangerous to cheat. Because now you're like, every little fraction of strength or every little fraction of energy or stamina you have makes a big difference. And if you're like on another level because of some drugs that allows you to completely dominate someone, when, yeah, I don't know, like all of like that kind of stuff I do find somewhat dangerous in an impact physical sport. Because then if you're taking steroids and you can end up like killing someone, let's say, just because of whatever strength difference or something that occurs because of it. Yeah, I mean, not to say that would happen easily, but it is possible. Like people get injured quite regularly in this kind of sport. I remember, I've lost count the number of times when I was growing up where there like an ambulance would show up to the stadium or to the gymnasium because someone hurt their neck from being suplexed or whatever, right? So I do find that kind of cheating to be like actual cheating. Where I find is a gray line is cutting weight, which in some ways I think could be considered even worse cheating, maybe, but it's just like sanctioned cheating. But yeah, it's like, you know, if you normally weigh, I'm just going to throw a number out there. Let's say you normally weigh 150 pounds, but you're trying to turn your body frame and muscle mass and everything that's normally supposed to be at 150 healthy, and you're trying to drop below what's considered healthy or like whatever fat, percentage body fat. And if you're trying to compete at 120, losing that 30 pounds that you're talking about, right? But let's imagine 30 pounds of like, you're like already skinny to begin with, and you're losing 30 pounds from like not having any body fat, right? When you get to that dangerous effects of cutting weight that much, where you're like about to pass out when you go onto the scale and things like that. And then if you're given enough time from the moment you weigh in to your actual match, I feel like that is somewhat even more dangerous, or also not just to yourself, but dangerous to the opponent, and unfair, right? Because then like if you're given several days, let's say you weigh in and you got 2 days before your match, or it's a multi-day tournament, so you have time to hopefully regain your strength, then you're like drinking all the water, you're replenishing all your system, and you might bloat your body back up to like, you know, 15 pounds heavier, and now you're competing against someone who might not do any of that, or is just naturally at the weight of 120, let's say. Then it's like, yo, you got such an unfair advantage of just being heavier, faster, stronger, potentially. I don't know. Those things I can view as a gray area, but can be considered worse somehow. All right, let's look at this real quick. As for what you said there, espionage, about other people have to feed their family on jiu-jitsu, well, possibly, but I can't imagine there's a lot of money to go around in jiu-jitsu. Same thing with wrestling, right? That's why MMA or UFC was such a boon to like NCAA athletes and all that, because all of a sudden, if you went into these sports like wrestling in particular, where after you're done, like it doesn't matter. Let's say you were a national champion NCAA athlete. If you couldn't make it into the Olympics, your career, it's like there's not many options for you to make good, sustainable income, even with such a title like that. And let's say you're not one of the few who gets to call themselves a champion. You're like 3rd place, 4th place, whatever. It's just not a place where you can make money. So if that is the struggle, trying to feed family on jiu-jitsu, I mean, you got bigger problems in life at that point. Like, Unfortunately, the sports are just not like these kind of grappling sports. I don't know if they're that big enough to feed enough families. Um, for jiu-jitsu, you weigh in right before you step on the mat for your matches. Okay, okay. So very little to no time to rehydrate. I think that's how the rules should be, because then that should weed out people who are trying to. That's one thing I don't like about UFC is like these kind of sports where they give you like, you know, you have the weigh-in, it's all televised, it's a big moment, and then sometimes I feel like it's like a week they give you or several days before you actually compete. It's like, yo, what the hell then? What's the point? It feels almost like I'm watching two competitions. Competition one is who can lose the most amount of weight in a given time, and then competition number two is like, well, the actual fight. It's like, I didn't sign up to watch the world's best, you know, weight cutter, right? That's, you can make that a competition if you like, or a sport, but yeah. Okay, I'm looking at this one more time, but I think we're fine now. Boom. Same problem though, we got to figure out how do we overlay these in a way that gives the right balance to both shots. Actually, before I do that, let me crop out the edges. Okay. Maybe it's the same thing. I'm not sure. Actually, in this case, I think I want the shot of me to be more vertical and then the GoPro shot to take up more space. Espionage, you said most black belt competitors are gym owners, coaches, or sponsored athletes. Oh, okay, okay. I'm a coach, but I teach for free, so if I lose, it doesn't hurt my value. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess at that point you are doing it because you own a gym, and obviously that's a nice notch on your belt. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, in that case, because that's a good resume builder to get more people to join your gym if you're able to say you're world class, whatever. So I'm wondering, I might just make this one more of a full screen mode. And then let's see how much space I need to be able to grab this properly. And then we'd have to like synchronize because I think I shift around a bit in the shot, but yeah, you know what? I think this is the proper way to do it. We want more space for this GoPro shot because it's a more epic shot anyways. And then it's just, I need to do some keyframes here with the shot of me so that I stay within frame longer or throughout. Ooh, can I join this heist? Is it too late? I don't even know how many points I have at this point. So here I need to shift this as much as possible. And then we'll probably move it back to normal speed after that. There's, let me see if I can find it. Yeah. All right, let me redo. It's like tough sometimes to do these keyframes without it looking shifty in the shot. Oh man, did I lose PPs, dude? It is what it is. Oh shoot, I forgot it. Wait, I was supposed to get an alarm today to post an Instagram reel, and the notification didn't go off. It was just a quiet little reminder. You got to be shitting me. I was supposed to make another Instagram reel to promote my video, and I totally forgot. Well, you know, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't fully my fault. Yo, Kunal. Kunal number 1. You are not Kunal 2 or 3. We're speaking to Kunal 1. Is great. Good setup, bro. Thank you very much. And thank you for the follow. Let me go check out your Twitch. We're so new that every time someone follows me, it is such a great deal. I do hope I'll never, like, not feel that way. But I just want to double check to see if you're a streamer. Because if you are, I'll make sure to give you a follow. Do you stream, Kunal? Or are you a pleasant viewer only? But thank you very much. Good setup, bro. If you were referring to... If you're referring to this, well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so we are streaming on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. And we do stream from my place here. And I've got a camera for my cat, so that's maybe what you're talking about as well. We got cat number 1 over here. I'm just bothering him a bit. And we also have a little cat camera in case we want to go full screen mode. What's up, Kimbap? What a good boy. What a good boy. Yeah. It's like he's looking straight into your soul right now. What the hell? Does he know the camera's there? What a good boy, Kimbap. Honestly, I'm just going to do a stream one of these days where it's just the cat camera. I mentioned it. Oh yeah, I didn't have time to look at the TikTok thing. But we're going to look at TikTok. We're going to see if we can be a TikTok streamer at the same time as we do YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And so that'll be the day if we can do all 4 at once. Vertical shots, landscape, all of it. Thank you very much though, Kunal. I'm just trying to... I need to fix this shot right here. I need everything in frame at all times. So let's try this. But I don't want it to look like you can see the shake when it has to overcorrect itself. So that's fine. But then here we're shifting too much that way, right? So I need to do a huge course correction. But sometimes you can see it when it shifts around. It, like, the camera will bounce. Yeah, see, it did a little bounce there. I don't know how to, like, properly fix that. See that? On the right shot, there's a little boonk. The cat took the spotlight? Yeah. I mean, the stream is really about my cats. Let's be real. I don't blame anyone who says they would rather see the cat at all times. But that's why we did add in this camera, so you can just always see what my cat's up to. Kimbap, you want to look this way? Camera's this way, buddy. Camera's this way, buddy. You want a butt scratch? Alright, good boy. Espionage, I heard some animals either love or hate camera because of the IR light for autofocus. Oh, I didn't think about that. The infrared? Well, I don't know, because like normally they don't really give a shit about the cameras. It's just this time, just from the way he was posing it just looked like he was staring straight at the camera. Yes, good boy. Good boy. Yes, what a good buddy you are. Okay. All right. Let's keep working. Oh, yeah, because espionage. I think I saw some viral video about, was it like spiders or something? There's like some animal that reacts to when you point your camera at them, like your smartphone or something. And you would see I think it was like a bug or a spider. And like you would see it physically react when you turn on the camera mode. And I guess it might have something to do with what you're talking about. Okay, so that part's fine. How do we fix the little bumpy stuff? Right there. Maybe... Because I don't want to crop myself, if possible. But if I just like choose an arbitrary moment, it'll not fix it. Let's try. Let's see what happens. I think it was spiders. Sounds familiar. Yeah, the bounce still happened. Well, one thing I can do is we can give a little bit more space to the shot. Kunal, he said, by the way, I am also an editor. Nice, nice. And I just watched your Insta, and guess what? Now you have one more follower. Hells yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Kunal. It's always nice to meet people who are in this space because I'm fairly new at it. In terms of doing like video stuff, it's been 2 years or so. I've been doing a lot more like Instagram Reels to start. But then in the past year, I've shifted over to do like longer form content. So you're watching me kind of put together a travel vlog episode that's going to be probably anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes long. So I'm trying to do more like storytelling mode. So we're trying to learn as much as possible. And anytime I meet editors or photographers or creative people, it's nice to bounce ideas off or hear if you guys have better suggestions for things I can do. So that's kind of the point of these streams is, well, there's many points. One of them is that hopefully I can use this time to actually create videos, especially from my past year and a half of traveling. I have so many videos that I need to work on from my trips. So I'll be productive by actually working through them, and I can do it in a live stream. So hopefully it'll be entertaining as well. But then I also hope to meet a lot of people like you for the reasons I gave, and we can build a community in that sense. But yeah. right now you're watching me struggle because I'm trying to combine two shots in one, and because the original footage is a bit shaky of me, or like the camera moved from left to right, so I'm trying to keep myself centered here. But if I do it manually, and I don't seem to have any other way to do it because it's already auto stabilized. Oh, there is some kind of tracking feature. There is some kind of tracking thing. I just never used it in DaVinci. Maybe I should try that. But right now I'm just trying to manually use some keyframes to readjust where I am. But I'll notice there's a moment where the footage jolts, or like it kind of wiggles a bit as it bounces to catch up to whatever keyframe I created. So that's what we're struggling up against. You said that's really impressive. Well, thank you, thank you. Yeah, well, I didn't do anything here besides turn on the cameras and then stick a piece of meat out in front of me and wait for an eagle to fly in. Wait, I wonder, can I show this in full? Hold on. I mean, yeah, I'm hitting a mental block here to figure this out. You can use planar tracker to stabilize. Consistency is the key. Yeah, you know, I even downloaded some kind of template or something that's supposed to do tracking. Track? Nope. Locked. Oh yeah, locked on stabilization. Is this it? Oh, and then Kunal, if you would like to see the kinds of videos I create these days, I'm going to put something in the chat. This is my latest YouTube video. So YouTube is where I've been focusing my time in the past year, and that is also the platform that I'm trying to grow the most. So if you want to check out that video at your free time, it's about 17 minutes long, but I do hope you'll enjoy it. It is a video that we created during our live streams. So it took us about 25 days, start to finish, to release the video. But yeah, hopefully you enjoy it. It's part 1. So it's episode 1 of my time in Mongolia. And we're working on episode 2 as we speak. But yeah. Oh, thank you, BC. Thank you for the kind words there. Be sure to watch it. It's amazing. If you do, yeah. Oh yeah. Make sure to watch it in 4K. Absolutely. 4K quality always. All right, let me see. How do I use this locked on stabilization thing? I should just look at the instruction manual, but under effects. Oh, wait, I think I have to turn on some kind of fusion overlay thing. Open fusion overlay? Is that it? You know what? This is too much. Too much. We're just going to do it the old-fashioned way for this one. Where there's a will, there's a way, they say, right? The other solution I have is I just need to do every freaking frame and just reframe them or reposition it. SFX is really good. Oh, thank you, man. Did you shoot all those scenes? Yes. Everything is shot by myself, except for if you see a video of me in the shot, then probably I handed my phone or camera to someone to shoot. But everything else is shot by me. I usually am a solo traveler for the most part. One thing I've changed in the past year and a half is I started to organize tours. So I try to take people with me on different trips for like photo workshops or wildlife safaris. But generally speaking, I tend to travel alone. So I am a solo filmmaker, which comes with it many challenges. but it's also fun. But I would love to travel with the film crew at some point in the future. So for example, here I had a GoPro attached to my head, hence the footage on the left. And then my guide who I was with, Aibo, he had my iPhone, so he was filming me from here. Now, again, if I had a film crew, then it's like, oh, instead of shooting with an iPhone, you could actually also have a professional camera that you're filming me with. So everything should always be like at the top-notch quality, except for the GoPros and stuff like that, I guess. But okay, let's see. You know what? That felt a bit more acceptable. There was a bit of shake towards the end, but I'm okay with that. It's just here when there's not much to look at, that when if you see my screen on the right feel jittery, it might be a bit more noticeable. But once the eagle comes in, I feel like there's enough like to grab your attention that you might not even notice the shake. Yeah, yeah. So there's a slight shake the moment it lands, but so far it's okay. And then the question is, I need to still fix this guy up. So let's use somewhere around here. Oops. All right, let's hope for the best. Kunali says, sorry, the video hooked me up. No need to apologize for that, man. Enjoy. Watch the entire video. Because I think, by the way, that does help my YouTube videos, right? Because if YouTube algorithm, it'll look at, like, how long did someone watch your video before they exited. So if someone watches the whole video, that helps my averages go up. And it hopefully means, like, they'll say, like, oh, this one actually garnered enough attention from this person, so we should put this in front of another person. So do not apologize. Feel free to watch the entire video. If anything, I would appreciate that even more. If you give it a thumbs up, if you give it a comment, all of that is super, super helpful. And of course, if you follow me on YouTube, that is another big help to my channel. But thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I also, by the way, accept feedback. So if you have any critiques, if something you're like, yo, you could have done this much better if you did this thing, do tell me. I need to learn from all this anyways. Okay, let's check to see if there's any shake. So this is fine. Like, to have the motion, there was a little bit of a shake. Damn it. 1 second. I think it's from that last keyframe we added. Let me see again. Oh no, I guess I missed it the other time. Okay. I'm gonna try something without knowing if it'll work or not. What if I just add a shit ton of keyframes? What if we take it basically one frame at a time, is what I'm saying. It's probably made it worse. Let's see. Yeah, I think it made it worse. Oh, come on. Take it a few steps at a time. Let's see. So far, so good. Okay, then here's where we start having problems. Right there. Nope. There's got to be an answer, and I'm hoping some epic video editor god that's watching the stream right now will be like, actually, if you just hit this button right now, boom, it's problem solved. But unfortunately, I can only rely on myself here, and I don't have a good answer. Cause that, yeah, there's that little bounce there. Oh, I just made it worse. Wait, that didn't seem too bad. Maybe, you know what? I have to be I have to be less of a perfectionist in life anyways. So maybe we can say this is acceptable. Yeah, there's a slight nudge. Let's see again. A slight nudge there. But this looks fine. All right, let's try again. See if we got it. And then here, let's just see if that ruins it now.
Oh, it's amazing.
Okay. We might just call this acceptable for now. And some time away from stream could also help me. Fresh pair of eyes, look at this. Okay. I think that's fine for now. The main thing is I just want to see how much time we're looking at.
It's his son. It's his son.
Okay, so somewhere here. Maybe around here, because like I had to reduce the... It gets a bit dark on the shot anyways. So let's say somewhere here is when we fade it out. So then that saves us a lot of time. Because right now I'm just trying to see what is the total duration of this video. We want it to be around 15 minutes. So I think Everything else is the correct skeletal time frame. Oh wait, we got some things to crop here, I think. So we have to cut some part there. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, even that kind of works. Usually I want to blend the music a bit more, or like the... Like we want it to overlap a little. Let's see. Oh wait, but then we have the soundtrack here is different, so let's create another one called Ambient Loud. Add track stereo. Let's move it over. All right, let's try to blend that a bit better. Let me turn off this music for now, because I do need to listen to this. Nope. Nope. Other way. Okay, I like that. Boom, we got it. Oh, you know what? We can even crop. We might be able to cut this even more. Shorter is sweeter. I have to keep reminding myself that. The name of the game is Trim the Fat. If there's one thing I've learned from my short stint making videos on YouTube, doing these kind of like travel vlog stuff, I feel like my tendency, and maybe on average, most people, they don't want to cut stuff out of whatever video they want to share because it was like personal to them. You get so sucked into your own bias, I guess. Or it's like you're tunnel visioned into like what you think matters, and it's nice to step out and try to imagine if you're someone else watching this, would they find this boring? And I think that's one thing. It's been a tough lesson for me where it's like, you know what, something that I think should take up the entire minute, possibly I only needed 20 seconds out of that minute of whatever I thought I wanted to share that actually people actually care about. So being more succinct in video editing is something I'm learning to do. Being more succinct in how I talk on stream, we're never going to fix that. But the beauty of streaming is that rambling can actually be a blessing. So there you go. So I'm thinking there's a world, we did just make this blend decently, but I might even cut a lot of it out. Because you saw there's a drop in the song here when they were like, you know, forgetting the words or something. I'm not sure. So that part's not as clean. So we could see if we can start up the music again later. So maybe when his voice cuts in there somewhere. Let's see if we can make it work. And I might need to turn up the volume in the beginning there because his voice comes in a bit quieter. Oh, wait, but then the guitar or the fiddle sound kicks in too. Okay, okay. We're gonna figure this out. Okay, now we're hearing the strumming clash. I'm gonna see how much I can push it that way. All right, so I don't think that direction makes sense. Okay, so let's zoom in a bit. I think we're gonna start. Let's see if we can match the strumming. Okay. Let's see if we can start here. Okay, we're gonna go back to extreme mode. And let's see. Okay, maybe that whole section we... Okay, one second. Kunal, said 8:15, 11:03, 13:16, one of my favorite shots, but also the whole video feels like a movie. Yo, that's a nice comment. Could I ask you to write that as a comment in the YouTube video? Because it sounds better if someone else says it, right? But I think if you put in those time codes, then if someone sees your comment, it actually means someone can click on it so that it jumps them to the moments that you said are your favorite. So if I can be so shameless as to ask, if you don't mind leaving that as a comment on the video, that would be super helpful, because obviously I would love for everyone to enjoy the video. And if this is your favorite moment, it could be like a timestamp that lets other people see what moments you thought were the best. But I also now want to check it out. So 8:15, 11:03, and 13:16. Let's see. 8:15. But thank you. It sounds like you actually took the time to watch it all, so I appreciate. I very much appreciate it. Let me just find that video. Okay, so you said 8:15. Let's check out 8:15. Dun 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 dun.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
Yeah. Let me just turn down the volume.
What kind of meat is this?
8:15. Ooh, yes, that's one of my favorite. So Kunal, if you are still there, 8:15, I'm glad you mentioned that. We've if you ever check out some of my older VODs, right? So from the first 25 days when we were making this video, I forget which day it was, but when we discovered this whole sequence, that was one of my favorite shots. It still is, but this whole shot here of Arctic, the eagle hunter, and then the eagle kind of like draped over him. There was something about the colors as well. It was like a much more poppier shot. So it just felt more like actiony. The colors popped, everything about it. So this clip in and of itself was one of my favorites. So the fact that you called it out, it's nice to know that one of my favorite moments is other people's favorite as well. So thank you for that. 11:03 is another timestamp. 11:03. Your Wi-Fi left the chat. Oh, nice. Kunal, yeah, no worries. So I'm just going through the 3 timestamps you mentioned. And then sometimes it's just easier to, just because I have the actual physical footage on my computer, I can go through it there. Okay, and then 11:03, and I'll respond. Thank you, by the way, for leaving the message in the YouTube video. I'm going to respond to that one as well. So thank you. Okay, so then you said 11:03. So the only thing I said was the first one you mentioned, 8:15. That is also one of my favorite shots because it was super crisp. Yeah, I think crisp was the word we might have used. I don't remember, but it was a very, very crisp shot. The colors pop. There's a cool expression on Arctic's face, and then it took over the frame quite nicely. In the background, it was like nicely textured, so it looks like all these mini mountains there. So I was like, man, I wish all of my shots were like this crisp. Because the one that comes after it, it's okay, but I had to do a bit more color grading to get the, I had to work with the curves and just kind of hopefully get it to feel a bit more contrasty, but it doesn't have that same kind of clarity as this one does. This one has it all. So, and then 11:03. 11:03. Ooh, the dramatic ones. Yeah. All right, so we'll see when it gets to 11:03. Oh yeah. So when it pans over, yeah. So this one, well, and thank you. You said thank you for the cinematic video and making my day. Well, listen, you finding so much value out of this video is making my day. So it's a nice little returning the favor virtuous cycle here. So thank you so much for saying that. Yeah, if you ever have time, it's a lot of time, right? But if you ever have time, if you want to check out some of my VODs, which I have on YouTube, you can see the entire behind the scenes of how we made it. This one, and it's kind of sequential, right? So right now we're towards the end of the chapters. So most likely this is from day, I don't know, day 17 or day 18, 19, somewhere like that in my VODs of the live streams. But if you ever check through and try to find these spots when I was working on this chapter, you know what? That's what I need to do. I need to go back and change the title names of my YouTube videos to be more specific on like what chapter was I working on, stuff like that, if possible. Anyways, when I was working on this scene, it was really challenging. Like I couldn't figure out how to make this work. We couldn't figure out the right music, blah, blah, blah. But one of the things was that I didn't have a lot of footage to use. So this snowstorm that kicked in was so abrupt. We had like one moment it was clear skies, and then boom, like the wind picks up, and then like we had this moment of like craziness, and it was gone after. I wouldn't be shocked if it was gone after like 1 or 2 minutes. It felt forever, but it was actually quick. And so I only had enough time to take my iPhone out and just kind of film a few of these moments here as I turned towards the wind and towards the sun. And then it was gone. So I only had a few footages, so I had to try to figure out how can I make the footage feel like different scenes, like as if I took many captures. And so what I ended up doing was zooming in, like hyper zooming in into the original frame, just to try to make it look like I had taken 3 different shots when it was really all from one shot. And so then here I was more zooming out as I pan over to the left, and then you had that crazy look of the horse in the distance and the wind and everything. Awesome. And then you said 1316. 1316. Oh, yes, of course. This is what we started our whole episode, right? So this was part of our opening hook, was watching the 2 riders charging through the snowstorm. Definitely my top 5 of anything I've ever captured before. It was quite surreal to be in this environment because I'm a desert person. Like I grew up in the desert, so being in this kind of snow environment is so new to me and like alien to me, and I love it. But we got caught up in this crazy blizzard weather. It was anywhere from -30 to -40, so it was freezing. And I had my big camera on a tripod, and then so I was able to capture them charging through. And you said 1316. Yeah, when the slow motion kicks in. Then you can see the expressions on the horses, wind coming through. The buildup of the music. Awesome. From the sudden. Thank you very much, Kunal. I'm very glad you were able to watch it all and actually tell me what were your favorite parts. So it's very meaningful. Just to watch it is meaningful, but to have you come away and tell me some of the moments that really stuck out to you, it's cool. It's cool to also see what are other people's favorite moments or anything like that. So all of this is in the name of making me a better filmmaker. So thank you for that. The last shot feels like a shot of an army coming at you to attack. Yeah. Yeah, it was that's why I started the whole episode where I mentioned, like, I had this whole phrase, right? Because it did feel almost like it almost takes you back into history, right? Like imagining what it was like to be a Mongol warrior or something, right? Like if you're riding with Genghis Khan type thing, right? Whatever that world was like. But to be one of their like ancient spirits of like they're calling into their ancient DNA of like being these badass eagle hunters like charging into war or something. So yeah, like it was a really cool moment. The weather obviously lent itself nicely there to make it feel more dramatic, and then tying it up with the Mongolian throat singing music, and that is definitely the most dramatic soundtrack I had. And so yeah, putting it all together, it felt nice. Even that was a struggle because we were trying to figure out a solution to show as much of it, but then also make use of some speed ramps and like speed through some sections. And then we ultimately decided to let the slow motion portion play out in its entirety, which was like, in some ways it can feel like it's overly long and drawn out. But then I've noticed that when you have headphones on, or if you're listening with like loud, if you have the volume turned up, then it's like, it feels perfect because you can hear the buildup of the music, and it feels like your pent up energy type thing, like a pot that's about to boil over, but you know, like a tea kettle, and you put the lid on top. So you just feel the pressure building up because of how loud you can hear the volume getting and increasing. And then when the moment happens, it releases it all. So if you're watching it without the audio, if you don't have headphones on, if the volume's quiet, then I feel like you lose a bit of that magic, and it feels more like, yo, can you speed it up? But we decided, you know what, the moment's so magical. If you have the right settings, I wanted to keep it. Plus, I was too lazy at that point to make the adjustments if I wanted to cut it up. So that was a feeling I had after seeing Ayalam. Yeah, the eagle, such a badass eagle. And we do have it as the start of our trailer here, right? Just like seeing that eagle stare at you, and when you see the eyes blinking, so to see like that double eyelid thing pop in there, yeah, it like pierces into your soul. So, hello, L thing. Pics from the walk earlier sent in your Discord. Yo, let's check it out. And headphones on full 4K. Thank you very much, Kunal. I saw you left a comment in the video, so I'm gonna check it out probably after stream. Because right now we're closing in on midnight here. And oh yeah, so feel free, because I'm about to check out my Discord since L has sent me something. If you would like to join the Discord, I just put a link in there. And so here you can join our community of other photographers, videographers, filmmakers, musicians, whatever. So we like to build up a nice community where we can support each other. Feel free to share your work. And if I can show it on during my stream, I will. What's my Discord? So I just put a link in the chat. So you should see the Streamlabs with the link there on joining our community on Discord. Otherwise, I think if you just search my name, maybe. I don't know if you can search things on Discord, but all right, L thing, let's check it out. All right, here is L photo. Let me bring this over to the page here. Yo, you got some crazy shots today. And L thing, what did you shoot with? I think you said, and I forget, so. And yes, thank you, Kunal, for joining. I do appreciate it. And thanks for that YouTube follow, or the follow here, and then for watching that video and liking and all that. All of that super helps me out, so thank you. Oh, wait, Kunal, can I ask, how did you say already? How did you find my stream? Did you find me through Instagram? Is that how it was? All right, I want to see these photos from L thing. Should we start from the first one? Yeah. Yo, L, what did you what camera and lens did you use for these? Was this like a macro lens? Yeah, these are sharp. You were on Twitch. You searched editing. Oh, that actually works? Hell, okay, okay. You know what? I do need to spend some time reviewing what my keywords are, like if I'm using the proper categories and stuff like that. So the word editing actually worked. Wow. You were the only one live. Hells yeah. Okay. We're going to lay claim to the word editing. How about that? So we're just looking at some photos that L thing in the chat had sent across in the Discord. So she just went out for a photo walk and took some shots with, what did you say? The 90D and the 180 Sigma 180 millimeter Sigma macro lens. Yo, that's cool. I don't own any macro lenses. I kind of want one, but yeah. With the macro lens L thing. Oh wait, it's a 180. Okay, never mind. Wow. There are a few people, but you got the attention. Hells yeah. Did you see like a thumbnail? Is that how it works? Like when you see the name, you search DaVinci Resolve and nothing. Oh, you know what? I should put in DaVinci Resolve then as well, because that is like usually the one we use. But we also do photo editing as well. L thing. Look at this one. I don't even know what this bug is. I forget which lens you have. Oh, if you would ever like to know what kind of gear I run with, !gear. Everything here is accurate except for the microphone that I'm using now. We've upgraded to the RE20 Electro Voice. Everything else though, if you check out that link, it takes you to my website where you can see my presets. You can see my gear. You can see my upcoming tours, like physical tours around the world, that kind of stuff. First time proper bug photo walk. Nice. Yo, that's crazy. I don't even know what this bug is. I mean, not that I know many bugs, but this one actually looks really cool. Nice, L. Damn. This one looks like it's lost some legs. Oh, wow. That's so crazy how transparent the wings are. Translucent? Opaque? I don't know. Ooh, this thing's got to be careful. Is that a spider web there? It's like walking through a freaking minefield right now. Wow. Yeah, L, this is probably my favorite one so far of the shots you've sent across. Very, very cool. The power of a macro lens in the right hands. Ooh, of course, that looks fire. Ooh, okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, these last two are probably my favorite. I like the framing. I like this, I think I like this composition and framing the most. It just feels very alien, but it's like, obviously you're up close. And even this kind of branch thing that curves in, something about it, just all of it feels like it's like a big bug on a tiny planet kind of feel to me. And then this one, I mean, just to have the textured eyes is insane. Oh, we have someone in the chat who really hates this. I think it was Idora. I think Kevin, someone mentioned they have a phobia of like this, whatever this is called, where you have like a lot of pinpoints, like these kind of dot texture on bugs and stuff. Yeah, it flies. Yeah. Wow. Listen, I'm not a fan of bugs, but if I was, I feel like a macro lens just has to be in my collection. These are great. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I just want to do this one last thing here. I want to see if I can blend this music properly. All right, I want to maybe get it to start a little bit earlier, maybe. Okay, let's see if we can adjust slightly. Ooh, did we get it? Did we get it? We got it. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Oh wait, but then I forgot. We're gonna cut it even more. Okay, you know what? Let me copy this just in case we end up reverting back to it, but I think this version works. Let's just play it from the beginning. Dun, dun, dun. But yeah, we're gonna try one more version where I cut the music a bit earlier, or I want to shorten it a bit just to save us time. Actually, no, we're gonna keep that. I think that's the proper length, because then that gives us a decent amount of time in the middle. I should have enough different shots of like community socialization, like just watching them all have fun and bonding together. I think I have enough of those. So yeah, if it's too short, I feel like the value doesn't come across. So I think that's fine. Kunal, you asked, does Nikon sponsor you? No. But I have a good relationship with them. So I am technically, I am a Nikon creator, which is like, it's like the, you know how they have, what is that one office joke where it's, you have the assistant, you have assistant to the regional manager versus the assistant regional manager, right? So I'm a Nikon creator, which is like an assistant to the, you know, so the one you want to be is like an ambassador, right? But then that one requires you to, like, the regional offices have to report to the head office, do a lot of paperwork, legal mumbo jumbo, and then officially you can become an ambassador. But it's like it's very select and, you know, whatever. Nikon creator is a little bit more remote controlled, or like it's like within the regional offices that they have a bit more control over who they can provide some label to. So it's like I'm an ambassador to the Nikon region of the Middle East, Africa, let's say. But really, I can't use that label. So I'm a Nikon creator. We would love to get to the other levels, though. But yeah, so I do work with Nikon quite a bit in the region. So I'll run a number of workshops, like photo walks, tours, things like that. And then also I shoot with all Nikon products, like my Nikon cameras and stuff. So I do my best to try to promote it wherever possible. So even the stream, right? I'm streaming with my Nikon gear here. This is my favorite. I use the Nikon Z6 III and my Z9 when I travel. Kunal, you said, I mean, you have a lot of gears. You have everything I need and also everything I don't, but just want to have. Yeah. Photography is a very, very, very expensive hobby. Elthing knows all about it. Elthing, I feel like, has all of the gear. Yeah, every time we talk, I feel like Elthing has like every gear in the book in terms of like vintage stuff, modern stuff, and everything in between. But I'm not, yeah, so El, you're saying you're not an ambassador yet. Exactly. We do not have that wonderful label of ambassador. But we'll take creator. We will take it. But yeah. Now the one that I wanted, so we are trying to work, hopefully as we continue doing this, we would love to be able to be sponsored by different companies. The ones that are top of mind for me is it Frito-Lay's? Who owns Hot Cheetos? Whoever owns Hot Cheetos, that would be top. Hot Cheetos would be a good sponsor. National Geographic, come on. Obviously, we would like to be sponsored by those guys, right? Or BBC Earth or whatever. If I can get some kind of pet-related sponsorship in the future, that'd be cool. If I can get something with my cats involved. Yeah. If there's some special chopsticks brand, why not? You know, lean into the Asianness as well. Obviously, we want some travel photo related sponsors though. Nat Geo sponsor would be wild. Yeah, listen, we can get there. We can get there. And we had a good conversation maybe last week, and I haven't followed up on my own advice, but But I was like, you know what? I should just reach out to Nat Geo and just like, I don't know if it's like considered an application, but I should at least submit some of my work to them, like in an email format or something, and just let them know I'm out there. And be like, hey, I would love to be at a Nat Geo level in the future, and here's my body of work. If someone happens to stumble across it, hopefully enjoy it. But yeah, what's the worst that can happen from putting yourself out there, right?
Which allows me to not.
Okay, I want to keep cutting this up because I want to get a more accurate sense of how long is this video going to be. Okay, so somewhere here we can cut it probably. Yeah, so right here. So let's say we... I don't want to delete this because we might use the actual visuals as part of our B-roll. But let's say somewhere here. Basically the music will fade out, and so will the visuals. Something like that. And then the intermission kicks in. Kunal, you said, you have a good number of followers on Insta, just a few more to 50,000. Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, it's a good number. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, we took a hit to Instagram in the past year or so. And it was like an expected hit, or like it's one that I knew would happen. But basically, it's been about a year and a half to 2 years that I've been out of the corporate space. And my goal has been, if I can dedicate my entire time, full time, to this passion of mine, and it's a mixture of like traveling the world, capturing mostly wildlife, but trying to capture different stories, and then turn that into content that I can share. My goal was to try to focus on YouTube. So the past year and a half, I've been traveling like nonstop, where I might have like 1 to 2 weeks at home, and then I'm gone for the rest of the month, or gone for the full month. And that's been like my year and a half up until maybe 3 months ago. And so during that time, I like haven't had time to focus on creating content on Instagram. So occasionally I would create something there, but I wasn't posting as often as I normally would. And so I knew something has to drop in terms of like with my schedule. So I said, if I have to drop the ball on something, I'm probably going to drop the ball on Instagram. Because like at the time, it's like, I have enough following there that it should be able to stay afloat if I ignore it for too long. And in that time, I wanted to build up YouTube. So usually in my free time now, and even in the past year and a half, whenever I have free time, instead of working on like creating an Instagram reel and like other types of photos and posts, I'd be spending that time trying to create a YouTube video, which takes a lot more time as well, a lot more time and energy and all that. So more resource intensive to make a YouTube video. And so then, yeah, so my Instagram, I haven't been posting as much. So I do need to kind of like get back into the groove of posting often, building up engagement. But then now we've added more things, right? We started doing live streams as of 40 days ago. And that's been really fun. And the Instagram's great, but when it comes to like doing this for a business, technically YouTube is the one that makes the most sense, because once you're monetized, which thankfully I am, it's views turn into actual income. Same thing with Twitch, Kick, and YouTube live stream as well. Like the ability to actually make sustainable income, or like actual passive income from that, is much, much, much higher than what Instagram can give you. Like Instagram on its own, you don't get money for like just, your views or anything. It's usually better for like your portfolio. It's good for sponsorship deals and things like that, maybe. They have no reason to decline your request. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they got the competition, I'm sure, is something. Okay, so let me just drop these guys closer. All right, so we are looking at a 15-minute long video, and I think that's fine. Potentially can be anywhere from 13 and a half to 15 minutes, I think, because I'll just find some clever ways to cut up the last song to not last as long. But yeah, that's right in line with what we were hoping for part 2. Part 1 was about 17 minutes. Part 2, we want it to be less than 15 minutes. And each one will be completely different storytelling. So Kunal, since you just watched my video, so one, thanks for watching it. Thanks for your kind words. Now for part 2, I am doing a very, very drastically different storytelling for part 2. So there'll be less voiceover. It will be less chronological, and it'll be jumping from theme to theme. So every act in this episode will focus on some element of the cultural aspect of the people of Mongolia. So it'll be things like community, the wild traditions like the eagle hunters and things like that. It'll be around the concept of family. It'll be on the concept of like nature and where they fit into like the harsh landscape that they live in, and then like a final farewell. And interspersed in between each of these acts, we'll have like these eagle shots as like the palette cleanser, where, you know, hopefully also to keep people interested and continue to watch. So we'll have some of these moments in between the songs played by the locals of just like the nice little cinematic eagle shots doing different things. So we'll mix in some of these, like where we see the eagle in slow motion coming in for the landing. So using that as a nice little less than 1 minute. And then we hop into the next song with the B-rolls and stuff like that. Then we go to the next intermission, which is like another eagle shot. This one from the GoPro point of view. Let's check it out again, actually. I forget if this is the one that lands. Oh, this one doesn't land. Anyways, yeah, so then we'll have these little palette cleansers with the eagle shots from different vantage points. Then we go back into another song. And then with each song, we got the B-rolls. And oh, you know what? One footage that we're missing then, that I do want to include, is the one I was complaining about because I didn't have the accompanying shot, but it's such a nice one. So 1 second, I believe it's this one. Bum, 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 bum. Do. So we got to figure out where to put this shot. But yeah, we had this really cool shot, better lighting condition as well. But this one, I believe, is the one where the eagle landed on the hunter's arm. Whoops. Kunal, you said traveling and doing the edits is crazy. We'll be waiting for the second part. The GoPro shot looks like a 90s movie shot. Do you shoot in log or Rec 709? Well, thank you for those comments. And yeah, traveling and editing, trying to balance both is really tough. So I'm not traveling for the rest of the year unless like some opportunity pops up, which I can't say no to. Otherwise, I'm spending all of my time doing what you're seeing me do now, where I'm staying at home every day, just working through all my footages from my trips. So we got like 10 or 12 more trips to go after Mongolia. So we won't run out of content, and we're going to be streaming it all. And yeah, so you're watching me work on second part, so feel free. I hope to see you more often in the chat. We're here every day, right? And we'll be just chipping away at this. So right now it's like the start of today, I think this is all empty, right? We barely got started on like trying to figure out the skeleton of the video. We've been mostly working on trying to figure out the structure, the title, the narrative concept, and all that. And so now we're gonna start rolling up our sleeves to do the actual editing and the color grading and all that. Do you shoot in log? Yeah. So everything, if my camera has log, I will shoot in log. So I think the GoPro as well, but just the quality is not as good as like with my professional cameras. But yeah, I'll shoot in log. With my Nikon cameras, they have a specific codec I use called NRAW, which is essentially like 1/3 the size of when you shoot for like Apple ProRes HQ. So it's a 12-bit color depth, bit depth. So really high quality at like 1/3 the file size, which is amazing for when I'm traveling. But yeah, so I'll edit, I'll color correct everything. So I'll import it in as a log footage, and then I will export it out at Rec 709. But I'm saying this as if I know what I'm talking about. There's a lot, like I understand that terminology at this point, but yeah, I know Rec 709 is like the standard one. So yeah, everything I do, I export it out at the end at in that format or in that color profile in the space. But yeah, I'll shoot in log. So we had, this shot turned out really well, but I'm missing the footage of what I captured from my camera, and it's like gone. So either I didn't actually hit record and I was an idiot, or somehow I deleted it, or I didn't copy it over properly. Or because of the winter conditions, like it might have not actually even recorded, because I did have some issues with the camera at times because of the weather. So yeah, we do want to include that somehow into the thing here. I do music video and other stuff, and believe me, it took me a while to understand CSTs and DCTL. Oh, I've seen that word DCTL. There's some YouTube video I watched where I ended up purchasing his DCTL, which I still don't know what it stands for, but yeah, I was able to use his DCTL program thing to do all like the color, more specific color tuning and saturation, desaturation. Yeah, all of that kind of stuff. But I don't know what it means. We just use it. How did you attach the GoPro onto the Eagle? I do actually have a footage. I don't know how I'm going to show the footage. If based on our new narrative style, I don't know if it'll fit anywhere to share. So at least you'll be able to watch it here behind the scenes. It might not make it into the final video. Let me find it for you. Here. So Arctic, he like created a custom vest for the Eagle to wear, essentially. And on the vest has like the attachment piece for the GoPro. So yeah, you're seeing him struggle here. Let me just zoom in or speed it up. So basically he was putting it over his head, and then he had to get each side through the wings. And it's like some kind of stretchy material, and then he like, it's like a onesie, because then he sticks the Eagle's feet through it as well. So yeah, actually, Kunal, in a world where I would have done the similar storytelling as I did in part 1, all of these clips, I would have tried to find a way to include it. But now with our new storytelling, like based on the themes, I don't know if this will fit anywhere nicely, and definitely not in its entirety. So maybe it's just like for a second, just to show the environment or like the preparation, but I don't know if we can actually show it. So this is very much a behind the scenes shot that won't see the light of day, or it won't be on my YouTube channel otherwise. So that's one of the benefits of watching these streams, is you get to watch everything, right? The things that we delete, the things that don't make the cut, the behind the scenes of our thought process, the context behind some of these clips. So yeah, there you go. Literally, she's wearing a vest. They had to put their feet through it, the wings through it, and the head through it. One of the eagles didn't like the GoPro, so there's a lot of behind the scenes where you can see the eagle. Once she was released, she wouldn't really fly too much, and then she would look back at my GoPro and start pecking at the lens. And somehow the lens survived. Maybe I had an ND filter on and maybe that one cracked, but as far as I know, I don't think it did. So now in hindsight, I wish I didn't have this this ND filter on here. So you can see I had this little ND filter on, but the sky was like pretty dark. Even here you can kind of see it was a very low light situation, so it was unnecessary. So I should probably just had the normal thing and I would have had a more brightly lit shot. But yeah, okay, well, listen guys, it is past midnight my time. It is that time where we are way past our bedtime. I do want to, just as an FYI, we've had such a wonderful day, right? We had, what happened today? Well, today is day 40, number one. So we survived 40 days in a row of streaming across 3 channels or 3 platforms, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And we had really nice viewership throughout. We had really engaged chat. We met some new people, including you, Kunal, so thank you very much. We had a couple raids, right? We had Puzzling Old Man and Dig Photo Inspiration. They had raided me, and Low Bass Guy had also gifted a number of subs. So what a day, and I do want to return the favor. I'm hoping I can find someone that I can give a raid to as well. And now I do know how to do that. So 1 second here. I would like to show some support to hopefully someone I'm following that is live right now, but I don't know. It's a big... Oh, well, yeah, actually, look. There's someone named Ikidis. Ikidis, we just met Ikidis earlier today, and she gave us a follow. And she was in the chat. She's also a fellow photographer, and I don't know what else. Oh, wait, she might be a video editor. So, Kunal, I don't know if you know her, but there's someone I can see here. It's for Premiere Pro, though. But I would love to be able to give her a raid. Show some love as well. And then it's past midnight my time, so that means I need to I need to eat my dinner and my first meal of the day and hopefully go to sleep at some point. So I'm just kind of preparing this now for the raid. Guys, before I say goodbye, I do want to say goodbye. So day 40, thank you everyone for being here. It's been quite a fun time. And we did stream for, what is it, 7 to 8 hours? So we have the stamina. We're going to be here again tomorrow. We're going to do the exact same thing, right? From what, 4 p.m. till midnight. No changes, okay? We're dedicated to the craft. But thank you guys. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Dora. Thank you, Kunal. Thanks to everyone. And yeah, so please show some love to Ikidis. She is a Premiere Pro and Yap. I don't know what Yap is, but it seems like she does a mix of photo editing and video. Oh, wait, no, she's doing some really epic video stuff right now with some like horse action stuff. So you know what? Let's go ahead and switch it over to her because she's doing some cool shit. So thank you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.